Greetings, everybody. Welcome to the Tournament of Honesty 5. We're here for your KOF 15 bracket. My name is Sammy Fish, and with me is Zoma. We'll be calling the action for you guys up until top 8, so thank you guys for joining us. It is a wonderful day to be talking about some KOF.
Oh, absolutely. Really, any day is a good day to be talking about KOF, but today especially, this is a day that only comes around twice a year. So thank you so much to Wero for putting this together and for SNK for the support, because it's drawing all of the heavyweights of the King of Fighters 15 scene here for what's going to be an amazing bracket as we determine who is the most honest player in KOF 15 currently.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. This is a hefty bracket, as you would expect from the Tournament of Honesty, and it looks like it's going to be a bangers. We've been starting through the bracket. It's already started on the side, so we'll get you games in just a moment. But man, dude, it's like round 2. There's already like killer matchups. So everything is going to be a blast on this stream. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I've got a of heavyweights too. I think one of the people that's being highlighted right now is, of course, the Geo, who's coming off of an amazing showing at Combo Breaker. Definitely go back, watch the VODs. Not right now, because you got to see if he's going to do it again, but definitely a player to watch out for with that Yuri, with the Blue Mary. But also we got Lokof, currently one of the top seeds as well, with the Yamazaki, similar to El Cofero Honesto. Well, not so much these days, but still repping it in the logo down below. And a bunch of other people, Wero, Pako, you know, the same old characters, the same old cast of people who you just do not want to run into brackets like these, but just keep on showing up and keep on doing the darn thing.
Dude, there's not only is it like there's so many good players in the bracket, but there's also so much like up and coming talent that's coming out right now that I think is really showing off lately. I mean, I want to mention it because I feel like I've been watching this dude for like 2 years now. Like Efra coming up, like has gotten so good in the last couple of years, and like now I think is like a legit threat to the rest of the Mexican scene. I think it's crazy, like to North America in general. But like, man, I think we're just seeing some wonderful stuff coming out of King of Fighters lately. Like this late into the game, I'm still so excited for big brackets like this.
Yeah, absolutely. You think a game like this, when it's, you know, so far down, it's a niche game, you think you've seen it all, you think you're going to see like the same people over and over again. No, it feels like every single time there's something new in terms of player, in terms of meta, in terms of like different characters that you see, where you're just like, oh wow, this is something that really keeps you on your toes as a spectator, as a player, really anybody who's trying to engage with the game right now. And kind of piggybacking off of what you said about Efra and how there's up and comers in a game where it's, you know, typically attributed to legacy skill, and of course you have a lot of legacy players, but up and coming players as well that might have a good showing today. Silvera is another player that I want to shout out. Just got 9th in Combo Breaker. She has been on the rise as a strong player in the United States scene, again with the Blue Mary and the Rock. So gonna see if they can hold it down, having a pretty favorable seeding as well, but there's really no seeding that can avoid running into these shark-infested waters, as you said. Super dense bracket, and we will be getting into said bracket shortly. So y'all in chat, stay in your seats for a minute as we get the first games going. But before we get into stuff, Sammy, gotta say, we've been in the recent patch that came along with Mature Invites for a while now. I feel like we have an idea of some of the characters that we should be expecting to show up the most right now, but give me a couple of characters that you think are sneaky, that have emerged as like sneaky strong picks for competitive play.
Sure. I think that Geo really showed us that Blue Mary is a threat. Like I think she has been on the cusp for quite some time. She's a very strong character with a lot of very value combos, incredible air to ground buttons, like just some of the best in the game. And Geo really showed us, I think, something new, which is that the character normally got attributed to being played second because Blue Mary's 2 EX combos are very strong. They do a lot of damage. They give her great Oki. But we saw her on point a lot for the Geo, and just using those really strong buttons and great movement to their advantage, and outmaneuvering people and just getting great hits over and over again by using bigger buttons. And I thought that was a really, really cool way to play the character. I think that that's something that more people are going to think about going into, let's say, when we get into like SNK World Championship, where Geo's definitely going to be looked at now. I think after that combo breaker showing, I think Blue Mary's probably going to have some counterplay lapped against her. But as you're mentioning, characters we'll see quite often. We see these four quite often. The Chizuru maybe a little bit less so, maybe underpicked for, at least in my opinion, how good I think the character is. But the Benny and the Isla are going to be quite mainstays for competitive KOF.
Yeah, but it looks like that is going to be the characters of choice here. But for our first match here, this is actually a top 24 qualifier here on our winner's side between UREZS and Robert. So like you were saying, this early in the bracket, already two extremely strong players duking it out. It is winner's side, so it's like they have tournament life on the line, but you definitely do want to stay up above those waters here. So let's see what is going to happen here to get this started. We have the point Shun'ei, who I think is going to be a very strong character in terms of being able to set the pace, but Benimaru, like you're saying, very dominant in the meta, and really just because he functions so well at many different paces. But right now, Shun'ei setting the pace with some really strong point play, and all it takes is this first chance to get the going.
This is one of the scariest characters on point, and you're seeing it on display from Robert right now. We're seeing a lot of Benny into Shun'ei lately, and I think that's because the character can set a nice wall against the opponent, and a decent DP to boot as well to maybe guess on some offensive pressure. But other than that, I think that we're seeing UREZS doesn't really want to approach, doesn't want to give Robert that opportunity.
Oh, but they got the opportunity right there. Got the big old, well, not the big punish, but one that you need right there. And another one following suit, but this time a little bit more stick of butter in the pan to cook with. But we use our own Lando Lakes to get us going with the reversal super and then the empty jump low. It looked like you were saying, UREZS was just a little bit just trying to slow the pace of the game down, not necessarily trying to play at Shun'ei's pace, but again, Robert just doing a good job just saying nuts to that. I want to just keep it going, and that's what playing a character like Shun'ei can do for you. But the moving wall that is Chizuru with the clone here for UREZS can be really, really good at deterring the protagonist.
Oh, got to hit the super, and that's going to be it for Robert Shun'ei, and I think you'll take that as UREZS, you know. Lost the first character, but pretty much all things even going into this third round.
Jump back, set the clone out of here, and I think, yes, here we go, UREZS using the good anti-air properties, but Benny with the immortal JB getting the cross-up on Chizuru. Oh. No rev guard in this SNK title, so you gotta know that that's gonna be coming out from Benny. Very sneaky aerial goodness there.
Once again, Robert trying to give UREZS the taste of his own medicine, has the lead with a Benny and making UREZS come in a little bit. And makes sense. Chizuru, more of like a wall character, so asking her to come forward. And that's going to tack on the super for the kill. The DP will do it. A clean round for the Benimaru. Puts UREZS on his anchor.
Yep, definitely all you can ask your mid to do. Get that advantage character-wise and put Isla up against two characters rather than one in the mirror. And Benny also having that mid position is really, really good because they don't necessarily need a lot to get things started, and they can build up battery for the anchor as well. And right now, just trying to do anything to keep Isla from making it a short round. But UREZS, again, just opting to be a little bit more patient. But now we're getting things started here at JCD, but we fight on out JB.
Yeah, I mean, UREZS playing with the Isla on the anchor with 4 bars is definitely just enough to make that comeback, but Robert's doing their best. Again, slowing the pace down with the Benimaru, trying to make it hard for the opponent to get in. Not gonna get a combo off of that, but they get a combo off of the cross up there. Tack it on, gonna need one more, but this is a healthy life lead.
Oh, but that life lead getting a little let healthy right there. Now we got the level 2 off of getting the big blowback. So some good knockdown here, potential for a mix-up, but just keep it on the same side. UREZS doesn't have a lot of life to play with, but a little is better than nothing at the end of the day. But on the other end, you've got an attack of the clones, Isla coming through for Robert at the anchor position.
Yeah, pretty much anything will do it for Robert. Just needs to find that one hit. Gonna even use some EX for some pressure. As UREZS trying to find their way in. If they can get that hit, it'll be good. But that guard bar cranked so hard, they had to make a decision on defense and were incorrect. Robert will take the first game.
Yeah, it definitely felt like the idea for Robert, especially down the stretch with the Benny and the Isla, was get that early advantage, and kind of had something similar with the Shun'ei as well, even though UREZS was able to sort of run it back with the Benny, but definitely setting the pace, getting that first early bit of health lead so they could say, hey, you got to make your way to me. And it feels like Robert was a lot more comfortable in that position. And we're actually going to see Benimaru switching positions into the point for Robert as well. So Shun'ei being shifted into mid definitely might just feel like they can just keep the momentum going that they had in that game one with Benimaru and Gato.
It's so funny to see that the winner of the game is actually the one who wants to shift the matchups, right? Like they're like, I recognize that the Benny was good into the Shun'ei. I'm not gonna give you the opportunity to play that matchup better than last time. But that being said, if UREZS can take that over Robert and make that matchup at a deficit, it could feel pretty bad. So there's definitely still an opportunity.
Absolutely. Right now, we're just trying to figure out which of us is going to bite, which of us is going to overcommit to establish said pace that you were referring to, Sammy. But Robert right now doing a good job of just being that moving wall, but UREZS getting the early life advantage. But the early life advantage is not going to be there much longer. You held down back a little bit too long, and the command grab is a great response for doing that.
And all the pressure Robert's putting into the corner right now. Even using EX is threatening a full launch. Oh, finds that jump B. Doesn't have the meter because of those EX use, but this life lead, oh, even gonna sneak in an EXEI. Caught him off guard, and Robert's plan worked out. The Benny giving Robert a good life lead here.
And again, sticking to the same script of that first game, get that first bit of early advantage and just play keep away, forcing the overcommittal from UREZS because they do have to make stuff happen. Right now, Chizuru can be a little bit more reserved in how they want to establish things, and establish things they will as soon as I say that the DP to get out of the corner. Because you do not want to be in the corner up against Chizuru with that much life and that much meter. A clone super was definitely on the way.
Got a hit back into the corner, finds one more hit here, should be able to close it out and recover all of the life. That is a big win for UREZS, not only keeping most of the meter here, but gonna go pretty much even on health into the third round.
Definitely, you do want to see that. I think this is the first time we're going to see the Chizuru versus the Shun'ei, so it will be a big test here for UREZS if they can stop Shun'ei from getting anything started in terms of getting that knockdown, getting that mix going. But you're going to be able to get the first blood drawn in this mid matchup right here, going into the seal as well. So it's going to be hard for Robert to mash on out and make anything work for the first 5 seconds, but now being able to spend the meter, going to put them in the corner and now get that forward throw. Guess, and we jump on out of there, but this is still a super scary spot to be in for any character.
You see all the respect that Robert's been giving UREZS, right? Just like doesn't want to overcommit, understands that Chizuru's anti-options are very good. UREZS confirming off of that, not going to attack on the super, but a super as a reversal for Robert trying to get started.
Second time we've seen that back against the wall. There's an expression about how the cornered rat fights back, and you'd see that again with the reversal super, and it pays off once again because you've got Chizuru pinned down right here, forcing them to do a big old floaty jump on out of there. But again, Robert, even with only 18 seconds left, being a little bit patient, just saying, I just need to get that one hit. But Chizuru with the almighty command normal, the big old heel to the chin, sweet chin music, and that is going to be Isla coming in for Robert the first time around rather than for UREZS.
Not a lot of health to go through, so definitely Robert has an opportunity to even it up, but UREZS is playing just absolutely dominant on the Chizuru. It feels like you're not getting a lot of opportunities to hit this character.
Yep, and then broken record again. It's in who'd be able to dictate the pace and being able to slow it down as Chizuru was very valuable, but gonna have to do that with Isla now that Chizuru is on out of there because of the really good rush down from Robert, who's got to be a little bit more aggressive and look very comfortable doing so. So maybe a flip of the script here for Robert, just saying, I need to end this thing quickly and not give UREZS a chance to get anything going with the resource advantage that they have right now.
Yeah, the resource advantage being a big deal. Gonna use that for a quick max as well. Character has a very valuable use for it as well. TP, not going to attack on the super, just going to keep the pressure here, keep the resources for a possible win condition.
Moving on over the far sea, so we do know our character a little bit. Got the drop on there, but that's okay. We are still plus after using the EX Lariat, and now we're going to be able to get some good pressure in this corner. In a similar situation to what they had before, was cranking that guard gauge, opened up a little bit right there, and again, yep, you just get them to get desperate as the life bar or the guard bar is going down. Either way, Robert is going to take it after UREZS had to pull something out of the bag because things were getting mighty dangerous, and Robert sensed that beautifully.
A lot of good stuff from Robert in that set. UREZS was holding their own almost the entire time, but it was always like that one or two different decision that made the difference, right? I think to your point, like putting the Benny on in that point position, not having Shun'ei fight that matchup that he didn't like, ended up paying off in the end. But it really was like playing at a meter deficit versus a character that's really strong at mixing you up and doing really well with what they had in that corner pressure, putting enough pressure on UREZS to make him have to guess DP. That's definitely the icing on the cake there. So Robert's going to be able to take it.
Yeah, really good stuff right there. And I think that's going to be something that's very important as we get down the stretch, just being able to identify different ways to get that game plan going and adjust to the pace that your opponent wants to set. Very, very crucial here in a game like KOF where you have 3 different opportunities to do so. Granted, you know, your character goes down, their character goes down. Going to be able to have to adjust that on the fly. And you saw that at the point where Isla was coming in down against Chizuru. Robert was just like, all right, we need to get Chizuru out of here because she's a problem. I can't afford to just sit back and wait because I feel like they might be able to play that game a little bit better than I can with my current character and my current resources. Really good stuff there from Robert. And we will see what we can do here in the next game that's going to be between Rino and Pako.
Oof.
Yeah, indeed.
So let's say like this. Rino is the player I wish I was. Pako is the player I would be if I was good. Like if I was a good player, I would look a lot like Pako because I feel like him and I play on the same wavelength. He's just so much better than me. But that's why I love watching the both of them. Rino especially, I think that he has some of the best poke placement in the entire world. And it is, when I watch other people play against him, the best players in the world play against him, it seems like it's unbelievably frustrating. But I love what I'm seeing here. The Leona from Pako on the anchor, I'm scared. Oh my God, dude, this character.
Hey, man, it could happen. It could happen.
Dude, this character, when she has a little bit of meter, just a little bit, this is anchor. When she's a little bit of meter, oh, she is one of the scariest characters in the game if she finds the hit. So this could be potentially devastating. I am looking forward to the Heidern family mirror at the end there. But let's get into this one. You expect everything else from Rino. Got the double Yash and the Heidern at the end. Oh, I put in the Heidern on point actually versus the Duelon. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, going to be very interesting here having the Heidern at point for Rino up against the Duelon point from Pako. Duelon emerging as one of the premier point characters, but Heidern a very good defensive character, and again, being able to just say, hey, I could just sit back right here, or I could just force that really strong rush down game with my JCD that hits from so far away, and that's a very generous hitbox. We already got a big chunk of advantage there from doing so to open up the round, but again, as Paco's trying to find places to do the stomp, put out these fireballs. Rino now with the early advantage can just kind of sit back and just flirt outside of the range. So it's going to be up to Pako now to find a way in, but Moonslash to stop him from doing so. And this is how Heidern can get going. And that was potentially a corner steal as well. So there's just a whole lot to think about there for Pako, and you don't want to be put on defense up against Heidern.
This is what I mean, man. When you're playing against Rino, he gives you so little. It's so frustrating to play against this guy because he knows he has this healthy life lead. He doesn't need to go in hard. He doesn't need to take huge risks. You'll spend money on EX Moon Slashers and just toss fireballs, and eventually you're going to crack.
Here you go, running into another Moon Slash. It's just Rino doing a really good job, as you've been alluding to, not giving Duolon anything and then sniping him out of the skies because they knew they had to avoid the projectile. So they had to do a full jump in this game, no JD. So you got to get hit by the grounded normal. Great stuff there for Rino. Great defensive play, and then holding down the neutral, running up behind the fireball.
Seeing the Isla in second here. A lot of other people tend to use the Isla on the anchor. She's a great comeback character, but that's what Leona's for on Pako's team here.
Keeping him in the corner, trying to knock at the door with a couple of elbows there, getting Pako to crack, but nothing doing, remaining disciplined. But Rino doing the same thing in their own way, and now going to be able to cash out level 1 super. 2-touch Tony might be added again. Here comes the mix.
You won't even know what side that hit on, and that's the benefit of playing Heidern. Stormbringer setting up that 50-50 every single time, and Rino taking the Heidern all the way to what I wanted to see. I didn't think it was gonna happen because it was point versus anchor, but here we are.
You were talking at the onset about like how good that their placement is of their pokes and of their fireballs as well, to be able to just deter the opponent from being able to get anything started. Heidern, definitely a character that accentuates the playstyle, and you're seeing it come to fruition right here. But you're gonna see Leona's, can she learn something from her family? And this is exactly what you wanted to see, right, Sammy? This is what you wanted.
Bro, this is... Look how much meter she spent. She spent like a bar and a half. She got almost the bar back. Like it's so good.
Meter efficiency definitely running in the family right there, but we're running up to you after trying to get your earring on the floor. We paid good money for that. What are you doing, wasting your valuable possessions? And now still gonna be able to put it on out of there. And what a generous hitbox right there on the jump in for Leona, getting rid of Heidern, the first character out of here for Rino, but Pako still gotta go through the double Yashiro shell.
But you see Rino slowing down the pace of the match. So, he didn't recover a lot of life from the time. It was very little. So every time you slow down the pace like that, it makes it harder for the opponent to make a comeback. That being said, Pako running a lot of good offense here.
Oh, but then we get the almighty Orochi air-to-air with the JA. Yashiro being able to fight their way out of the corner, using the jet punch to get out of harm's way and put Leona into their own bit of harm in a level 2 at the end of the day. Didn't even need the full cinematic, just gonna get her on out of there. But yeah, Pako was fighting back hard with that Leona, but Yashiro being able to put a stop to it before the grappler counterpart could do anything about it.
I have been informed that this is a different Pako, but I'm still pretty happy to see the Leona. I'm very happy to see the Leona. This is a treat. I think this character is like she's not easy to play in tournament, but I think there's a lot of value to be had with the character. So I'm very happy. I wanted to mention though, to your point, I love that we're seeing Duolon as like a premier tournament pick. Like, how cool is it that, you know, a lot of people, I don't think that people put him in his top 5, but how often do we see this character on a team?
Yeah, it was definitely the onset of some of the recent buffs that he was able to get that enabled him to really show his value at that point once he got that ability to get that first knockdown and then put the opponent in the blender. And I think that's why Rino has been opting for the Heidern, to avoid that win condition at all costs and then put them into exactly where they don't want to be in, playing defense. And that guard gauge was crying right there. So I do love the use of the advanced strike there to continue our pressure and give ourselves a chance to build up some guard gauge back before Rino can fight a way out of there.
Yeah, I think that 2C might have been a missed Moonslasher, unfortunately, because it felt like it was the perfect time for them to do that anti-air. But yeah, no, Pako with a little bit of room after that has gotten a lot of offense going. Once again, though, Pako putting on a lot of pressure here.
This is exactly what you want if you are Pako. Want to be able to get any bit of advantage so you can force them to play your game. But Rino right now forcing them into the corner here. Have to fight our way on out of there pretty soon, though. We are running low on time, Sammy.
Dude, 5 seconds left. No, it wasn't enough. He wanted to guard break with it, but it's still gonna be enough to take the round. Not gonna recover a lot of health, only 100. So that part, a little bit unfortunate, but Rino kind of normally plays at this pace. I think he'll be okay with it.
Yeah, if we can get the Heidern out of here as soon as possible, if we are go Pako, we are definitely feeling good, because it seemed like Heidern just had so much control over what Isla wants to do, and now going to be in control of this mid-range mix. But great job blocking same side and then catching the roll onto the other side. Going to be able to convert into a level 1 EXDP and then another level 1 on top of that. So like I was saying, 15 seconds is all you needed to get rid of the Heidern, and that's exactly what you need. In comes Yashiro, and this is, I believe, a much better situation that you want to be in.
Yeah, finally getting rid of the Heidern. Pako had to spend some meter for it, but I think, you know, this is a pretty good position to be in, especially as opposed to last game. Nice confirm off of that hit here. Gonna tack on the level 1 to boot, so we get this nice combo. Reset. Goes low that time. Doesn't get the confirm.
Still keeping them locked down right there. Gonna go into the command dash. Rino being able to fight on out of their similar pressure sequence to what we see most Yashiros do, as we use the armor there, the guard point, to break against a jumping in Isla, and we meeting up in the air. But Rino doing a really good job of slowly pushing Isla into the corner here. Two C's being exchanged, C's being exchanged right here, the 2C and the 5C, and now Yashiro gonna be able to just dump out a whole bunch of damage here, the level 2.
And just going to be in range for the OTG to put the stamp of approval on the round. Good comeback from Rino there. It felt like Pako had some good momentum going on, but got the big hit that Yashiro needed to dump the meter, and it's all up to Leona.
Into the big old ball in the sky. But now we're just going to use our 2B right here to contest a bunch of the great mid-range pokes that Yashiro has. And that's kind of what you have to do when you don't necessarily have the poke department in your favor here. But, you know, Rino's still doing a really good job with the Yashiro being able to be threatening at that immediate range that Pako has to find a way to contest against.
Nice anti-air once again. Rino making it so difficult. Oh, finds the 6B confirm as well. Gonna almost tie up the health, but obviously there's another character behind this Yashiro. The
low confirmed, just gonna be able to do it right there. Caught them standing up. So now Oya's gonna come in, wave the hands, just saying that this is the grappler. These are the grappler mitts that are gonna be put on you if I get a single touch on you, because he can absolutely erase Leona with just the simplest of 6Bs, just the simplest of anti-air command grabs. So Pako gonna have to do a really good job here to really make it so Rino can have to overcommit. And you know, you don't necessarily have access to the same burst options that the original Yashiro does. So you're gonna have to be a little bit linear with your approach, and I think that is what Pako really wants to play into here.
Yeah, I mean, but I will say, you know, if you haven't seen a lot of Leona, this character is 2 touches away from killing you, as opposed to Rino's 1 touch. But that's gonna be the first one. Get the safe jump set up. 3 bars, gonna keep the pressure going. The guard bar is cranked. What an anti-air from Rino. That saves their life, and they're gonna be able to tack on the super to boot, and that will be Rino moving on into top 24.
Oh my gosh, the frame trap, devious there from Rino. The Oyash always threatening with any touch possible, but then just being able to sneak that in there, trying to catch Leona, either trying to jump out of there or just try to take their turn back. Doesn't matter right there. Going to be able to cash out with the climax. Great stuff there from Rino.
He's so good at making it difficult to get a solid hit on him. Like, you are so close to guard breaking him, and then he just gets the anti-air that resets all of that pressure. And for you, when you're trying to make, you know, when you're trying to play play on that pressure, you're like, okay, I'm gonna have to force him to make a decision here. Like, I'm gonna jump in, and if I get the jump in, then he loses, right? You know, most people are gonna jump in that situation, but the calmness from the player that Rino is, where he just understands that he has control over the match at almost every given moment. Like, he just has the ability to make you feel like you have the opportunity, and then it's just the anti-air, and then he starts his offense, and then as soon as that offense is done, he's like, all right, cool. Reset back into neutral. I'm playing Heidern. I chuck fireballs, press far B. I'm playing, I'm playing Yashiro, 6B, far B, rush punch, all of these things that create this wall that make you second guess how far you have to be versus Yashiro. This is why it's so hard to play against this guy.
And some people in that winner side are not going to like to see that they stand against him, because that is going to be another top 25 spot claimed by one Rino. We're going to be making our way into seeing if we can get another one here. But before we do that, I do want to invite those of you in chat to hit up that exclamation point Match Reno command in the chat. Claim, I believe there's some codes that have to be claimed here. So if you can go on in there, try to get that done. But if you also want to do a direct contribution so that these players get rewarded for playing in such a stacked bracket like this, definitely go in there if you have the generous nature and the pockets to complement it. But all things considered, thank you guys so much for joining us here tonight here on Just Frame MX. And if you are a Spanish viewer that is looking for a Spanish broadcast, definitely go over to hit up Cofero Honesto's Facebook or their Twitch, twitch.tv/Cofero Honesto, or Facebook/Cofero Honesto, si verlo. Pero for our English viewers, you just stay right here for twitch.tv/JustFrameMX, and we are going to be moving on into our next game here right now, Sammy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. We got PerroSinLag coming up. He's been really tearing it up lately. I think that for one reason or another, I can't explain it to you, but I feel like the last 6 to 9 months for this guy has been just slightly better than his previous work. And maybe something clicked. Maybe something's about the patch specifically that's really making them sort of lean into, what's working for them right now. But it's been looking pretty good, and I'm pretty excited for this one.
Yes, sir. PerroSinLag currently having that top spot in this pool right now, but being challenged by Cyborg, who has gotten off to a strong start here, taking it 2-0 over Sylvie to get to this point. And going to be running with the Oyash, the Ralf, and the Rugal. So some very interesting character choices on both teams. Another Leona actually showing up here, coupled with Goenitz and Shingo Yabuki of all characters. How about that? How about that?
There's a couple of really cool choices here. I can talk endlessly about the characters here, especially I think I want to mention the Rugal. The Rugal's kind of been like a sleeper point pick for a lot of people. Like we see even the guys that like Mad KOF will sometimes pick this character out of nowhere. This is one of the most valuable meter efficient characters in the entire game, and he plays like a zoner. Huge DP, 2 fireballs, huge buttons, and we'll see how Gato plays against it, because I don't think that Shingo has the biggest buttons, but he can be annoying for some characters.
Yeah, you already saw them open up with that Shingo kick, so that's a very crazy burst option that they have to threaten against that zoning for Rugal. It's going to be kind of hard to pin them down if they place them as well as they do right there and got the full critical as well to get the better knockdown and try to snipe it out again. See, you got them guessing already with the Shingo kick burst option, and you already got them trying to go for a genocide cutter to stop it, and just like that, PerroSinLag with the Shingo going to be able to get rid of Rugal Bernstein, so Ralf Jones gonna have to step up and show a little bit of that militia might, or otherwise the young prodigy, as some may not want to call him, aka Kyo, gonna be able to do a really good job here with this point takers.
Oh, can attack on the super to that one, has a little bit more to boot, and now we're doing the Ralf pressure so good into the corner. You already see 50% of that guard bar gone. Oh, nice confirm off the critical.
The buff to the critical rate is just so good. It's so good. He just gets it so readily now. Oh my God. I want to call that a North American reset right there, because we were able to tack it off right there with another critical to get rid of Ralf just as soon as he came in. It felt like the guy just came in, Sammy.
Yeah, I mean, he had one opportunity to put a lot of pressure on, and Perros was finding a way to get out of the corner. It's all left to the Oyash to see if he can deal with this.
Sitting at a distance, throwing out these big old buttons, just daring Cyborg to try to do anything right there. But Cyborg being able to call out the DP with a really well-timed jump in. Gonna be able to put the kick right to the sternum, throw him around on the ground a little bit. Not gonna be the guessing game that you would get mid-screen, but still a very scary spot to be in.
Yeah, goes for the throw first there, unexpected. And tried another DP. Why not? We have a pretty healthy life lead. The pressure is thick. Let's go for it. And it does not work out. Cyborg's able to take care of the Shingo. I do like Cyborg only putting one bar onto that combo. Knows they have a long way to go.
Against the big boss man, Goenitz going to be able to control the Hakushu with this really good zoning ability that they have with the 623, with the 236, the tornadoes as well as the flashes, and then just gonna run up right into you as soon as you're holding down back, wondering which way he's gonna try to keep you out, but he wants to get up close and personal. But as I say that, normal throw to get on out of there, looking for the frame trap, got it the second time around, and here we go, the first knockdown up against Oyash. This is all he needs.
Once again, Perro's able to find it out of the corner, but right back into the mess we are. Cyborg able to run up and find a hit, tacking on 2 bars for this one. Maybe expected a late jump there, trying to fake the throw, so tried to go for the EX slashes, would have been able to get a combo off it if they were correct. We're not, unfortunately. Cyborg, the comeback looks real.
Yeah, you're talking about the efficiency of Rugal at that point position, but Oyash, all they need to do is get that first half bar or the 1.5 bars right here, and then they can put the other character into one heck of a vortex, as we're seeing right there. 2 command grabs. Can we get a third? No, but they knew that they were going to try to snipe it out with the advanced strike. Beautiful jump out by Leona, and PerroSinLag, just amazing situational awareness, rewarded with all of the bar that you need to get out of there. Heads up play there, and that is going to get a very good close to the game 1 here in the set.
Betting on them staying put 3 times in a row is quite a bet, but that was a good jump from Perros. So we'll see. Cyborg almost made that comeback. I think the thing that you can go into this game 2 here is tell yourself that, man, if I did that much with one character, I can just do a little bit more with my others, and we have a way different game.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about Rugal and Yashiro having such meter efficiency, just being able to say, hey, we can still, if we can basically just get rid of Shingo as quick as possible, it doesn't necessarily have to be Rugal immediately, but if Ralf can get just a little bit more extra credit done, or if Rugal can just get him out of there with the good zoning prowess, and we can just stop him from getting any bit of burst option threatening going on with that Shingo kick, then we are in a really good spot. And right now they are in a really good spot, but as I say that, the critical lands. My God, the luck here for Shingo.
It's not just the luck, man, but being able to confirm all of these hits, that's important. You got to be on the ball when you're playing Shingo. Oh, jump C, dude, that's the wall. Now get in, nice low confirm. Gotta get the crit to kill. And that's when you want the luck to be in your favor. Perros is able to take out the Rugal. Better work, but still, Shingo on top.
2 C's right there, clutch and critical there for Shingo. The big green letters coming up at the exact right time to secure the kill. And now we're gonna try to get something going here, but yes, early response to the Shingo kick to try to start pressure there. Getting the DP well timed there for Cyborg is gonna be very crucial that they put out that big old cabbage patch in the 2C to get rid of Shingo, but Shingo just running wild right now.
Didn't catch the low roll, but caught it afterwards and able to get the hit. The knockdown doesn't add the super, but doesn't need to. It's still the same situation. The Shingo takes 2 characters and puts Cyborg on the Oyash.
The most unlikely of heroes going on the most unlikely of adventures here to start us off in game 2. Again, a repeat of the first game, but the second verse, we'll see if it's better than the first. Here can threaten the Shingo CV, but Oyash going to come in at that anchor spot and see if they can do a little bit of repeat work here, getting rid of both characters. And it was just definitely being able to be as oppressive as possible early on in the game. Smother it and cover them, and then getting that DP read just like they did in that first game. gonna get rid of Shingo. And again, you're playing with extra credit, you're playing with house money, so why not challenge the plus frames there?
Honestly, it's one of those where you're like, let me just see if I could do it. If I get this one, it's like the brain destroyer, right? You're like, oh man, nothing's working. But that's some good patience from Cyborg. Oh no, Perros getting started on the Goenitz.
Level 1 right here. Not going to go into the level 2, interestingly enough. Maybe just trying to get a little bit of style and profile in here up against Cyborg. Just spreading all those dashes. And yeah, definitely trying to send a message here. But great confirm there. The air-to-air into the EX slashes. PerroSinLag showing who's the boss of the Hakushu. Goenitz going to be able to close it this time around as they take it 2-0 to advance in the winner side of top 24 here in La Torneo de la Honestidad 5.
Zoma, we started off the broadcast by talking about a character we might expect to maybe be not picked as often as some of the top tiers, but a character that might be like a big threat. I think Goenitz is like premier exactly that. Like a character is not going to get picked by everybody, but there are so many good things about this character in this patch, and that's why we're seeing this character get played all over the world. It's not just in Mexico, but also in Asia as well. This character is getting picked so often, and there's a large part of that is because of the wall that this character can create, the amount of usefulness this character has with meter. Two really strong uses of meter with the EX slashes, which gives you that anywhere juggle, the EX tornado, which just gives you a combo starter for free. Like, you can just decide whether you want to mix it up into your pressure or not. Your opponent has to constantly guess whether you're going to get a full combo off of this for 50%. That's almost nothing when you're playing on second or third. You might even get all the meter back when you get the combo. Like, so it's that. Playing against that style is extremely difficult, and I think that's why he ends up being such a strong tournament character, is because you're throwing that mix-up at opponents constantly and asking them to accurately respond over and over.
Yeah, really good work there. An exemplary instance of what you were just alluding to, basically just being like, hey, I just need to get that early advantage right there. And, you know, just, I think the strength of characters in this game that aren't necessarily in that top tier that we talk about a lot when we discuss the meta of this game, there's still a lot of high character power lurking right underneath there. And it's much of the attributes that you talk about, just being able to get that first interaction and then just being overwhelmingly dominant in that win condition. And KOF, no stranger to characters that can do that. And no stranger to this top 24 winner side position that we're gunning for right now is Wero Asamiya, coming off of a couple of very dominant showings at max mode, and then also following it up with some very good showings at combo breaker. But on the other end, they're going up against Clan del Mal's RUBBA, who is going to be repping the Clark, the Rio, and my homeboy Yamazaki.
Ooh, this is a manly team. I like this one quite a bit. Yeah, there's a lot of good here. But I will say what I really like about Weros is that he is repping the Yuri lately. And this character is such a threat. This character does an incredible amount of damage for 3 EXs, can play like a wall, can play like a mix-up monster. Like, this character can just jump at you from anywhere on the screen because her jump arcs are so good. Her jump buttons are so strong. And it's frightening to play against. And we really saw that a combo breaker. Let's see if we see it here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yamazaki and Clark up front here for RUBBA, going to run into the Iori. It's going to be very interesting, too, because I think these are 2 characters for RUBBA, as Iori is going to be able to get started up against Yashiro or Yamazaki at the point. I think it's going to be very interesting that Yamazaki and Clark are going to have to deal with Yuri, because while Yamazaki has good anti-air ability, there's a little bit of a paralysis by analysis that you have to do, whether you use that 214A, whether you use that 2C, or you're going to use the far A. What are you going to do to keep her out of the air? Yuri can just play around that, and then Clark, not very well known for his anti-air ability. So if we can get some early damage done to this Iori, which I don't believe is going to happen right now, as we slide on through the Serpent Slash, it's going to be tough sledding if that Yuri makes their way up against anybody that's not Ryo Sakazaki, her brother.
No, I totally agree with you. I think that playing the Yama on point is like a big bet that you'll get offense or you won't get put into under pressure, because, you know, versus other characters, I think his defense is not perfect. You have to really play that keep out game. But Clark coming in with meter, the reason why you want to play him second, so you always have the opportunity to do that anywhere juggle EX tackle. Let's see if he even gets the opportunity, as Wero's offense has been so good.
Iori Yagami just doing Iori Yagami things, keeping the opponent locked down. The whiff on the 5C, not going to get checked there by Wero, but still sitting very pretty there and doing a really good job of just keeping up this offensive pressure and just putting Clark in a bad spot, forcing them to make a guess here. And great gamble right there on the jump into the backbreaker. Just going to go into more corner offense. They're getting the throw, catching them with a couple of close Bs, but wasn't very confident in the touch.
Yeah, I didn't get the confirm. I was going to talk about how much I loved using the command grab for the opponent and put them into the corner, but weren't able to take advantage of the opportunity once they found the hit. And Wero will take that extra gift, and Iori going towards RUBBA's anchor.
Ryo Sakazaki, the $50,000 man, as I like to call him, did some great work at WC, but got kind of neutered a little bit after that, but still a very strong character in their own right. Can get a ton of work done at this anchor position, especially when you have 4.5 bars. But there's one of the nerves alluding to that fireball. Definitely a lot easier to punish now, right in the face of there. So got to structure your pressure a little bit differently up against Wero, who did a really good job checking it and is doing a really good job maintaining the spatial or maintaining that space right in front of Ryo.
And gonna get the cross up and the kill, the OCV for Iori's, or for Wero's Iori, as we take the first game here. Good stuff. Yeah, the Ryo also on anchor is not something we see all that often anymore, actually, because of the things you mentioned. Some of the nerfs actually made it a little bit harder for him to play like a wall, that heavy fireball being one of the bigger nerfs, because that used to pretty much put you in a mix-up almost every single time, whether he'd pressure again, whether he'd back up. So pretty interesting to see. However, one of the wonderful things about KOF15 is that you can play anybody anywhere, for the most part. There's very few characters that don't, you would say, are unoptimal in positions, but there's so much good value in everybody's meter usage that it's rarely a wrong decision.
Yeah, the tough thing though is sometimes when you run against bad or tougher matchups for your opponent,
Yes.
and, or for yourself against your opponent, especially like with Yamazaki up against Iori at this play position. You said that it was very much a gamble in terms of being able to get that first bit of offense going up against Iori, because Iori, with their really good mobility and good zoning, for pretty good zoning game with the fireballs that commands a response from Yamazaki, and then just being able to extend into great pressure off of that. But here we go, RUBBA now being able to put Iori in the corner, but Wero doing just a great job of challenging there. But that JB, a very good normal there, but Wero still fighting back. If you jump low, couldn't quite get the confirm that we needed, but EX Fireball still going to be a good way to extend pressure, keep them in the corner, and my God, the JCD just hits whatever it wants to.
Oh, nice! A rundown, but doesn't get the confirm! You made such a hard read, but it doesn't get the reward from it. That's so unfortunate. The Poison Super might have been able to start that comeback, but that will be it for the Yamazaki. Let's see if Clark can pick up the mess.
Yeah, we just got to get this Iori off of the screen. Still a lot of health to them, but RUBBA missing out on a lot of valuable touches, but gonna get a good one here to put them into the corner. And in game one, this was a very good spot. Well, actually, no, just gonna use the EX here to put them back mid-screen. Not necessarily maintain that corner position, but just being able to tack on more damage and see if they can shorten the round. But now have them in the East Coast corner as opposed to in that West side, and we're able to close it out with a strong air-to-air in that jump A.
Yeah, I was gonna critique the same thing. Like, the corner felt like such a good position to put the opponent, but RUBBA took him left to right, still kept that corner pressure going on the opposite side. So all things considered, looking pretty good, as the Clark definitely has the chance to give this character or give this team a life lead.
Their first appearance on this grand stage of top 24 qualifier winner side, and you're seeing RUBBA doing a really good job sort of flirting outside of the range of how Wero's trying to disrespect using Yuri's toolkit, because you are able to just make them guess and hesitate with how they're going to try to approach you, and then snipe them out of the air, getting that good anywhere juggle into the EX skill. But as easy as it was before, it gets harder with each time she jumps at you, and look at all of that damage she got from just that minute touch.
Bro, it happens immediately. It feels like you lose 400 health in an absolute instant. Not over just yet, though, but great read from Wero on the command grab. Gonna use the super to make sure we dust them, and that will be one more character for RUBBA. Let's see if the Ryo can do it.
Look, Kyoku Genryu's karate is, stocks for it are very up right now across multiple games right now. And you're seeing two of the premier practicers of that martial art right here between Yuri and Ryo, keeping it all in the family right now. And it's just going to be up to Ryo to just get Yuri on out of here in the air-to-air situation. The trade going to work out here. Going to get all your health back, but in comes the anchor for Wero, the Rock Howard, the golden boy himself from Southtown.
I will say, though, look how much bar RUBBA has. That's there's a chance. There's a chance that next hit kills. Believe it or not. See if he gets the opportunity, as Wero's the one with the offensive pressure here.
The sweep on the 6-2-3-D just to get out of the way, but it was still a punish. You were in recovery still because this is an SNK sweep, and you got the opportunity there, but just didn't trust it. But you're going to be able to get the far C after blocking the Shatter Strike. No super, just gonna go into the empty jump low. Again, a lot of missed opportunities here for RUBBA that could have absolutely closed the round. Oh, but the challenge on the Shingo Nage!
Ah, there you go. Able to dump the damage at the chance that they got. Did it the second time, but RUBBA saving their own life with that confirm, and we'll tie it up 1-1.
I can only imagine how frustrated you would have been if you had all of those chances there between Clark and Ryo and you weren't able to close the round. But great job by RUBBA to maintain retain composure there up against a very scary situation, especially when Shinkunage was just right there and ready to just close the round, close the door on your winner's side life. I'm going to be able to get the full confirm off of the close C. So RUBBA going to go to game 3.
I was almost certain that, maybe you didn't think so because it is about that space, but I was almost certain that Quick Max level 2, level 3 would have killed.
It might have, honestly. There's a lot of damage on the table there.
Nonetheless, made the right decisions, right? Can't say anything if it kills.
He said, that's why we're up here and they're down there.
Oh, shout out to the big guy Reynolds, man. That's the GOAT.
Oh my God. Here we go. The big man Yamazaki right now going to be able to get some good pressure going on Iori. As I say that, the air-to-air going to work out right there. Going to escape out of harm's way, rolling out of the EX Fireball. Going to try to roll out again, but the I want to say that was an OS, but just a good soul read right there. Going to shoulder check the roll from Yamazaki and then being able to close the door on him for the last time this set. Iori just winning these point wars expeditiously and dominantly.
It's one of this character's best tools. CD being able to give you an easy combo into a setup from wherever, and it's just an incredible roll check. Ooh, knew that they were gonna fall on that fireball. Got the 2D to boot.
And RUBBA's MO with Clark has been to flirt outside of the immediate range of the post, but Iori with the quick mobility can just jump in on you and just really do it. The first 2 interactions won by the character have been just that, but here comes Clark's first big win right here, tumbling them into the corner, and this is where they were doing a really good job in that game 1 before we threw them out of the corner in game 2, but did a better job closing in the ladder. So we'll see what the plan here is as we retreat to that mid-screen situation.
Missed a couple of confirms, but Wero spent meter on the guard cancel roll, so that will be it. That would have killed if he had the meter. So he does get another opportunity, wouldn't have otherwise, but we'll meet him in the air with the JCD. Wero takes out the Clark and is once again all up to the Ryo.
You gotta love having access to the air buttons that Iori does up against a character like Clark, who's just looking for that JA into that anywhere juggle. And here we go, the The JB gonna hit right there. But oh my goodness, that is so unfortunate. Could not get the DP pickup on the combo, just a little bit too far from the corner to make that work. So RUBBA still gonna be able to sit on those 5 bars that it could have used to get Iori on out of there, but still can be a little bit patient here if they choose to.
Oh, that hurts so much. You know, you're trying to judge it perfectly, trying to spend as much meter as as little meter as possible, but it's gonna come back to bite him. Wero spending meter for the setup here. Knows with that life lead, you just need to control the pace of the game.
Same side right here. Don't need to do anything crazy pressure-wise. Don't need to overextend. Maybe catch them asleep at the wheel, and that's exactly what we do. Again, you're trying to flirt and that outside that immediate space, and Iori, that quick jump in right there, gonna catch you right on the head top, elbows to the dome, and that is Iori and Wero, 2 OCVs and 2 wins up against 1 for RUBBA, and the big old 2-4 top side going to be secured for Wero Asamiya.
Yeah, moving on. So great stuff. I think RUBBA, honestly, like you're a couple of confirms away from making this a wildly different game, and it's unfortunate. You know, in the heat of the moment, you know, you're trying to think of everything. But I really do think that the big difference was the adjustment that Wero made, as you mentioned, Zoma, that playing just outside of that poke range and some really strong hops that got him a couple of really strong hits and then the pressure afterwards. And I think when you're getting that rewarded and you're really mixing up what range you're supposed to approach the opponent, it can be quite scary. Even if you're a character with good anti-airs like Rio, you know, you just have to constantly keep in mind where that character is, how far he's going to jump in, which button is he going to use. As you mentioned before, dude, the Iori air buttons all super top notch, so you even have to sometimes make a different decision based on which button he's going to press. So super tough. You know, Wero's one of the best, so that's why it becomes, that's why this bracket, man. That's why we watch the Tournament of Honesty, because it's gonna be some of the best in North America.
Yep, and throwing down with the best of the best. All these great players deserve a reward, and I can't think of a better way to help make the reward sweeter and then hitting up that exclamation point. Rino in the chat, go ahead and use that command to give some of your generous donations to these players working so hard to show how honest they are with all of their, you know, humble characters. They're very humble. Look, we've seen some humble characters. We've seen some Leona. We've seen some Yuri, quote unquote. We've seen Yamazaki, very humble character, unbiased. So definitely make sure that you go ahead and give them a little bit of love and show them that, hey, you know what? I appreciate what you're doing, putting in some honest work here in our otherwise dishonest fighting games. It's like, you know what this is? It's like the human resources meme where it's just like, you know, you have like Iori coming up to you, just being like, you know, I've got great pace control anywhere. Oh, you're so sweet, Benimaru. Hello, human resources.
That's definitely how I feel. It's like playing my honest mid-tier character Hanako. What do you mean you got hit once and you got mixed for your whole health bar? She has to try so hard.
You're so sweet. You're just a little sumo schoolgirl. It's so cute.
Oh god, yeah. That's so many characters in this game, man. It's why I love it, dude. That's why I think 15's incredible. I look at that roster and I go, 90% of that cast is frightening. Legit, like so many characters on this cast are frightening. Kane49 is gonna show us one that I think doesn't get talked about enough. We got our first Angel of the stream, playing second on top of that.
Yeah, that's good. And the Kukri to boot too. So 2 characters that are very much not as represented as some of the characters that we're going to see from one Lokof, who is one of the favorites to take the top spot here. I believe got second in the first or in the last Torneo de la Honestidad up against Kula, who I don't believe entered today, but definitely going to make sure that they claim it this time around with the Rio, the Yama, the Benny. But we still got to get through the Iori first. We saw Wero do a great job in the last set with the point Iori Yagami. Can we get something similar here from Kane49?
Lokof will put his characters wherever he wants, depending on matchup stuff, but I do think, generally speaking, that Yamazaki tends to like meter over not. Having that extra meter for stuff like guard cancel blowbacks is pretty nice when you don't have a DP.
True. Yeah, against the smothering offense of Iori that we saw in the last set and that we know that he's capable of and that he can absolutely run wild with right here after getting a really good hard knockdown, trying to bait a button out there with the backup into the JCD, a little bit of shimmy work right here, but still the express train to the East Coast corner for Kane 4-9 right here up against Rio, who's just trying to fight back right now. EX Fireball going to be a good way to do that to win the Fireball war.
Yeah, tried to close the gap in that time, but they were just full screen apart, so it doesn't let Lokof start on the offense off of it, and that's a great jump over a second EX Fireball. Kane 4-9 gets a healthy life lead off the first round.
Good stuff right there. Kane with a very strong showing up against Rio. And now Yamazaki going to come in with just a little bit of meter as well. So that quick win for Iori stops Yamazaki from having as much resources as Lokof might otherwise want. But we have seen a lot of Yamazakis in these KOF streets. Lokof is a different breed from most of them.
I've never seen somebody play off of what you expect more than this guy. And it could be frightening to play against a guy who knows what you know, but already going to the next layer. Kane, though, not even giving him an opportunity. The defense has been spot on. There's that guard cancel necessary to get some offense going. Lokof using a great.
Oh, not going to spend any meter for the EXOTG. Just going to trust on the jump over into the fire, into the throw, and then catch them low, chipping them out with the Serpent Slash. So yeah, Lokof coming in and getting rid of Iori just like that. But Angel going to come out, and for anybody who watched Smash Factor, this is probably a character that Lokof does not want to see on the screen right now, and definitely making it known. The bombshell bada bing, and then the punish right here. A couple of stomps right here. No, we just go the meterless safe jump, but we're still able to roll on out of there. Likewise for Yama.
Lokof spending all of the meter on guard cancel rolls means he loses out on that valuable poison super. But if he can play some neutral, not be pressured by the Angel, he'll take it.
Oh my gosh, but you are still going to be put in the blender after the fact that this is exactly where you don't want to be. But great jump out, can't quit the full reward on out of there, but just stopped Angel from getting a command grab into a kill. Got the JCD, not going to get the full pickup, and we're just going to do the normal throw up against Yamazaki. So Angel still going to be able to secure the victory for the team of Kane. Gonna force Benimaru to come on out and do some things that we know him for, being able to try to close the round here for Lokof, but Kukri in the back as well, so Angel can tack on a lot of extra credit here to help him out.
God, there was so much to talk about in that round, but the thing that matters the most, Angel out here trying to get in on Lokof. How many times have we seen the Benny become a wall? But Kane finding the first hit here, gonna start the offense, run up the slowest overhead, you've seen it, hits. One more, nice check with the 2B. Oh, the guard cancel roll backwards. Just avoids the slasher, but cannot avoid the far B. As Kane, one more character, Anchor War here, to decide who takes the first game.
You throw out them low committal hitboxes to stop Angel from trying to get in and get started. But Kukri right now going to get started here early. Going to be able to get the level 1 super into the good knockdown. But a great challenge there with the 2B there from Lokof and the Benimaru. Going to now slowly inch Kukri into the East Coast corner here. And now we can start to get a little bit more comfortable here because the health lead after the check, but we're on out of there, but we recover in time, so we don't get a full punish there, but that is still a lot of meter that we wish that we had.
There's no way you decided to do that to stay safe. That's insane. I've never seen that at this, using the kick super to just get out of dodge. That's so smart.
Definitely something that I was not necessarily aware of. Oh my God, here we go.
Oh, missed the 6B juggle, that would have been it. Oh, the roll back on the slasher. Needs one more hit. Doesn't get the confirm off of it. Oh, one more off the flip. The OTG is gonna do it. Kane taking it back with the Kukri.
What a stellar fight!
Man, we were talking about unorthodox characters right there. We've only seen a couple of people use the Kukri with success, and Kane going to show why he's one of those right there. The anchor Kukri being able to close it out against Mr. Nikaido there with some very tricky stuff from both players, but just being able to get that OTG conversion off of the well-placed flip kicks, both of the heavy and the EX varieties to close things out there. But yeah, it was just very much back and forth between these two. And it looks like we're gonna just get Yamazaki up at point against the Iori. So Lokof just saying we're gonna throw our big old boy up against Iori, trying to see if we can do that same kind of gamble that RUBBA was trying to do against Wero. But I think that this is a character that Lokof is, is definitely gonna hedge their bets on.
He is a psycho. So if I was like 90% of people, I'd be like, don't put the Yamazaki against the Iori that's really good, especially like Kane's Iori, which is super good. But Lokof is like a different breed, man. He thinks differently than the rest of us. So when he does something like this, I'm like, go ahead, King, be my guest. You know something I don't.
One of the things that I've learned from other players is that if you play like your character doesn't care about their weaknesses, then you become much scarier. And you're seeing that right now, just coming in, reckless abandon, challenging Iori, just saying, I dictate the pace of the game, not you. Do not care of the many options that you have to stop me from doing what I want. You're already threatening the point where to be over just like that. So one more Summer Slash is going to do it, but a JB to meet him up in the air-to-air situation. Lokof, the early aggression and not letting the foot off of the gas pedal, paying off very well.
The one benefit that the character does have on point, outside of the strong keep out, is the most valuable super in the game, the most valuable one-bar super in the game. Gonna use the other one right here as a reversal option. Lokof not afraid to use that meter to get the hit, but now has to deal with the on-hell without any meter. See how this one goes as Kane trying to get that first hit going.
I could not think of a less fun spot to be in as Yamazaki right now. Just being run down by Angel, going for the EX Red Sky, but using the 236 AC to snap him out of the sky, and now get our own offense started with the JCD. So a good guard cancel there to get out of dodge here. But you're going right back with a couple of stomps. Yes, sir. The OTG Todome. Put him in the corner. Run up with the far C. Risk like that.
Maybe he thought it was going to be something else because he ran up the previous time. He just did CD in that range. So maybe ran up closer, thought he was going to go for a run up throws, hit the break, far C, got the kill. The Yamazaki trying to do an OCV here.
It definitely feels like this is somebody who took exception to the last game, just saying, all right, I spotted you one. Everybody gets one. Now it's time for the adults in the room to speak. And right now, there's some big boy damage after this poison super. Gonna kick Kukri right back into the corner. And you're seeing the value that you've been talking about so much, Sammy. All of that extra damage tacked on to just that small touch.
Yeah, just that super onto any combo means it's gonna do exceptional damage. And this character, with no defensive options to speak of, get run down by the Yamazaki. And indeed, we see a Yamazaki OCV.
I mean, I said you had your bets on this character of your Lokof. You play like you don't care. And it felt like they were just like, I am going to play my game and I'm going to be your problem at all times. And that's exactly what they did. Great stuff right there. And then right at the end, they're catching them just being like, well, what do I do next against this guy who's just running me down? Let me just sit down and block. Bombshell, bada bing, command grab to close things out. Did that a couple of times throughout that game too. So now Lokof really putting a lot of stuff into the head of Kane, but we will see if they can clear it in time to win game 3 here.
Yeah, we've now seen this matchup go both ways on the stream, so it's up to Kane to make it go their way, but now the pressure in the corner already. Lokof will take that trade to the bank, absolutely. Gonna use that to gain a lot of meter, and the next hit's gonna be super valuable if they can tack on the super.
Rush on out of there, same side right there, threatening the taco. So great blocks there from Lokof, but a great JCD. They're gonna get the counter hit as well. Jumping out of the Scum Gale, trying to go for that third hit of the Rekka, but great challenge there from Lokof to get out of the corner as well. Guard gauge is starting to get cranked a little bit and getting the spacing up against him as well. Sensing the opportunity to really make Iori sweat right now, and he use that guard gauge and then use the poison super as well, tack on a little bit of damage with the stomps, and then Sammy is going to be a tough time trying to get anything going up against Lokof right now, because Yuri is near death.
Yeah, pretty much every negative situation is gonna have to ask Kane to roll away from the Gekis, so it's tough, man. But that's 2 bars. Yeah, finds it right there. That's not gonna be the value that I think he was gonna get off of it, but that is a hit. It's gonna start some offense. Jumps the Scumgill once again. Lokof having the read every time. And after 2 bars spent trying to get some offense going, that's a huge loss for Kane.
Yeah, but on the other side of that sword is that you did get a lot more damage done to Yamazaki. Not the reward that you wanted, like you were saying, but Angel just needs a couple of really good touches here because she can do a really good job with her meterless confirms here. But Yamazaki just doing anything they can to disrespect Angel, and that is definitely the playbook that you want to read from. Ask Madden just saying be as offensive as possible, but jump on out of there. Good stuff there. The challenge appropriate right there for Angel.
Oh, it's so crazy when you see it happen immediately like that. It's always catches you off guard. Oh! Gonna get some offense started here. See if they can get the opportunity to really change some of these offensive pressure situations going. Nice catch on the roll. Does it again. Lokof doesn't care.
EX Red Sky to try to get out of dodge there. Got the 2C, probably not in position to take full advantage of it, but going to be able to take advantage of the stick of butter that they can cook with for the level 1. Trying to get the re-jump on in there. Good guard cancel to use it in offensive purpose to keep them in the corner. And again, a second roll read up against Lokof, trying to get out of that Angel pressure. And I understand because there's not a lot of ways you can guess correctly against that character. So you want to be able to get out of there as soon as possible. But Kane just sensing the urgency of the moment for the defender, catching them for a great second victory for Angel. Can we get a third here?
Definitely possible, but with a little bit of meter, this character's reward on his hits is so good. Oh, that's the heavy version. Catches the backdash. Gonna get a lot of damage off of that one. Gonna tack one more super on. That's all the meter spent for Lokof, but we are going to the Anchor War.
Oh, and Kukri with near 2.5 bars right now, so definitely can get something going here and make it hurt up against Benny. But Benny does not need a lot to get started. That is one of the values of this character, is just with and without meter can really just upset the pace of the game, really claim momentum, and then just say, you know what, we get to play the game on my terms. We are playing on my conditions. But right now, Kane taking a page out of the Yamazaki playbook, just becoming a problem. Like they don't even care about what tier that Benimaru operates in. Just going to be able to try to use all of the strengths of the character, the slipperiness, but Benimaru running him down.
Oh, got hit by the clone. EXDP, that's all the meter for Lokof. That's all the meter for K49. They are playing with some fundamentals. That's all they got left.
Sitting there and just running up in the air throw, catching Kukri in the skies. Lokof trying to pin them down as well, going to spend that meter on the guard cancel as well. So we are once again devoid of resources. This is something that's a lot more beneficial for Benimaru because we saw Kane had to go into that pressure reset. And this time Benimaru was aware of it with the gap. So going to have to be a little bit more selective here with what they do to get something started. And they got to get something started here very soon. We're running out of time and we are running out of health. Good block on the other side though.
Oh, they're both just playing around each other's spaces, but Kane tried to find the opportunity to get aggressive. Unfortunately, runs into a jump D, and Lokof will be qualifying into your top 24 on the winner's side, 2-1 over Kane49.
Definitely had to sweat their way to make it happen. Kane giving them a run for their money with every member on the cast, but it is the Benimaru who just plays closer this time around after the Yamazaki ran absolutely wild in that game too. So, you know, there's a saying in basketball, sometimes a shooter, even on a bad day, just has to see one go in and then everything's right in the world. Yeah. I had to see that Yamazaki OCV and he probably just said, yeah, I got this. This is I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah. It's definitely, I definitely feel like that. Sometimes in KOF, it's like, I just need to see my character get a kill. I just need to see that character off the screen. Like one thing or another, I just need this thing to happen. We can get the ball rolling. And man, that ball rolled into the very last round where both players spent every bit of meter on the option that they could use it on immediately because they could not give the opponent a positive opportunity. But with the time running out and Kane with the life deficit felt like he had to get aggressive even without the meter, and felt a little bit too difficult at that moment, unfortunately. But that was only top 24 qualifiers, and that was a great set.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff right there for our players to show us all that high-level action. And for Torneo de la Honestidad 5, of course, that is something that you are going to be expecting the rest of the way. So definitely going to be seeing more of that as we get into top 24 and then later on in the top 8. But before we get over there, I believe we do have one more set to run to to find out who's going to be meeting Lokof and Kane in that winner's semi or that winner's top 24. It's going to be KAISER versus Levoyerie. I think I butchered that.
I don't think I'd do that much better. So you're
Levoyerie, thank you. There you go.
You've beaten me to it. Nonetheless, I do think that we're looking for a good one. Haven't seen KAISER on the stream just yet, so looking forward to this one, especially looking forward the Team Pro tag of all things versus, oh, we got a Gato? Oh, I'm happy. Let's go. This character, I am, out of all the top tier characters, I think I miss this one the most. Like, he's so cool. And gonna see him on point. Another character that does really well with some meter behind him, but outside of that, the buttons are so solid that it can be a little annoying to try to get in on the characters. So let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I do love the team on the part of Levoyerie, on the Gato, the Dolores, and the Antonov. And of course, on KAISER's side, keeping it classic, the Rio, the Kyo, and the Terry. So I would love to see the Gato do work. I'd love to see the Antonov do work. But Rio is somebody who's going to make it really hard to get an early advantage. But Gato just saying, hey, I might be in here longer than y'all anticipated, because Rio running down Rio right now, putting them in this corner. And we are attacking on a whole bunch of good damage here. Really underrated efficiency meter-wise in terms of what they can get with their EX combos.
Yeah, that's something that hasn't left the character. Has lost a couple of things through the patches, but one of the things that he has is incredible corner damage for meter usage. We saw it highlighted right there, and takes care of the Rio.
KAISER going to come back in with the Kyo, and you're seeing right now, talking about highlights, we're going to highlight that big old far D that Levoyerie is using to represent a stop sign, because right now you're trying to see KAISER trying to run up and then again challenge with the EXDP, because they were trying to play into the range of that poke, but it's so hard to play around that. But here we go, good challenge on wake up there. The DP gonna work around the second time. Look, if it ain't, like, you know, we don't give up because it didn't work. We give up because we died doing it.
Absolutely. But dude, yeah, talking about that approach, man, the far D is causing so many problems for KAISER that he feels like he has to alleviate the pressure with EXDPs, and none of them have worked.
Yeah, just had the 1 out of 3 there, and unfortunately both of the ones that didn't work were lethal, because Gato was able to get them on out of there. Oh no, this is a different patch. The power dunk is not going to be plus there, and that is going to be able to get Gato a chance to really put some damage up against Terry Ball. With your hand in the cookie jar. Advanced strike. Sammy, this is going to be tough sledding here for KAISER, but this is their big boy.
4 bars behind it as well. We know this character, if he can do anything, he can dump some damage. Whoa, Far D Max finds the hit. I want to see this character gone. Get him out of here. No, doesn't get the super cancel. And it's not going to matter, all things said and done. Gets the DP punish. KAISER still keeping it up with the Terry.
Yeah, might have flubbed on the shortcut there for the super, but it's all good. Would have been the same amount of meter anyways. Got a little bit more, honestly, because they were able to run up and then just hit them. So gonna get a little bit of a negligible meter difference right there. And then catching them with the sweep on the attempted mid-range command grab from the Dolores. A whiff on the burn knuckle, not going to do anything, but we're just throwing out these burn knuckles right here, trying to keep Dolores honest right here in that neutral game, because she does want to poke at you, but KAISER giving you something to think about while you're doing so.
DP super taking on huge damage for that read. has one more bar to boot as well. Looking really good so far, especially if they can get the kill before the 30-second mark, get a lot of health back. Far D, what a good button for Dolores. Oh, jumped into the power geyser. What a read it was. And just before the 30-second mark, so gonna get 250 health back. There's not a lot of meter left, but there is a little bit of health to work with. Well, maybe not a lot if you're playing against this guy, as yeah, one touch will do it with that meter, and that will be it for the first game.
Yeah, didn't have to do too much except for just landing that JB, and so the Galaxy Anton wrestling boss gonna get Terry on out of there. So has been in the game for a lot less longer than Terry has, but still gonna make their presence known just as short as it was. Expeditious combo confirmed to get him on out of there, and Levoyerie doing a really good job. Starting to sense a theme here with these characters too. All three of them have really commanding far normals to be able to give KAISER something to think about in terms of their approach. The Gato with the far D, the big star in that first game, because you saw it caused desperation from Kyo and then the confusion from Rio. We're going to see if KAISER opts to be a lot more aggressive here as we're pushing Gato into the corner by using these fireballs with a lot more generous spacing. Even though they are a little bit harder for Rio to get full advantage of, you're already seeing the value right here.
Yeah, you see KAISER kind of backing up just a little bit now. They're using that fireball a little bit more in that spacing opportunity. Yeah, as I was about to say, it's going to ask Levo to jump now instead of just doing those hops they were doing previously. They get hefty reward for it.
Jump over as well. Didn't use JB, looked for the JC instead, so maybe just a little bit off on our spatial awareness with the jump in, and that's going to be Gato catching him on the other side to win the point war once again, but a little bit more favorable that time around. Got a lot more health taken away from the health bar going into this next round, so Kyo, a little bit less work to do, but we have to see if we can play around that far D in a less desperate fashion, just be a little bit more stable with our game plan, but the stability in the form of the JB. And look at this routing.
Yeah, I love using the Shatter Strike there, extending the pressure a little bit longer in a different way, because the character doesn't necessarily like have a crumple or like a wall bounce to work with like some other characters do. So that's a good way to extend that pressure or extend the combo. Into the air reset. Kyo's done their job. We're all tied up here.
I was saying they got to play against that far D, but just made it not even a problem there, because like they did with the Rio, just absolutely dictated the pace with the aggression right now. Doing the same thing with Dolores. So saying, I'm not going to try to play that spacing game. I'm going to rush you down and use my character's strong offensive potential, especially in the damage department, as we get the run under into the closer after all of those interactions started adding up. And then it was just the toe tap on the other side. KAISER figuring something out here.
I'm gonna be real, that might have been the first time I've seen JA in K115, and it was the perfect time to use it. That was so cool.
Alrighty, again, the far D is just a couple of them just to stop Kyo from approaching here. Really good reward gifted to Antonov in this current version of the game with them, so I definitely see why you want to exercise your right to hit that button on the controller, but we're gonna hit you right where it hurts with this conversion into the hard knockdown, and then get the safe jump after the fact. So identifying the little bit of desperation that was previously exercised by KAISER into Levoyerie. Confirm with the air hit of the advanced strike. My God, the Kyo just absolutely putting on a clinic in conversions.
That was so sick. That I didn't even think about that, not once. But dude, what awareness of the situation from KAISER. That was so cool, man. That was a Kyo clinic.
So you don't want to put Kyo in any of the collaborations. We're just going to make him feel right at home, just showing everything that he can do in his own game right there. Just great awareness on the counter hit of the advanced strike to close things out. So definitely saw KAISER do a lot better offensively, but now Levoyerie going right back to that same page, occupying that KOF zone, and then once they pay a little bit of respect, jumping on in, but KAISER still finding time to fight back, and then the fireball again going to be the spacing tool that the Rio is going to employ here.
Yeah, the fireball is just causing so many problems for Levo. It's just about trying to find that opportunity to get in. Once you do, Gato's got the damage, but now after 2 games, you're seeing how every comes to mix up, man. It's so scary.
And here we go. Scary indeed is this position right now. Just going to go into the sweep. Jump on out of there. Kaiser still running them down here. EX Fireball. And yeah, just still maintaining that Fireball page in the book. Far D run up once again, just threatening that space. But Kaiser doing a lot better job minding the spacing. And you didn't mind the frames there. Punishable opportunity there for Kaiser. That is tough sledding there on the misconfirmed there for Levoy and the Gato.
Just at the peak of the 2S range, so wasn't able to confirm the combo into the first hit of Palm Strike. That's so unfortunate, but there isn't much for the Dolores to do. Yeah, that should be it. Oh no, not gonna tack on anything, just gonna let the chip do the dirty work. And all things said and done, it's pretty similar to what it could have been, and we're tied up again, but this was the breaking point in the last game.
Yeah, absolutely. No chances at all afforded to Dolores. So we're going to see what Levoy does to sort of deter the aggression that Kaiser exercise. But the anti-air DP is a great time to get started right here. Going to look for the frame trap, but Levoy remaining disciplined defensively. Trying to win punish the red kick, but just too little recovery and too late with the opportunity to make him pay for it. And my God, the Kyo just doing what they did prior, running absolutely wild with main protagonist energy.
He just gets on top of you. It feels like it's over, man. But once again, the Antonov. When Antonov lets off that far D, it's like shooting bullets out of a gun, man. You have to duck, because otherwise it will take your life. Oh no, another EXDP's gone awry. Kaiser takes advantage. Whoa, gets the jump in as well, has the meter to boot. Oh, you're mean. You don't need to do all of that. Just do the regular combo. Kaiser showing off more than once in this set, and we'll be moving on to top 24.
My goodness, those last 2 games were exactly textbook execution for Kyo Kusanagi, between the routes and then the adaptation game plan wise, just saying, hey, I know what you're trying to do, and I know my character has a couple of things that I can do, but I know what my character's good at, and that is getting into that KOF zone and then absolutely pressing the advantage. Kaiser doing a fantastic job showcasing that with Mr. Kusanagi, as they will move on to secure our final spot in top 24 winner side.
That was a cool set, man. Not only did we get to see the prowess of Kaiser's Kyo, but we also got to see some unique characters on the other side of the screen. We got to see the Gato. Man, I've been saying it for quite some time, man. I really do think this character is better than people give him credit for. You know, he has some valuable things to him that I think can really, you have to think about when you're playing against him. And if you forgot how to play the matchup, you'll see that you'll feel like you never have an opportunity to play against him, because his space control is very good. But I think really the main problem, unfortunately, was the Antonov never got started. Like, I think we got to the points where we wanted to as an Antonov player. You know, we play with him on the anchor because he has some crazy damage off pokes. And we just never got the opportunity to hit those combos. And I think if he got some of those opportunities, it might have been a different game.
Yeah, I think Kaiser did a really good job of knowing that in order for him to get those opportunities to dump that damage, especially with that far D and all that meter, he needed breathing room. And he identified from the outset that, especially with Kyo, he's just like, I'm going to make it so that I'm suffocating you and you do not have any time to even like start up that move. Like, you are not going to get a chance to do it. So that was really good stuff there, by sensing the urgency of the situation that it required, or the urgency that the situation required. Yeah. But we require your attention, because we are now in a top 24 going into our top 8 qualifiers. The first match winner side is going to be Robert versus El Dogore.
Oh, I'm looking, dude, the Yuri anchor. So we were talking about how valuable her meter usage is, right? She does a lot of damage for a little bit of meter. But when you put her on point, she has some pretty scary approaches. If you don't have the meter or the extra resources to tell her to get off you, it can be frightening, man. Oh my God, all the way the run up. And we're already in the corner.
Yeah, I think there's also value in the fact that Yuri can do such a great job at playing at the pace that Shun'ei likes to play at as well. So in a lot more, and I think in honestly more obtuse ways to represent how you're trying to approach him. So this actually could put Shun'ei in a very unique situation where they're both trying to play at that high-speed game, but Yuri can do it a little bit better with a little bit different ways to do it, especially now that they have the health lead, being able to throw out that fireball to stop Robert from coming closer to you, but all he needs is just one touch.
Oh my God, the 2C jump cancel into the pressure reset. All tied up once again, and the stagger will do it for Robert. Makes a 90% health comeback on the Yuri, and we'll stay in it for this one.
Knockdown and a prayer is sometimes all you need as Shun'ei. You can't dress, but you can mix. That's what you got with this character. But very stylish man in Benimaru coming in right there. The pink shirt and the jeans. Do love this color combination, but I also love to see the double overhead there, the mixed potential that Shun'ei has. But this time, we know what our teammate is doing here for the team hero. Benimaru going to exercise their right to Raijinken and stop the Shun'ei from running wild, saying control and put a lid on that power, young man.
Yeah, deals with the Shun'ei quite quickly, so gonna get the full 300 life back. But Robert, first one to find a hit here, gonna tack on the super for the damage. Pushes him towards the corner, looking really good so far.
Right there, catching the roll on the other side with the godly 2B, but the DP before anything can get started there. And now the white Benimaru gonna stop the pink Benimaru from getting anything going. And we're just gonna jump on over with our second flavor of cross-up in the back hit of that JD. So Robert gonna win the mirror between the Nikaido twins. And now Iori gonna come in and just try to show Benimaru what's what.
When Iori is on point, it means something. When Iori is on anchor, it means something else. So let's see if we can get some Iori shenanigans going on. Nice air throw though.
Gonna go ahead, get the first hit of that Rekka, the advancing opportunity there to start offense, but nothing doing here. The DP once again, well placed, but throwing them on the quick max approach. Disrespectful stuff there from Robert, but we don't need to respect people when we got a W in our column. Robert with the first win of the set. Amazing stuff right there. Finding the right times to challenge every opportunity of El Dogor to reinitiate offense. The Benimaru especially doing the best job of that.
Oh man, he had an opportunity to kill with the Yuri on that after he hit the EX Saiha, but like he dropped the combo there. And then from then on, it was all Robert. And that could feel like mentality wise, you have to shake that one off because you can't let a dropped combo come to bite you like that. So, I mean, we have good stuff to look forward to, especially Yuri looked really good to start. I mean, chasing these rolls with just run has been really good, but just need to chain these offense situations together. And let's see if we can get rid of the Shun'ei before we lose the Yuri. Oh no. Maybe not like this.
Just like you say that, you get the hard knockdown, and this is the tough spot. You roll on out of there to prevent the corner situation from getting any crazier, but meeting him up in the air-to-air going to work out for Shun'ei, and then the punish opportunity on the other end. So it just seems like Robert has just done a better job maintaining composure in the scrambly situations after Yuri doesn't necessarily have the time to structure the game plan that she otherwise would want to. But we do have a really good opportunity here to chase down with the roll, like you were saying, running them down. Not going to be quite enough, but just a little bit of health to Shun'ei's name to where chip becomes a factor. And that is going to be how you do it. The DP at the right time there. Even on block, I believe that was going to be the end of Shun'ei. So the point were going to be a really good way to regain that composure that you were alluding to at the end of the first game.
Yeah, it definitely feels good when you drop that combo before to lose the character and then you clean it up this time around. You'll feel a lot better about your chances. I mean, even if Robert spends level 2, that's all the meter gone on his side, and you're going into your second character with 2 bars. Feels pretty good. Much better position than game 1.
Yeah, you do love to see that. You have a lot more in your favor right now because it was the mirror that really came down to it at the end, but it was the Benimaru on the right that had way less health going into that first round or that first game rather than here. But right now, Robert just absolutely doing the great job of controlling every method of approach or space control that Elder Gourd. But now we're just gonna say, hey, I like that little thing. Let me borrow that for the one time.
I affectionately refer to that as the best jump button in the game. Air throw.
It is very good. It is very good. You're seeing the value right now. Robert now going to take them into the corner, and that is going to be a crumple on the EX Raijinkin, and I affectionately refer to that as the best normal in the game, because that is just a big old orb on the outstretched arm of pretty much like a Farsi that has a crumple state with, you know, little risk associated with it other than I have to spend half a bar.
I mean, it's similar to what we were mentioning with Goenitz. Like, yeah, half bar, I get to throw a launcher out for safety. Like, it's just anything, footsies, pressure, frame trap. It's so valuable to have in this game.
Yeah, but we also love the value of meter in KOF, especially when we are Iori. You were saying, you know, if he has it, it means something else. It means that there's a nuke in the back waiting for it, but you might be decommissioning right there. Put the papers on the administrator's desk saying, hey, this weapon is a little bit too unruly, but you can only control nuclear energy for so long because it is that damaging once it gets activated.
Yeah, it all just takes a singular hit right on the dime of the 30-second mark. So gonna get to that 250 health back. That is a big win. As we go into this one, 3 bars. You saw how quickly the match turned with just 2 bars, but Robert, nice confirm there. Not gonna kill, but gonna need another hit in a great position to be in.
Oh, the whiff, that is so scary. Wasn't quite ready to challenge it, but we got the DP right there. Same side right there when they could have gone for the taco. So really good stuff there. And then the EX Fireball going to win out up against the normal of Iori. Yagami Isla gonna close things out for Robert to get the first top 8 spot winner side in our Torneo de la Honestidad top 8.
That EX Fireball from Isla works so often because you just don't see it enough. Like because the character's value on meter and supers and EXs is so good that you rarely see her like just toss fireballs from full screen. But it's pretty good for that round in a situation like that. So great stuff, Robert. Moving on. I think it got closer than it seemed, but as you mentioned, Zoma, that I think the Benny mirror was the difference, because we saw the Yuri make the comeback. We saw even after the drop from the last game or the first game. In the second game, the Yuri made the comeback, but what was similar from both games is that Robert's Benny was just a little bit better, and that was, I think, the big difference in the sets.
For sure. I think it was just a matter of how each of them approached the mirror. It seemed like Robert was just doing a better job of just saying, you know what, my character, I don't want to say playing around the same character's strengths, but I think that they did a better job of knowing how to get themselves in the position to where they were heightened. And it was especially so once they were like, okay, I know that you want to use your great JB, your great JDs to get some aerial momentum or get your game going by jumping in on me, and then using that air throw to just catch them out of the act and then just say, all right, now I get to run what I need. So that was really good stuff there. But more good stuff on the way here. We got Rino up against PerroSinLag for our next top 24 winner side qualifier.
This is quite a different team from Perros. Previously, we saw the Shingo and the Goenitz on this team, instead swapped out for 2 of Rino's favorites, the Oyash on point and the Heidern behind him. And that has forced Rino to switch his team up a little bit, actually running for what I think he prefers. He puts his team everywhere, so maybe I'm wrong, but like, I think he prefers this format for his team. So let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting too, because I think I noted in a previous match where we saw Oyash on screen, I believe it was PerroSinLag, that contrary or different from his regular compatriot and his regular kin that we are seeing kind of getting put in the blender right here, but right now it just has them locked down in the corner. A little bit more linear approach, so I think Heidern was going to be a really good way to sort of challenge Oyash in terms of being able to get their game plan started. But as I say that right now, we're still able to threaten the same buttons and then get a lot of corner carry on the into the corner. And yeah, that could be the end of Oyash, and it is.
Ooh, oh, it's so tough to deal with this character's mix. When Jump C hits you in the back of the neck, you never expect the Jump D on the same side. And that's 2 great hits from Rino, 2 great confirms, and he's up a character. Oh, what a read! I know he plays this character, but how rarely do you see the cross-up slash get punished at all?
That is some heads up stuff there from Rino, just exercising that. But here we go, just trying to get some stuff going here, finding our way out of the corner, and then catching the whiff with the crouching C, the Yashiro special. We all love to see it, especially if you play the character. Just throw that button out. It might just work out for you. It might just give you a whole bunch of damage, but we're getting on out of the corner right here. And this is where Perro's going to have to figure something out here, because they do not have the tool. They do not have the ability to just sit back and play the waiting game up against Yashiro, who has to get in to get started. Perro's got to have to be the aggressor right here, but that is playing right into the hands of a Yashiro who is basically a lot of house money to play with.
Yeah, I mean, not only is he playing with the life lead, he got underneath the 30-second mark. So he was like, I think as soon as he got underneath the 30-second mark, that health return goes from 250 to 150. At that point, you don't mind if you lose the character. Let's put some aggression on. But was able to take out the Heidern. It's up to the daughter to make the comeback here for the team.
Oh no, but the safe side jump in. Look, at one point when we were talking about the best normals of all of the Hakushu, we got to Yashiro and we just put yes. So we're seeing the value right there. Got the crack on the don't piece with the JA there. The third variety of jump in that's worked out there. And then just gonna normal throw Leona out after Perro had a really good chance to get started after reversing the corner position.
He just places this character's buttons so well. Each and every, I mean, you saw how many times he's harassed his opponents with stuff like far B, 6B, jump C. All of these buttons are so well placed. It feels so tough to get in onto his Yashiro, and it feels difficult to deal with his pressure.
Here we go. Have a good way to do it when we get the read on the projectile right there. Gonna get a good amount of damage as well to make this hurt. Really stylish stuff here, but yeah, you cannot cross up a deep or a flash kick input. That is a good gamble. That was good gamble from Leona there, but Heidern still just has to hold down and then go up. Doesn't necessarily have to cross cut, do anything, just saying, hey, I'm gonna disrespect you trying to trick me right there. I've seen it all in the book. Who taught you all this stuff? It was me.
Man, that works against like 95% of the cast, but that really showed how strong a flash kick is in this game. That's why not a lot of characters have them, is because it is a powerful tool in King of Fighters. That's great stuff from Rino. Pretty much, anytime you want to see a clinic of Yashiro buttons, you watch this guy, dude. He places every so well. And I think it didn't always look that bad for Peros, though. Like, I think for the most part, he was fighting this first match really well. It's just Rino got one hit and then it all fell down.
Yeah, that's typically what happens with Yashiro, especially when he has that point position, because he's such a very good dominant point character, just being able to get that first hit, take you with all that corner carry into a position where you have your back against the wall, and you've got to guess on, you know, it is minus, but you are still in a very tough guessing game that is very much in the favor of Yashiro if he gets a good read and on good spacing on his, you know, his CD, his jet punch, or just a far B, just anything that can make you really think twice about trying to poke your way on out of the corner, and that's what Perro's gonna have to do. But why poke when we can just run up and hit you with the close C?
That's a very valuable hit here. Almost one touch anything. Tries to go for an empty throw. What a read from Rino, pressing buttons during the throw invincibility. Doesn't tack on the super. Oh my God. Has literally one health. Literally one. The far B will do it.
Yeah, the Hail Mary to try to get some chip, but just Rino out of the way with clutch poke placement once again. That far B just right outside of the range of that burst option there from Oyash. And then a really good job using the guard point there to stop the aerial Heidern, but Heidern gonna go towards the ground. One if by land, two if by sea, but what I see is the cross up there. You are not quite ready for that, and now, folks, get ready. We have a Heidern Ditto on our screen.
And I've seen quite a few of these, and it never feels like you can get it on Reno's Heidern. Just look at him take space, just runs forward, does really well to make it difficult for the opponent to find a clean hit. Look at him. Perro's jumped in like 8 times. Reno's like, cool, I'm down backing. You're not jumping on top of me? I don't care.
Good stuff there, and you're seeing both of them actually trying to adopt that same game plan of just being like, hey, respect my space and just make sure that you got to think twice. Got that really good hit right there, but just not quite ready for the full punish opportunity. So, but catching them ready and waiting, but not ready enough. My God, man, the jump back really had a pulse like that. My gosh, one more guess on the other end of that. Oh, will we roll on out of there? Whoa.
Oh, had an opportunity to set up for a checkmate situation, but pressed the far C a little too early into the roll invincibility. Rino took advantage and has that slight lead with the Heidern.
Wow, that could have gone so poorly there for Rino, but still was able to keep the main thing, and force Leona out at anchor before Daddy could go away. And now we're exchanging a little bit of zoning prowess. Who can emerge the better in that department right now? Rino, despite the health disadvantages, just opting to still play that game before going in, but as soon as he goes in, Leona ready with the Moon Slash.
Yeah, played that offense really well. Didn't need to overextend. Just using the Baltic Launcher. And one of the best things about the Baltic Launcher is how many active frames it has. So you can charge that down back in the meantime. Perfectly placed. 2 bars on the side of Leona. You want a little bit more. However, Rino with the 4 bars means next hit's gonna hurt.
Yeah, even if it doesn't kill, it can put you in a lethal guessing game. So good stuff to get the blowback to get on out of there, but great stuff there with the JA to just kind of stop Leona from getting any movement going despite that ambiguous situation. But as I say, the Moon Slash does it again. And so both of them doing a really good job deterring each other's approaches, but one of them's gonna have to crack at some point.
Yeah, a bunch of Moon Slashers later. We're underneath 500 health for Rino. So once Perros gets that second bar, everything is going to become way more lethal. See if he can get the opportunity though. However, Rino is itching into that point where one touch will kill. I think we're almost there. We are there.
Oh yeah, the frame trap. We were so scared of the command grab. I believe we were holding up once again, and I do not blame you. There's gonna be a climax at the other end of it. PerroSinLag got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, but Sweet is going to be felt. Oh no, it's not enough to kill. We got one more chance at life. Can we get on out of here?
Oh, similar situation. Oh, the empty throw will do it. I was gonna say a similar situation to Perros' issue from before. This character has almost no chip situations to speak of, so can't close out those round end situations by putting on specials on block. But Rino, empty throw will do it. And that will be 2-0 for Rino.
That was insane. It felt like we had a lot of ebb and flows in terms of the momentum of the match. You saw that those amazing call outs from the Heidern, and then the Leona actually doing a really good job of making Oyash halt in terms of getting started with that strike throw game plan, but got that initial touch, and that was just kind of all she wrote. So yeah, I think it just felt like great met greater, and that was just how it was able to come down to who got that top 8 spot, because both of them did such a fantastic job, but just down the stretch it was just the little bit of edge that Oyash had over Leona in terms of making those interactions count more, because we had a lot of interaction wins with those Moon Slash, but like you were saying, they had to get to that 2 bars before it really became significant.
Yeah, it was one of those things where the Moon Slasher game was working out, right? Like, it put them in a really good situation, but nothing was that clean hit that Rino got, that thing that lets you dump meter into a kill. And while it is good to constantly do those anti-air situations, it is giving the opportunity to the opponent to make another guess on those jump ins. And it's harder for the defender to stay resolute and constantly get those anti-airs in, rather than the aggressor to just jump and, one hit will do it. So it's a lot of pressure to put on the opponent. I think Rino understood that situation because he's done the reverse himself, actually. He's the type of player who will take 4 bars and say, that's 4 EX Moon Slashers, or 8 EX Moon Slashers, I should say. He's won games like that. So I think he understood that situation and was like, well, can you do what I can do? Can you deal with that pressure? And Oyash is a character that has to go in. So that was really well played from the both of them. I feel like if we saw one more game, it might be even closer than that game was, which is crazy to say. But yeah, both players still in the bracket, obviously only moving down to the bottom side, as Rino going to be qualified for top 8.
Yep, really good stuff here as we got our 2nd spot. And our 3rd spot is going to be determined between Johnny and Wero Asamiya. So the winner of this will emerge to fight Robert, who won the set prior to the one we just witnessed. And going to be interesting. We saw Wero up on stream earlier with a very good showing from the Iori Yagami. This is Johnny's first time on stream representing Clan Del Mal. On the other side of winners is their teammate Lokof, and we're going to see if we can get a little bit of a team match in winners top 8, or if Wero has something to say about that.
With how good these players are, it's more likely than you think. They're going to meet their friends in the top 8 quite often, especially when your teammates are that good. It's going to happen. But a couple of new faces here. First one I'm happy about is seeing my girl Hanako up on screen. But the other one, Sylvie, on the anchor. Another character that I think is super good that doesn't get played as often. We're seeing her at a highest level from the likes of Mad KOF and ET, but not so much here in North America. So I'm excited to see this one.
Yeah, we talk about the tournament of honesty. I think a lot of people, even though it feels weird to say this, view Sylvie as like the most honest of the top tiers. Granted, they do give credit to how strong the character, how strong the character is, but it feels like a lot of the stuff that she has is like it's very good, but it's not like, it's not signature, and it's not like overwhelming in a way that's unique to her. Like, she has very strong buttons, she has very good special games, but there's stuff there that were just like nothing that takes her to like an over the top like a Benimaru is. But right now we're seeing Iori run down Hinako in a really strong way, and making the case that it's a character that is very top tier in their own offensive game plan, but Hinako doing a great job by using the command grab and then the push to put them on the back foot.
Yeah, once you get into the corner versus this character, the delay hop, catch the 2B poke out Wero with great timing there and deals with the Hanako.
Yeah, the delayed taco kick. Sometimes taquerias can be open late, so we opened our doors a little bit late there for the cross-up and just caught them not quite ready for the good eats. But we are eating good with the point war victory, now forcing Johnny to come in with the Benimaru to figure it out, trying to get them off the screen, because right now there's just a whole lot of health to Iori's name. But I think Benimaru is a character that I think we can count to make it really hurt, especially when you get the cross-up JV, get the corner position as well after this level 1 confirmed.
Goes for the double overhead. That isn't a greatly advantageous situation, so Wero DPs out of that one. Just needs a little bit more to clean up. Tries to do it with the EX slasher. Oh, the cross under! Oh, he has a lot of meter to boot. How much does he want to spend for this? No, it just goes for the knockdown. The setup stays same side, and it's enough. Wero able to pull it back a huge amount of health and puts Johnny on his anchor.
Yeah, that is just a tough guessing game. I myself was thinking, should they have paid the premium to get rid of Benimaru, because that is a strong character to leave on the screen, but just trusted in that knockdown situation and just trusting in that same side and trusting in the Scum Gale catching a Johnny that was holding down back. Oh, we DP up against that, just did not trust the safe jump there from Iori and just saying, hey, I disrespect your timing. I don't think you got it down.
That's Sylvie's EXDP does a ton of damage. Not only is it super valuable in that way, but it also goes more horizontal than a lot of other DPs do. So it is great for catching people in the air.
Unbelievable stuff. But now Rock coming in here, not going to have quite enough meter to go into the Talon install, but still very good buttons, very good normals to check Sylvie. But as I'm saying, that Sylvie does have great normals in her own right and great damage when she gets a hit by using one of them, set up by the French woman JCD, trying to use it just to be able to get something going here. Got the starter for the plus frames and then able to confirm with the counter hit. Sylvie, like I was saying, maybe nothing signature to her, but the stuff that she does have, she can really get a lot out of.
I think she's just a really strong kit. One of the best things about her, honestly, is just the run speed. Has some of the best run speed in the game, only bested by Chris, but got the Yuri on the anchor here. Huge damage to boot with the 3 bars and all of the pressure sped up the bar, the guard bar. It's all done, and that's gonna be it. No, doesn't tack on the super. There's a chance for Johnny to make a comeback.
Potential hard knockdown situation at the end of this. Gonna use the level 1 here, not gonna be able to get the safe jump that they would have done if they just went into the EX staircase, but we go for the staircase that time around, trying to get some plus frames, but sneaky Yuri just running right underneath it. Great positioning right there and catching them on the other side. Wero gonna be able to calm down the otherwise scrambly situation to get that first game.
Whew. That was closer than I think we expected it.
Oh yeah, it was crazy.
But yeah, as you mentioned before, Sylvie, she doesn't necessarily have that thing that I think everybody is like super scared of, but the kit, right? Like a solid fireball plus frames in their specials can make you constantly guess whether you press or not. A great jump in cross up with the jump C. It like retracts her hurt box up and she puts a hurt box underneath her. But outside of all of that, great damage, great setup situations. We saw it on display right there. See if we can get a little more out of the Hanako from Johnny. It looked good to start, but it wasn't the offensive prowess we're seeing from the Iori.
Oh yeah, had the prowess on display there by hitting the taco once again, but didn't get the full confirm. This time around, gonna catch the rollout with the sweep, betting it all there on a very punishable move otherwise, but just trusted in being able to punish that, getting the read on them having to roll out of the fireball, because other than that, they were gonna be locked down. Chip was on the way, and there was gonna be little that Hinako could do about it. So Wero, again, showing some very good situational awareness there with the Iori.
Isn't able to catch him after the Raijinkin. Good block, but man, it feels like Wero's 2Ds have been placed really well today. Ice still has time to get that throw. Situation switched up. Wero doesn't like it, tries to guard cancel away. Does cost him a little bit of health, a little bit of meter, but he's out of the corner.
Oh, this corner carry too, just putting Benimaru right back in the situation that Iori found himself not 5 seconds prior, and now just getting these JCDs to force Johnny to try to do anything like an EX Raijinkin, but good air throw right there. Run up with the 2B, far reach, and you are never out of the reach of the outstretched legs of Mr. Nakaido. And Iori gonna go down. Rock gonna have to come in now a little bit earlier than they did in the game prior. And I think they do have some normals that can contest with what Benimaru wants to do, but it's still gonna be tough to play around that Raijinkin that was already represented to start things off here.
Yeah, it's a good wall versus anybody in the cast, so especially a character like Rock, a lot of the times he does want to start his pressure with that jump CD. It's a strong tool. That's plus. Oh, challenges still.
Yeah, I think because they blocked overhead, they were going to be able to do it. It was immediate timing, so it wasn't going to be punishable like it usually is in a pressure string. So still was able to challenge and try to take their turn back. But nice roll on out of there with the Farsi into the hard edge.
You're not happy at the situation if you're Johnny, but this is slightly better than the previous game, and they almost made the full comeback, so let's see what we can do with the 3 bars. Confirms that? Yes! Look how much damage we got off of a counter hit jump CD.
Try to jump on out of there with our own JCD. Good guard cancel on the bomber right there. The missile there from Sylvie. Gonna be expertly played around right there. This one is going to be plus, hanging up in the air with the heavy version. Gonna keep them locked down. Great confirm with the JCD counter hit. Got the DB break as well to get the full damage there to be able to kill with the Raging Storm. And Wero Asamiya going to advance with a very, very heads up confirm there with Rock Howard.
2 really, really strong counter hit confirms from jump CDs. Both players showing a great awareness of those situations. It's a newer part of KOF15. It's one of the later patches, but it is so rewarding. And when you're a character like Sylvie or like Rock with premier jump CDs with fantastic hitboxes, it's something that you have to constantly keep in mind. That's great from the both of them. We saw great situational awareness and great meter usage in order to get good damage.
Yep, absolutely great stuff there to get our 3rd top 8 spot. Our next set is going to be our final top 8 winner's side spot between Lokof and Kaiser. But before we get into that, do you want to again remind the chat that the exclamation point match Rino is still active as a command for y'all to do direct contributions to the pot. You're seeing already, we're not even in top 8, y'all. We're not even top 8. And we've already seen matches like this. Come on now. You got to give these players something. You got to give them something.
It's looking great, man. I mean, that's why I'm happy to be here. I expected incredible matches, and I am just blown away. The wonderful thing about King of Fighters is that there's always something new to see, and today is no exception. So it's wonderful to be sitting on a Saturday and watching some of the best KOF in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else, and I hope the chat feels the same way. We definitely appreciate y'all who are tuning in with the English broadcast here on twitch.tv/JustFrameMX. If you want to check out the Spanish broadcast, I do see some Spanish going on in the chat, so if you feel a little bit more inclined to check out the Spanish casting, you can head on over to twitch.tv/CoferoHonesto. Our host of this event is running it on their Twitch and their Facebook as well with the same name. So, si puedes verlo, go on over to Cofero Honesto's Facebook, facebook.com/Cofero Honesto, or twitch.tv/Cofero Honesto. But otherwise, keep it locked, keep it here, because we got some more action on the way for y'all.
Yeah, we got our last winner side qualification, I believe. We have here our match between Lokof and Kaiser. And then afterwards, we will be trying to fill out the lower end of the bracket with what time we have left. But it seems like we have this last match here for you guys. This is going to be an interesting one. Lokof looked really good, I think. Oh, well, that's a face we haven't seen in a while.
Okay. I like seeing the Geese Howard coming out against the protagonist team right there. Look, sometimes we got to show the heroes what's good, who's really the boss. Look, Geese has died 18,000 times and he's still here. He's no stranger to these people. He doesn't care what they're gonna do to him. He's just gonna come back around. And we got a couple of boys in the back that are gonna help us with our nefarious deeds in Benimaru and Yamazaki. So we're gonna see what pulls out or what's gonna happen here for Lokof. But Kaiser with the Rio, the Kyo, and the Terry. The Kyo especially, the last go around that we saw them, nothing to shake a stick at.
No, it was really good, but man, everybody dropped this character so fast after the nerfs that I don't think he deserved it as hard as people really showed it. I think this character still has a place in the meta. I've seen Lokof, if he can show it off, as Rio is another great character with some solid buttons.
It's funny how these are two characters that got hit by the patch notes and people have just kind of played them less. But, you know, it's funny because they still, at the core of what they do, have a lot of strengths that they can be exercised very well in the right hands. And right now we are in the loving arms of these double palms right here. Gonna go for a little bit of a mixed thing, same side. Amazing blocks here from KAISER, not getting tricked, and then responding to the Shippuken with the EX Fireball, catching the landing recovery. So KAISER with some excellent defense there to close out against the Geese that was making a little bit of a run for their money down the stretch.
Yeah, that could have been scary, but gonna recover a lot of that health back. Let's see if Lokof's Yamazaki can get something started. Feels like sometimes this character can just be the death of an entire team if Lokof decides to. A little bit too far for that super confirm, so great job from Lokof understanding those ranges accurately.
You know, this is also a matchup that I think Lokof is very much fine with as we get the run up into the level 1 confirm. EX Todome to keep them in the corner and then just go over the C Serpent Slash. Against a character like Rio, who doesn't necessarily have the quickest movement speed, it's a lot easier to play that Serpent Slash in that space control game and throw out those stand CDs, throw out those 6Bs to boot. So getting a lot of high reward off of a character that can't necessarily immediately, you know, run up to you and get the challenge. Kyo's going to be a little bit harder there, but getting a little bit of defensive discipline rewarded by challenging the Snake Strike or punishing the Snake Strike with a light confirm into the level 1. Very good stuff there, but here's how KAISER gets started.
Yeah, I got a good start with the jump B. Nice jump from Lokof. Wasn't able to get the punish. KAISER still has some really good positioning here.
CD to fight ourselves out of the corner, but we meet him over there with an air-to-air winning by Kyo Kusanagi. Gonna run up and challenge with the 2A, the quick strike there with the run-up jab. Very good stuff against a character that has to do a little bit more in the frame department to get started for the space control. KAISER666, the aggression once again paying off for them.
Love the routing as well. That EXDP does so much damage. It does as much damage as a super for 50%. So that was perfect combo for the situation. Oh no.
Baiting it out with the DP. That is so tough right there. We saw that in an earlier set for KAISER, just when they had their back against the wall. Didn't even necessarily have their guard gauge that cranked up, but they definitely knew what Benimaru was capable of and just thought they could catch them on that jump, but just a little bit too slow on the DP there, or just a better jump there from the Benimaru. But Terry coming in and doing some really good work here at that anchor spot. And now we forced Lokof to burn some meter.
Gonna spend it here, tacking on for that extra damage. Not a bad situation for KAISER. That 3 bars means anything can do it.
Okay, but that confirm on the counter hit of crouching jab into the DP, my goodness gracious, this is a master at work here with Terry Bogard right there. Heads up confirm to give us a little bit more extra sauce on that challenge. Not enough meter for Benimaru to do something. The shimmy right Jinkin, diabolical. Not gonna get that counter hit, but still gonna be able to catch them with the JD after the quick max activation. Terry Bogard. Wow, what a way to close the door on Lokof there in game 1. The anchor performance, absolutely exceptional.
Considering he got that, the jab DP, I wonder if he wanted super.
Maybe.
He could have maybe level 2 geyser there. Or I actually don't know. I don't know if I've seen that hit the way in a correct manner, to be honest. Normally you see the combos in the corner. But we'll see how this one goes. KAISER still goes up 1-up. It was really close towards the end there. I'd probably say, even though I was talking up the Geese, that he kind of didn't hold his weight in the first game.
To run it back to, and we're already off to a better start here. A little bit more even on the health bar, despite, or actually no, actually has a little bit more advantage currently, but it's going to be a matter of navigating around that fireball game and then just trying to get Kaiser to kind of stop running at you, despite, you know, you not necessarily being able to throw out that palm as freely, but you still have access to that 6B, you still have access to some great normals, and of course you have the Shippuken to lock them down. But as I say that, a well-timed DP there by Kaiser, now being able to get something started here, and the stand CD, not going to be able to do the EX Tatsu, but we're still in the face of Geese, right where we want to be, and now we're in position to get a punish there on the landing recovery once again.
It is better than the first game, but man, that it feel more stressful. That being said, we did deal with the Geese. Lokof going into this match, a little bit less health than last one, so there is a good situation where Lokof wins this in one combo, but nope, not this one. DP Super gonna tack on 300 damage for your troubles.
Break on the throw, and then the JB afterwards, slowly pushing Yamazaki into the corner, and then just jumping out of the range of that B Serpent Slash right there. So Kaiser trying to mind the spacing of these specials, but then disrespecting the A Serpent Slash, just saying, hey, they weren't quite ready to get the proper version of that for the situation that it called for. But the C Serpent Slash into the level 1 Poison Super, and then a couple of kicks right to the back of the Art of Fighting protagonist. The story does not have a happy ending for our hero, but Yamazaki, the hero of the mid position, going to draw out Kyo for a battle of said spot.
Doesn't decide to tack on Super for that one. With 3 bars, I kind of expected it, but Lokof looking for a better hit here. Oh my, whoa! Raw 6B, huh? This is one of the more scaled hits you can do into Quick Mac. Oh, I'm quite surprised, but it makes it almost one touch. Oh my god, every hit he just jumps afterwards, man.
It's kind of just hard to stop. It's hard, man. But right now we're just gonna keep him locked down in the corner here. I do love the use of the guard cancel to keep them in the corner. Now Kaiser has no meter to do anything except for the half bar built right there for the classic Bodega through the Serpent Slash. So Kaiser exercising the right to armor to go and get Yamazaki on out of here potentially for the last time in Lokof's winner's side life. Benimaru though, 4 bars, gonna be able to do a lot here to try to even things out.
Yeah, 4 bars means almost every confirm is gonna have a super tacked onto it. Means everything that's gonna hit can deal good damage given the opportunity. Lokof now creating the pressure in the corner. That trade will let Kaiser recover some of his guard bar though.
Fight on out of there, punishable though. Got the right time to get that DP. We do see that corner DP come out a lot from Kaiser. This time gonna land and then land into the low. Level 1 right here. Can we get the extension? No, we cannot. I don't believe that is the route that you can do it anyway, so it's still gonna be a tough spot here for Lokof.
Nice punish.
Oh
no! Missed the super confirm. That would have been the kill. Giving him one more opportunity, but the advanced strike gonna blow through whatever Lokof wanted to do, and Kaiser putting his ticket down for top 8 winner's side.
Woo-wee. That was going to be very scary for either, depending on how that situation played out. But again, Kaiser being able to navigate through it much better, or just a little bit better than Lokof was. The Kyo being able to secure the set and secure our final spot in top 8 winner's side. So really love to see both of them really put on a haymaker. Despite the set count being 2-0, it felt like it was nip and tuck the entire way.
Dude, it was so close. I mean, you get that confirm on the Benny. You get one more chance at, you know, playing the matchup, and how many times in this patch alone have we seen Benny make a huge comeback? The character just has every tool necessary in order to make those comebacks, put that wall up and slowly approach when necessary. So it definitely could have been a different situation, but Kaiser, man, really, really, really good stuff. I think that the Kyo has just looked so dominant today. You have to clear that hurdle in order to even think about taking dubs against him. And I think that, like, once we've seen it get warmed up, it's looked like the deadliest character in the tournament so far.
Yeah, it's really just been crazy to see the momentum that they're able to capitalize on with that character, especially. And how about the Terry pulling it out in game 1? Just really great stuff. That is the signature character that we know Kaiser for. So kind of knew what to expect, especially. I mean, like, I say that, but then I see them do the crouching jab counter hit confirm. Either they just had extreme trust in that button and just knowing that that was going to be a counter hit on hopping Benimaru, or I don't know, they just kind of they just had to have felt it in their bones that was going to be what happened there. That was it seems so small damage wise, but I'm just so impressed by that. I'm so impressed by that.
Yeah, I wonder, man, because sometimes you accidentally get that jab when you try to mash it out. You're trying to mash that DP out. You're pressing A over and over again.
Yeah.
But I really do think that was all that he wanted, that, but he just didn't get the super at the end. That's like my first. That's what I feel like happened. Nonetheless, luck favors the bold, and it worked out for him. They'll be moving on, and looking forward to it. As we'll probably see Lokof later on, as he is not shy. Oh no, actually, we're seeing this
him right now. Yeah, we're seeing him right now.
That's tough. That's
tough.
I
was gonna say, like, you come after that, and then you have to do about that. Okay, hold on a second. Before we get into our top 8, we've got a significant contribution here. The 200 smackaroos from Antonio Cordova. Thank you so much for your generous contribution to the Majorino. Man, that is some really good stuff to see. Thank you so much. The players are definitely going to appreciate that.
No, it's really appreciated, especially for players giving us a bit of their Saturday to give us a wonderful bracket. And we will get these guys up at least one more time. This is going to be a tough one, as we see a pretty similar situation. I think we've seen that Lokof has sometimes decided to switch the Yamazaki on point when things gotten rough. This time, the Rio will stay on point here. See if we can give Yamazaki a bit of a lead here versus, interesting here, actually seeing the Chizuru on Acre.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I do believe that Rio and Yamazaki are two characters that don't want to see Chizuru, but Benimaru is going to be a little bit more well-equipped for that. So for a bit of a matchup perspective, I think UREZS having them in the bag is pretty good because they can bank on them being able to compete well with all three of those characters. But the Benimaru is going to be a really good starting point for any team, honestly. And the Isla coming at mid, very high character power across the list. So we'll see what UREZS is going to be able to do. But right now, Lokof, despite the health advantage, now chipping away into it and chipping away at that screen position right now, putting the guard gauge in a crying state. But we fight on out of there. Great jump on out of there by UREZS. And now we can get something started here.
Yeah, has a nice life lead here to work with, but Lokof has the meter, so next touch can definitely even it up. Gonna use that EX Fireball just to gain some space on his opponent. Now he's put him into the corner here. Oh my god, the guard bar. Oh my god, the guard bar has to jump. Guard cancel, blowback just to keep the pressure. Rolls away from it though. UREZS gets away by the skin of his teeth, gets the launch with the EX Raijinkin, and will take the round.
Those jump back JCDs felt like taunting at Lokof right there, because they were just like, you almost had me there. You really did, but I still found a way to get out of dodge and get out of the round with a victory. So now Yamazaki is going to have to come in and right the wrongs by Rio, who had such a great chance to crank that guard gauge into a guard crush and a close of the round. But this is, again, going to be something that I feel like Lokof is something super familiar with, considering that he plays Benimaru, and we know the prowess of the Yamazaki. So as we get them into the corner right there, getting the frame trap with the double close A's, just already putting those words into the right side of the history book as they get Benimaru on out of there.
I'm surprised. That's not usually a mix-up that Lokof goes for. He usually tries to go for some stagger pressure. Off of a safe. He usually likes to fake a safe jump off of that. But going for the stagger pressure there, very, very cool.
Oh yeah, these two are teammates, so they definitely are 5 layers deep in terms of what they want to represent with each other. So I do love the fact that they use the frame trap potential of Yamazaki, and then we don't need to talk about that damage potential after they get the smallest of hits right there, and then going into the rising JD for just a quick hit of the overhead. The poison super already doing a ton of damage, but you don't maintain a lot of advantage, and that gives UREZS a little bit of breathing room with the Isla right there. Now going to be able to clock Yamazaki on their own zone piece, and this is where you do not want to be as Yamazaki, so that's why we roll on out of there, because Isla pressure up against Yamazaki's lack of quick defense is something that you do not want to play with.
UREZS is using that guard cancel roll to get out of the corner. As you're stating, Zoma doesn't want to be there in the first place and does have enough meter to clean it up if they get the right hit. Nice anti-air. Once again, we're on the left side of the screen. Oh, not far enough for the Shatter Strike. It's one of the farthest reaching ones in the game, but at that moment wasn't close enough to get the hit.
All right, but here we go. 7 seconds left, and we just go right on in to the rush special right there and cash out with the level 1. That is crazy work there down the stretch from Isla. Extremely clutch on the confirm there from the just raw special to send Yamazaki packing in round 2 of game 1 here. And now in comes Benimaru.
At this point, UREZS just thinking about the time, the meter, all of these whiff specials, just giving Chizuru a little bit more to work with. Yeah, I'm gonna find the jump C. Maybe thought they could find a couple hits on block there, but that was good placing, good timing for Lokof to find that jump C. And we are just have that bar over UREZS in terms of a lead. Doesn't mean much when you're going into the anchor job.
Okay, here we go. Playing around Chizuru's toolkit so well is Lokof already. Using the projectile to get rid of clone and then running up with the sweep to clear that 6B from Chizuru. So Lokof already showing some comfortability in the matchup. Tried to go for a sneaky cross up into the low. Trusted in it enough to spend the quick back. So that's 2 bars that are not going to come back very quickly. Definitely not in 40 seconds. And we're going to spend it right there to extend our pressure as Chizuru, sensing the urgency of the moment, seeing a pin down Benimaru in the corner. Understandably so. You want to try to get as much as you can, and you're going to get that 6B to hit, but the DP from Lokof to fight out of the corner.
Both players feeling the pressure of the situation. UREZS with not a lot of health, but good positioning, isn't able to find the hit, and he's gonna force it on block with UREZS no meter for our guard cancel roll. Will checkmate him and take the first game.
Great identification of the win condition right there. Just getting that, like you said, the checkmate of the, you don't have any meter to get out of this, so I'm going to spend what I've got to make sure I can chip you out with the super. That's something that you usually see with Chizuru and the clone super, so a little bit of a taste of your own medicine there for Benimaru and Lokof as they get the first game after it seemed like it was going to go a little bit haywire for them. The Yamazaki and the Benny being able to pull it out there.
Yeah, clutch round from Lokof. This definitely could have gone the other way. Nice late jump in there. Good check from UREZS. Was able to get out of the corner and find this hit.
Taps to the ankle. Now slowly trying to approach. Just sitting in that ambiguous space, but Benimaru having all of the advantage in the health department, so it can just be a little bit more reserved than Lokof has to be. Who now gets the KCD into the confirmed EX Zanretsuken. Now just keeping them locked down in the corner, and we saw a similar situation before. Now doing a better job of keeping them from jumping on out of there, identifying what UREZS was trying to do to get out of a potential guard crush situation in game 1, playing around it beautifully with these JCD placements.
2 combos later, the script has flipped. UREZS now needing to find a way to get in here with 15 seconds left.
It happen.
Absolutely.
Down. Got to figure something out here, UREZS. Otherwise, Lokof is just going to sit there and be the moving wall that he is. And yeah, just a little bit too high on the jump in. So good job with the throw punish there. Rio taking the anchor ward that was kind of stolen from them in that first game. This time adapting beautifully, especially in that corner with those JCDs and capitalizing on them beautifully, but a beautiful low hitting conversion to start out the round here for Isla.
I was gonna say that 3 bars, the best part about UREZS there, great bait on the DP. Lokof lets it rip for the first time, and it is dealt with well, and UREZS gonna tie it up here. Put themselves in a great spot after losing their first character.
That is a big and broad-shouldered man, you know, different from the other big and broad-shouldered man. But this guy has some say in the kick and a little bit of words for you, little lady. Gonna get a couple of stomps on their poison super. My gosh, that damage already. More than half of Isla's life bar is gone just 10 seconds into the game.
That wasn't even near an optimal combo, and it did 50%. Like, that was crazy. That's the value of this character. The poison super, the best damaging super in the game. Nice confirm into the super. Well done from Lokof. 2 situations later, and the Isla is gone.
Okay, so I want to highlight the really good spacing that they were operating in that entire round, sitting right outside of the range of all of Isla's pokes, and then just being able to whiff punish them effectively. Didn't even get all the damage on those touches, but it enabled them to get more damage on the other end of that. I want to see if they can do that against Chizuru here. Can we get some stand Ds? Can we get some serpent slashes? Can we get some well-timed counters up against Chizuru in order to stop her from being absolutely oppressive offensively? Because against Yamazaki, Chizuru offense is very strong.
Yeah, this character doesn't have the best movement in terms of walk speeds, run speeds. They're serviceable, but when you're playing against Chizuru, that movement becomes very important. You need to close the gap when you can. You need to get into the range to play against her even to start with.
Walking them down, betting it all on the reversal super, and it paying off right there. Conversion into the level 2 poison super, so that is going to hurt. That bet paying off huge for Lokof.
You don't normally see that because it's one of the few situations where you don't guarantee the poison damage from the super. But Lokof backs off after it, lets the poison take down, and now has a life lead even on UREZ's anchor. However, nice mix-up from him, and he's gonna put Lokof on his last character.
Tricky stuff. You got to empty out the bag of tricks when you're getting this close to top 8. Got to spend all of the resources you had to just a couple of bars. But again, still have 2.5 more. Benimaru on the same amount though, but with much more life. Got the hit. Going into the quick max, but no conversion after the fact. But we still are in quick max, so we can afford to spend on the clone super, but the right jink can challenge and get out.
Tough situation to be in. Lokof with 3 bars means literally anything will do it. 2D. Ooh. Yeah, once again, a checkmate situation. A great situational awareness from Lokof. Will take it 2-0 and put himself in the top 8.
Yep, and that is the final top 24 set that we are going to run in there. So congratulations to Lokof for taking it over UREZS to secure that spot. And the other loser side spots that were secured while we were watching that, PerroSinLag taking it over Royito 2-1. Kane taking it over Johnny 2-0, and Eldo Gorda taking it over Rico Taco, aka Levoyerie 2-1. So that is your loser side top 8, folks.
What a top 8 that is, dude. That is one of the best top 8s you'll see all year, and it happens at the Tournament of Honesty 5. So that is it for me. However, you guys will wait just a little bit before you guys get that top 8. Thank you so much to not only Zoma for commentating with me, because I think our first time, and it was absolutely wonderful. I appreciate it so much, but also thanks to Bruno, thanks to Cofero Honesto for putting it on, and also to Just Frame, MX, the team in general, for putting on this wonderful bracket, this weekend of SNK action. I'm so happy to be here, but that'll be it for me.
Yep. And that will be it for us. Before we go into our top 8, we got a 5-minute break. So y'all don't go anywhere. Sit down, get comfortable, because if y'all enjoyed the tournament so far, El Torneo de la Honestidad 5 is only going to be that much more exciting as we get in the top 8. So from Sammy Fish and I, thank you again, Sammy, for such a lovely job here as we get into our top 8. We're going to see y'all on the other side of this break. Y'all take it easy. Welcome back, everybody, to El Torneo de la Honestidad 5, hosted by Juan Cofero Ernesto. We are back. Top 8 is about to get underway. And above me, we got a new face on screen. So, Cookie, tell the people what's good.
What is up, everybody? Hopefully, the bracket has been going well so far. I've been catching what I can in between me having some friends over. So, let's try to get it down for this top 8. I see our top 8 roster, and I'm not surprised this one is going to be a slammer.
Yeah, up until this point, it's been nothing but banger after banger. We got Money in the Bank going on. Sheamus didn't wrestle, but banger after banger, his catchphrase is definitely true, because to get here, we've had some amazing sets. And we've gotten to our final 8 competitors here to emerge as the most honest of our KOF players. KAISER666, Rino, Robert, Wero, Lokof, PerroSinLag, El Dogor, and Kane49. If that's not Murderer's Row, I don't know what is, Cookie.
There's a lot of numbers on both the top end and the bottom end of the bracket.
True.
How did I get bigger? I got bigger. They zoomed my camera in. I got bigger.
It was the mighty guy. Somebody said in chat it's the mighty galleta, so it was just, you gotta have the cookie. You have to have the big old cookie. You gotta have the
My name is
side.
Galleta in some servers.
True. You know, like when you go to the mall, you go to the Great American Cookie. That's what's going on right here.
True. Yo, so the first match coming up, was this RUBBA versus Wero?
Yeah, yep.
This will be a really good set. Robert has been killing it lately in the city of the Wolf Streets. Let's see if their KOF play is still up to snuff enough to dethrone someone like Wero Asamiya.
Round 1. Ready?
Yep, we detailed prior to the break, Widow having a great stretch of KOF appearances, doing a great job at match mode, and then following up with a very strong appearance at Combo Breaker 2025. Robert, though, has been really strong here in multiple games. The Shun'ei has been really making a name for itself, but the Iori on Widow's part is going to pose a very strong contender at that point war, and a very strong $50 being added by Santos Hernandez to the Maturino. So thank you so much as we get to 250, a quarter of a way to 1K. Can we get there before Shun'ei gets rid of Iori? Not likely, but I do want to see it happen regardless.
Yeah, that mix-up was crazy. While you were saying a strong $50, Robert hit the strongest left-right I've ever seen, and Wero just immediately got blasted by it. Oh, that's a huge open up. All right, the mix-up begins. You're in the blender. Goodbye. We go again.
We're not out of it yet. We're not out of it yet. We could guess right. We didn't, unfortunately.
Yep.
That is a tough guess. We still get one more chance. We get one more chance, and we go low. Cookie, I'm sorry. I doubted you, my friend. I should have just trusted in your work. I should have trusted in your word, and I trust that Shun'ei is going to be in a very good spot right here. Full life, full hearts up against an anchor Yuri that has a lot of mileage to cover.
Wero's path up here must have had not a lot of high-paced, high-momentum Shun'ei action, because it is tough in the first game to get used to that pace. And that pace is going to continue right here as we get put into another mix-up.
It covers roll too. My gosh, Widow just trying to find any way to get out of the blender. DP this time going to work out, and then the forward throw right after that. Get our corner pressure going, but we still fight our way out. But good punish opportunity there for Yuri. Not going to do anything crazy with it, but still keeping Shun'ei locked in the corner is just as important.
Yeah, I mean, we can try to get out. Nice bait on the DP. This should be enough to kill. This is going to be a long road ahead.
For Yuri though, but still a healthy amount of meter for them. But up against Benny, who has just about as much meter and way more green health in that bar, gonna be tough. And yep, we are, oh wait, no, okay, we could be able to get it here. Yep, level 2 gonna be able to seal the deal there. Benimaru getting rid of Yuri real quick before she could get any comeback opportunities going.
Yeah, that was just a Shun'ei domination round, and then the quick cleanup from Benimaru. You love to have that right behind the Shun'ei to clean up what you can. But I mean, that's a strong team from Robert, probably running what some would consider the top 3 of this patch.
Yeah, definitely you're seeing on display how Shun'ei has emerged as one of the premier point characters. Just takes that first hit. Like you were saying, they got hit once and you just said goodbye. And that's literally what happened. Didn't even have any meter to the name. They just said, you're going to get put in the 50-53 separate times. And that was just kind of it. So very good stuff there. The meter efficiency to get that game plan going and then just get that hard knockdown here against Iori. Gonna see if Wero can do anything to just stop Shun'ei before something can go their way.
We're good. Oh my god! The tuck on! It hits too hard. All right, now we're back. Wero is awake. Wero is awake! Uh-oh. The momentum is shifted. The gameplay is changing.
Yeah, there we go. The point war getting rid of Shun'ei, the problem character in that first game, obviously. But Benimaru now gonna have to see if we can get Iori out because they are gone. They're getting the same amount of momentum that Shun'ei had earlier. But oh my god, the whiff on the command grab though. So this is how that momentum can get exacerbated by Iori and the DP on the well-timed defensive effort there. Not so for Benimaru. Cookie, I think they're taking a page out of that Shun'ei's book.
I think we're actually just trading games here, like straight up. I think we're just giving each other a game. We want to do 3 games in this first top 8 set. Whee! Uh-oh.
Yep, checkmate right there, basically. Gonna have to, if you roll back, that's the fireball. If you stand there, you get chipped out. If you roll forward, Wero just sitting there waiting. Good situational awareness there. So the Isla now gonna come out there. Gonna be, see if we can get some mileage here. Can see if we can see it all, but we're right back on in here, and we're back into this corner here. The hard knockdown as well. Oh, the plus frames to go into the low. Okay, here we go.
Listen, that was, it's just straight blackout. You're dead.
Yeah, there you go.
Can Isla make this comeback? It might be the toughest thing ever.
Yuri couldn't do it, but maybe Isla can. This Isla has been a character to the vein of many KOF players' existence. Maybe more so than Yuri has, discounting the Geo's recent performance. But we'll see what happens here with Isla up against Rock Howard.
The Rock is gonna be tough. That's a great open up and a hard knockdown. Now you're in a guessing game. Oh, scary stuff. Okay.
He's gonna land. Get the hard knockdown as well. Go right into the jump in and then just retreat after the fact. Interestingly patient there on that exchange, even though they are down. But Wero gonna take that opportunity, go into the level 2s. Raging Storm, not gonna be quite enough to kill. So Isla does have a little bit of a chance of life.
The empty low. Doesn't have a lot of health left. We are gonna spend the bar here, but the Yuri is gonna come in way too healthy.
Sometimes a pixel is all you need, though. A pixel and a prayer gets answered a lot more than you think, especially in KOF 15. That pixel still got a little bit of health back, considering how early it was in the round. So pretty good stuff there for the comeback effort. But Yuri gonna try to slam the door on them as they slam Isla onto the ground.
This is gonna be a tough one. If you do it, you're a god. Gets the close C. This is the start, but we don't have meter. Oh, okay. I mean, just better, I guess. Just better.
Just better. I'm better. Very good stuff there. A little bit of a I was about to say Hinako. Hotaru action coming out, just saying I'm better on the DP, hitting onto the cross up from Isla. One game apiece, Cookie. We are getting our game 3 here in our first part, and we're getting an order select as well. We'll see what Robert is going to do here to adjust here after dropping that to Wero.
I wonder if they're moving the Isla and the Benny. I wonder if we put Benny on anchor in this situation. Oh no, that's way different.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, definitely thought I was in the same boat as you. I definitely thought we were going to see the Shun'ei remain at that point position, considering how dominant they were in that first game. But now we're just going to put them at that mid position and say they trust in Benimaru to maybe get some initial momentum up against that Iori that was really doing well in that game too.
Yeah, we'll see. They're definitely gonna need it because I definitely think one of Wero's scariest characters to put on point is the Iori, more so than both the Rock and the Yuri. Obviously, I think Yuri is Wero's best character at this point in time, but the point Iori just like really does work.
Yeah, we had a point OCV with him. I think 2 of them actually in a previous set. So definitely true to your words there, Cookie, because they can absolutely do great work at that point spot, especially when they get that first knockdown. And here we go, the level 1 as well. Very efficient damage, very advantageous spot to put yourself in because you force them into this oppressive corner offense and the low just going to catch you and then slam the door on your point's life. Benimaru out of here.
Yeah, this one is gonna be tough for Robert. Oh, that's a great open up. This can lead to some mix-ups. Can we guess right if we're Wero?
Eddie, now we're just kind of trying to figure something out here. Just a bit of change or exchanges of momentum right there. Now they're gonna not get punished, but still gonna be able to put them into the corner there and then go for a little bit of a delayed overhead there, flashing yellow right above your head top, Jun. Iori is on out of there. Rock Howard gonna have to come out. So the Shun'ei not at that point position, still going to get rid of the point character, the very dominant Iori, but Rock Howard, 2 bars to their name. So if they throw out a fireball, you better be wary of that level 2 Shine Knuckle coming in behind it.
Great open up. Oh boy, chance for Robert, gets a 2B punish on the misplaced jump. So now it begins. Oh, we're out. We're free.
Plus frames and then catching them with the backdash after the plus frames, but not going to be able to get the full punish, but still get a good bit of damage there. Rage Run follow up into the level 1.
Nice.
JCD in the corner, going to get the full confirm with the DP break. Rock Howard getting rid of Shun'ei this time around. Not having to guess 3 times will sometimes help you out in that circumstance.
All right, now it's on Robert. Has a massive meter lead, but has to go through a full character. And Rock is a hard character to beat perfectly because there's a lot of chances to nickel and dime with this character. JCD is a huge part of that.
JCD is how they're going to put Rock into the corner, however, as Isla, the 2C anti-air as well to keep him there. But we fight ourselves out of the corner with the far C, run up into the forward throw. And just like that, we're reversing course. But again, a 2C, much like Rock did to get out of the corner, going to work out there for Isla, and then going to lead into all of this damage, enough to get Rock out of there and send him back to Southtown.
Yeah, that was another huge 2B that punished the landing recovery on a bad place jump from Wero. This was a very close final round. Uh-oh. 3 bars on the Yuri. It might be time to lose.
Maybe, but the Isla can still make something happen with just a little bit of meter. Has 1 available if they land that far C. So could be enough here, especially if these throws start adding up here, but gonna roll on out of there using the guard cancel. So good meter expenditure to just prevent Isla from keeping you trapped in the corner there. Now we're just gonna run her down and see if we can just get something started, but we just retreat with the health lead.
Oh, that was almost a real bad jump from Wero. Almost got punished by Robert. All right, we're blocking all of this. Doesn't get hit by the cross-up, we're free. We have a meter advantage, which is big right here.
Gonna opt to go into the knockdown. The crosscut gonna work out there to get the punish on the cross-up attempt from Isla. Far C going to land, or actually not going to land, but we're gonna catch the roll with the quick strike there with the close C. Wero Asamiya, the Yuri, gonna come in clutch to secure our first win here in top 8 winner side.
Robert almost actually had that set in that last interaction before the quick max. They did the run under on the jump, but was a little too quick and went a little too far forward for Isla 2B to catch. That actually probably would have been the round.
Dang. That's tough. Just those little interactions that you can't quite capitalize on. That is some tough stuff. But if you're Wero, you just thank the stars that you're still in that winner side, especially in a tournament like this, because if you go down into that loser side, there are some killers waiting for you down there.
Yeah, it doesn't look pretty, that's for sure. Lokof is down there, and that's not a man I want to see on loser side of the bracket.
Man of many resets, just throwing that out there. Keeping us here up until about midnight for a lot of tournaments. So gotta do it again here, but they gotta make their way through there. But before we get there, I should say, we do have, I believe, another winner side match here between Kaiser and Rino coming up.
Yeah, this will be another good match. I think Rino typically in the past has had the best of this kind of matchup. But obviously, like, I've seen Kaiser do incredible things. Definitely not a man that you can sit down and be like, he won't win. But I do think it's an uphill battle in this situation. I think Rino, obviously, like, one of the best players to come out of Mexico, and has shown it several times at these stages, in tournament especially. Like, I don't even know how many TNS he's won at this point.
Oh yes, it's got to be. I feel like he's got to have, like, you know, in SpongeBob, the episode where they had the good noodle board and like SpongeBob had all those stars next to his name. I feel like he has those just for like TNS wins, and then like Reno's just like, all right, here's just another one, and there's just so much more tallying to be done for that. But we're gonna see if they can do it here for Torneo de la Honestidad 5 up against Kaiser, who has been really, really strong, especially with the Kyo Kusanagi in this run in particular. The oppressive offense that they have thrown on display up against the beautiful poke placement of Reno to this point. Which of these playstyles will emerge victorious here in our winner's side top 8 round?
It's gonna be a tough one. I didn't even see what teams were picked, so I'm hoping that it's a fun Reno team. I don't expect to see the Ash, but I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, there it is. Yeah, this is a funny team. This is the team that I think that when Reno plays it at the best of their ability, I think it's the hardest team for people to catch up with.
Oh, but we're going to catch you blocking there with the command grab. Not going to be able to put you in the signature 50-50 because we don't have all that meter. So Point Oyash is going to be able to do some stuff to you that he can always do, but not necessarily get the most out of it that you might otherwise want. But still going to have them a great rushdown ability right here, as we already put them into the loving arms of the almighty 50-50 game. Gonna block the same side though. Good defense from Kaiser to prevent anything from going crazy, but TP gonna spell your doom.
Yeah, this one is gonna be tough. The Oyash on the point is definitely one of the hardest characters that Reno puts forward, especially when he plays a team like this. I think it's the most annoying team for anyone to deal with in the bracket, because all 3 of his characters practically play different kinds of styles, but all of them are like almost 50-50 machines.
Got 2-touch Tony waiting for you if Oyash goes down, but Terry right now trying to make that a possibility right there. Great confirm into the level 1 on the aerial Oyash right there. Now just keeping them locked down, and yeah, the oppressive offense is what I've been alluding to so much for Kaiser, especially with Terry and Kyo. The former doing great work up against an Oyash that was just trying to find any way to get out of there, and they did a great job capitalizing on all the times that they were trying to do so.
Nice usage of the JCD buff to go over the fireball, but you're still in Reno's world.
They try to jump on over, but good space control here from Reno, just being very patient here, even with the slight health lead, just saying, hey, I dictate the pace right here. You have to play my game, especially when you're definitely not one of the most well-equipped characters to deal with what I'm throwing out for space control. And now we go into the beloved guessing game of Heidern this time around. Can we do it? Tough ask, Cookie, but that ask is not going to be answered in this game. Heidern with the perfect round.
Yeah, that's the Heidern special. You put 2 characters in the front that are like 50-50 machines, and then you stick a zoner right on the end that can be very annoying to try to both jump on and lock down. It gets to people. This is the kind of team that just annoys people's game plans.
Here comes the Rio, and interestingly enough, does have to parry to deal with it. Nice ADP to catch them on the other end there. So now putting them into the corner, so that enables this conversion real quick. So can tack on a lot of damage on Heidern to get him out quick, fast, and in a hurry. Not going to go into anything after that. Just trying to keep him locked down, but a well-timed JCD. JD, sorry. JC. Which one is what's the cross job? I keep forgetting.
JC.
JC, thank you. I'm so sorry.
If JCD hit cross up and still gave you a grounded combo, that'd be absolutely insane.
I literally, as soon as I saw the combo, I was like, that's not what JCD does. I think I'm just stupid. I think I'm just tired. But you got to be tired of seeing Heidern run up to you with a quick back confirm into the Stormbringer to secure game 1 for Reno.
Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. When you run a team like this against what you would call like 3 infighters on the other side, it's very, very tough for you to get control of the match pace. Other than Oyash, who is probably one of the best like footsie, like run up, like rush down footsie characters in the game. Like his mid-range space control is probably like second to none in the game outside of like Benimaru. But it's like when you follow it up with a character like Heidern who like throws fireball out and very similar to Hotaru, like runs up behind it and then just starts committing treasonous acts.
And then Reno is just saying, hey, I want to keep the momentum rolling with the Heidern. Did so much work that they're going to put them up at point. And honestly, I agree, because it just felt like KAISER kind of was lost in terms of how to play against it. But the Terry coming out at point, because equally so, they did the most work. So the MVPs of the previous game for each character, for each player, going to be the point board and how we decide who's going to get the early advantage here, Cookie.
Okay, that's huge, but can we keep it going? Nice. All right, but now you get to put another 50-50. Nice, yeah, we can. We got DPs, we're out. The Terry is going crazy.
Love seeing the power dunk over the projectile. Love that from KAISER. Doing a really good job of setting the pace early and then just absolutely running over Heidern down the stretch. So Oyash now gonna have to clean up after Heidern after the order select didn't really work out for Reno, but working out great here for KAISER.
Nice JD. The Terry putting in work. Terry point was not what I expected in this situation. Uh-oh. Okay, you get put into a 50-50 here. Can potentially cross-cut DP. Yup.
So good with them, so good. The Rio getting it in the first game, Terry getting it right here. Very clutch situations as well to put the opponent in the corner, but Reno still being able to command some real estate. Oh, that was almost pretty scary for both players, but we return back and get the guard cancel out of there. So now we're back to our little ambiguous game where we just throw the DP and Reno just says, thank you very much, I'll take it.
Yeah, giving that one up on a silver platter is maybe not the best decision, because now you leave Oyash at half health and a bar and a half.
So Kyo gonna come in for the first time this, actually no, Kyo did come out first time. It feels like he didn't really get too much going, that I kind of spaced out and forgot that he was present, because it looks like much of the same is gonna be happening right here for Oyash, and that is going to be a 50-50. And, you know, Reno just doing what he does with these characters, just putting you in these guessing games, and another one right on tap.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The JC. The best thing about that part is the differing hit stun and block stun in that situation. And Reno accounted for it perfectly by recognizing that the JC actually hit.
Situational awareness so good for these players to get to this point and just being at the level that they are consistently. And you saw it pay off in the droves right there. So let's see what KAISER can do with the Anchor Rio. Down, try to go for the overhead, not biting though. Got to spend the quick max though, can get the hit confirm on there, but got the counter hit confirm. The 2C into the command grab. One more guess. Nope, you're just dead.
No,
wow,
he just died. Yeah, that super just killed.
Wow.
That super does a. They nerf that super, I think, to do a little less damage. I think across the board. But it's still like. You get a 2-button hit confirm into that, and it's yeah.
Okay, well, I'm kind of taken aback for that. Was not ready for the set to end that way, but Rino taking it 2-0 to advance in top 8 as well. So great stuff to them, and the Oyash pulling it out down the stretch, and gonna send Kaiser down to the loser side right now. Man.
Yeah, that's kind of the result I thought of. It went a little differently than I thought. The Terry from in that second game was very, very good. But it's just, you need to keep that momentum up against all 3 characters, and that's a tough ask.
Yeah, it was just kind of, it felt, and I got this sense from you when you were looking at the characters from the outset, it felt like it was going to be an uphill battle for Kaiser, so it was really important that they were really just making sure that they kept the pedal to the metal up against characters who could both wall you out in Heidern, and then once they get that advantage, just put you in that guessing game where you're basically just, you know, flipping a coin for your life. So just couldn't quite get that to work out there. So gonna be how you're gonna get that Heidern and that Oyash to advance into winners finals up against Wero. But before we get there, I believe we are going to go into loser side between El Dogor and Kane 4-9.
Yeah, this one, I'm not really sure. Kane 4-9 is like one of the special ones, like one of the specialist players who does a really like crazy amount of stuff that you wouldn't see a normal tournament player do. And Eldo Gore is like, he's always just solid, right? He always gets good results. He always places well. So I'm not really sure who even comes out on top of this one.
Yeah, the classic wild card versus the volatile player or the wild card versus the stable player matchup. It's tough to call, tough to predict, and I do see the predictions active, so we're gonna see if people can get some payouts here. I think people didn't quite get the payouts on that previous round because Kaiser was the betting favorite there as Rino took it over them. But let's see what we can do this time around as we get our channel points into the chat here. Does the wild card make it out in Kane, or does El Dogor with their strong, steady, and stable play style emerge victorious? But there's only one way to figure that out, is to get into the game, as both, or actually just Kane is in the lobby right now. We're just gonna wait for Dogor. There they are with Fortnite Jonesy. I think that's his name, right? What's his name?
What the? What? This is an icon? What the hell?
So what? I got it right. Yay! Yay! I don't play Fortnite, but yeah, why wouldn't it be an icon? Fortnite is huge.
What? What? How did I not know this?
Because you don't play Fortnite, and also do you play on PC?
True.
Do you play on PC?
PC?
So yeah, you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it. Yeah.
It's a PSN only.
It's PSN only. Yeah, it's PSN only.
That's crazy. Did not know that.
Well, now you do, and your life is either better or worse because of it.
It's true. That is true.
All right, but better times ahead for one of these contenders here, as the other one is going to be exiting early. Well, relatively early, still getting a podium or a top 8 finish, but you do want to get that top spot here. And in this loser side of things, you don't have a winner's side advantage of just having another life to bank on. That this is it for one of these two competitors for the first time in our bracket. Kane at 9999 and El Dogor going to. I saw the first 9 and I just said I'm just gonna let it rip. I'm already in there.
3 rolls off the tongue better than 4 when you're mouthing things out, unless like 4 to the floor like making music.
Yeah, yes. When like just quick patch, put Ganache in the game, just make it happen.
True.
There you go. Yuri already putting Angel into a tough spot right here. Had them in the corner, but got the cross up. And then the same side as well. Meterless damage, the Sakazaki special. Or not meterless, but not super needed. And just all the meter efficient damage in the world. Just spending the EX specials to get Angel out of there real quick. Just 19 seconds in that round, Cookie. Iori gonna have to try to make something happen.
Oh. Yeah, fighting, I mean, Angel into Yuri does not seem like a great matchup for Angel at all. Especially when Yuri kind of just dogs on her both in the air and on the ground.
Could be the idea of why they had her at point, just to be like, hey, I'm gonna just get this out of the way. If I have to depend on her and Yuri's still on the screen, it's gonna be tough sledding anyway, so let's just let Iori clean up any damage that they can't that Angel can't pick up.
Nice. Again, huge damage coming. Okay. Yup. Just wake up, dashboard, projectile invuln. I'm not scared of you.
Base damage not quite enough to get on out of there. Didn't trust. And then trusted that they were going to try to normal throw their way on out of there. The advanced strike and then the empty jump low. The Yuri still doing crazy stuff right there. The aerial mobility as they crank their arm in the sky for celebration purposes. But it's still too early to celebrate because Kukri coming in here. Hard task ahead of them, but Yuri doesn't have a lot of health left, so Kukri doesn't have much to do to get her out of there, and that's exactly what happens there. The cross under 2B to force Benimaru out.
Yeah, still a tough ask. I mean, Kukri versus Benny, I think any given day of the week, people will tell you that Benny kind of dogs in this matchup. So it will definitely be on K49 to pull out some hidden matchup stuff or just spend a bar immediately.
Flirting with them at these spaces here with these projectiles. Got the jump and punish on the DP attempt from El Dogor. Send him back down to the ground. All that sand, it's got to get in your shoes. It's got to be uncomfortable. And you got to feel uncomfortable up in the corner, up against Kukri with a lot of momentum right now. But we roll on out of there. No catch, but we're right back in there with the overhead landing right there. But the DP this time going to work out for El Dogor and Benny. But not much after that. OTG going to secure the round.
Yeah, that's a huge open up, actually. Because this is leads Kane49 into a situation where they can absolutely win. But Dogor is in a situation where he practically two-touches you with the X fireworks.
How are we going to play around that is the question here. But right now, Kane showing that they are not afraid of that. And look, sometimes you cannot show fear in the face of something scary like an Iori with meter, because that might be something that they prey upon, and you don't want to give them a chance to get their game plan started. And all this aggression paying off right now, because just like that, we have the health lead.
Huge life lead here, actually. You have about a bar, so if you do get a hit here, you can lead into a level 1 super. But you absolutely cannot get hit here because you will die on the next hit.
Sensing that urgency in the situation, using it to get on out of there. The bar for the guard cancel, and now taking them coast to coast. But Iori gonna spend the level 2. That's not gonna hit too close to the ground, but not enough to kill quite yet.
Yeah, the falling JA, the spacing is too good, and that looks like was that a reverse Kukri OCV?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, you never know sometimes with this game. You never know, because Kukri could just come in with 2 bars up against Yuri, Benimaru, and Iori and just say, yeah, you know what, you need to go back to that member selection screen, because what y'all got on there, I don't care about your tier list. You don't have anything that's ready for me currently.
All right, what do we switch? What do we got?
Select order.
The same team. Goodbye.
Okay.
Is there lore? Did his internet explode? Are we good?
I think we're good. Yeah, we got them back in. I saw
Okay,
Fortnite Jonesy. I saw Fortnite Jonesy again, so I think we're good.
Is that really a PSN thing? Do I not understand this?
I think it is. It has to be a PSN icon. I feel like you should be able to do it as a Steam icon. Like, I feel like that's got to be available.
I don't know. They should put Gabe Newell as one of the Steam icons.
Look, I feel like there's just a lot of things that we could ask about the Fortnite participation in this bracket alone. But right now, we're not questioning what we're going to see from each player in terms of member selection, because we were going back originally to see what we could do. But in terms of a character switch, but I think it was just more for a breathing room thing, because we're getting the same team out here for El Dogor here. And of course, Kane going to keep the main thing, keeping Kukri in the back here. But Angel, I believe, got shifted into mid, if I saw that correctly before. Nope, it's point Angel still.
We're committing. Even if it comes down to the Kukri again, we're committed.
Worked out last time, so why not? Trust.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's a huge hit. Boom, boom. Okay. We got mixies.
Oh,
that was
baby. Yeah, we got the corner too. This is going to be really crazy opportunity here for offense here. Angel just absolutely dancing on them, breaking ankles right here, looking like an N1 mixtape and putting Yuri on the bench before Kukri could even think about what they're supposed to do when they come in, because Angel putting in a ton of work at that point position. Benimaru now going to have to get rid of her, but right now, Kane looking pretty nice right now, but the 2B comes for us all catching the roll.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Okay, recovery works out in your favor. What the hell air normal was that? I don't think I have ever seen that a day in my life.
Specialists, man, they know these buttons. They're just like, hey, you probably don't know about this, and I'm just gonna say, yeah, I didn't, but here we go. We do know about all of the great routing that she gets without even having to go into super here. All that corner carry, and still in a really good spot here to continue offense. A couple of taps there, but the quick knee right there to catch them, put them in the corner as well. And then, of course, the almighty couple of overheads waiting for you in your future. So Angel gonna go out, but not before they do a significant amount of work on the life bar of Mr. Nakaido. So Iori, easier job this time around.
All right. Let's see if Benny can do anything here, because I think Kane now adapted a little bit stronger here to the actual playstyle of Dogor. So I think this might be significantly harder. That was an OS.
Whoever did it worked out for a punish opportunity, but Benimaru is still going to be able to work out this corner position against Iori and get the command grab as well. EX variety, so we get a good amount of damage after it. Not a full amount of damage, but a good extension after the fact. So Kane gonna have to try to get their way out of the corner. That's exactly what they do here. So switch of positions, Cookie. Benimaru gonna be able to fight out though.
I mean, okay. I was gonna say one hit, both sides, it didn't matter, but the Shatter Strike does connect. No kill off of it, but one hit will do it here. That was a lot of 2Bs, holy hell.
Yeah, looking like Yorha out here. But there you go, Iori being able to secure the round and bring out the mirror. Who can win the Clone War right here?
That was a good joke. I gave it 3 big booms. Good joke.
Let's go. I'll take 3 big booms here in this economy. Anti-air with the 2C, cancel into the wreck and get the hard knockdown as well. The sweep gonna try to catch a retreating Kane. The man clad in pink gonna spend the purple flames in the DP. Good challenge.
Yeah, that was what I expected. I saw the jump over and I'm just like, all right, there's a situation here in which both players block, but there's also a situation here in which both players definitely want to mash. So the DP here is probably the safest option, and Dogor did go with it. It's also time to lose, because you get one more mix and you're kind of cooked.
It's okay. We guessed right on these. We guessed
wrong, and now you're still in the blender.
No, we guessed right. It's okay.
We guessed wrong. It's time to die.
Well, there's sand in my boot, and there's a Kane in our loser side, still gonna be able to make it through our losers round 1 there up against El Dogor. So the Kukri being able to play closer once again. Really good stuff there, showing the power of the specialist character. 2-0, and then Kaiser is going to be waiting for them in their future. But gotta love what you saw from the Sandy man.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in that situation, it's much easier because you only need to go through one character, so you only need one series of interactions to work in your favor. And it just seemed like Dogor was trying to act in situations where it was very much still Kane's favor, because he was just getting like clip 2Bs that just led into the short combos that led into more knockdowns.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, like, again, it just comes down to when we kind of had a similar situation with Rino's team when they just had that knockdown and they just said, that's kind of the round here. And again, similar to that, you said, that's it. That's the game, because you got to guess and the next touch is lethal. So just being able to have the value in that aspect is just so, so good, especially at that anchor position where you can have the meter to make it count.
Yeah, for sure. But that is going to be the third to last set of the first round of top 8. We do have one more coming up. It's the man himself, Lokof, versus PerroSinLag. PerroSinLag, another player who plays a lot of strange characters.
Absolutely, but then on Lokof, you already know what the deal is. The man with the coat, the goat with the coat, as I like to call him, Yamazaki, gonna come out. Probably the Benimaru and the Rio alongside. So gonna be very fun clash of characters between the two. Lokof, top seeded on a favorite to win this bracket. Actually made it down into loser side before top 8 commenced. So again, that is not a person that you want to see in the back against the wall. So, but PerroSinLag here, again, you saw how good it is when you have the ability to command a character that the other player may not have the matchup experience against. If you know what you're going to get from Lokof, PerroSinLag will throw a wild card at you with their characters, and Leona and Goenitz are two characters that you may not be ready for.
Yeah, I think Lokof might be one of the players who is ready for this, because I've definitely seen him choose some character choices. So this might be the kind that he's ready for. The Leona, I have no idea, but definitely the Goenitz.
Okay, yeah. That's, oh, true. Yeah, I'm blanking on that. Yeah, of course. But the Leona actually has been putting in some work, honestly. It just got a little bit of out rewarded, and that's how they got sent into the loser side. But still, they were putting in some major work with the character. So I would not count them out, especially at that spot for PerroSinLag, where they have a lot of trust in them. But the Shun'ei up at point, again, making another appearance. That is something that we are very familiar with.
Yeah, Shun'ei in the point. Probably tied, if not the best point character in the game right now. But knockdown, Lokof now can play a little bit of the Rio game.
To find our way on out of there, we can get some corner pressure going, sit at a spacing that's kind of tough for Rio to figure something out of. And really crazy hitbox right there, but we get on out of there, spend the guard catch and keep Shun'ei in the corner. And then we spend the DP to do the same. Clash though. Now we're back to this mid-screen situation, but great 2B pickup there.
Huge. Okay, wake up 2C, and we run into the fireball. It's cooked.
Absolutely a throw tech attempt right there. That had to have been.
Yeah, that feels kind of bad, but you do have a slight life lead now. Don't have the meter lead. That is a round start option, yeah. Whoa.
Hey, man. Hey, I was not familiar with your game. I owe you an apology. The Goenitz absolutely throwing the book at them that he likes to carry around and said, let me learn you a little something, Rio. Benimaru gonna have to come in, though, and figure something out. Because right now, Perro just feels very... I got to imagine that Perro feels so comfortable right now, because that's how you start a round, man.
Yeah, I mean, full screen run up. Give me that throw. We take the round. We still have a slight meter advantage. And we do get a huge 2C that doesn't lead into a combo, but we're still in control, and I lied.
Benimaru definitely in a good position right now. As I say that, you know, commentator curse has been so real these last 20 seconds, but what's so real is what this Goenitz has been doing right there. The jump in there, confirming into a quick kill on Benimaru. So PerroSinLag with the mid Goenitz has been anything but Anchor Yamazaki. This is the character that we know Lokof for. Maybe showing us a little bit of an example why here, but PerroSinLag right now, just all phases go for him.
Wow. He picks up with the JC is even better. How much are we willing to spend? We get half health. Next hit does kill if it is a normal hit confirmed.
Alrighty, jostling for some position there, but the 2A actually going to get a punish there. So crazy pickup there for Yamazaki with the long-reaching, crouching jab, but a couple of throws there from Goenitz, sending him right back down to earth, and then doing the same with the air-to-air jump back JB. Great checks on these approach attempts from Lokof, and doing it to close out the round with the tornado. PerroSinLag in absolute control that entire round.
Yeah, that kind of was just all the reads in all the right places in terms of neutral control, and Lokof just couldn't keep up with the pace. Like, everything worked. Like, he got knocked out of his pressure and did like did like fade back JD that also connected and ruined Lokof's presence, and then just the scramble situations afterwards, like run up jab connected, and then immediate tech roll into the tornado. Like everything was just in control.
For sure, for sure. Sometimes you just, like I said, at the outset of that first round that Goenitz came in and he just did the run-up throw after doing the Roustar EX Tornado, I was just like, you know what? He might just be locked in. He might just be locked in feeling himself. And that was exactly what happened. Sometimes you just get in that zone where everything just works. Let's see if it can repeat itself in game 2 here. Right, Jinkin to get a good round start here. That's you know, the Benimaru special right there. Just saying, slow your jets, Shun'ei. I got this thing hold out for you.
Yeah, this might be what we need, but can we guess right? We do have a DP to get out of some of these Shun'ei setups, especially the left-right, so not too bad. But I mean, the neutral control here with far D, Raijikin, 2B, even sweep is huge.
Lockdown in the corner as well. Take advantage of Shun'ei having to bet it a little bit more than Benimaru would have to in the same position. But we're still able to get on out of there. Oh, but a good block there on the low. I got hit there. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, with the advancing strike, run up command grab is huge. What a great read.
That is crazy stuff there to close out the round there. The soul read on the advanced strike and then the absolutely sublime punish on the other end of that. But in comes the Goenitz, who was the MVP. Oh, we tried to run up into the strike, but good defensive discipline right there, not being threatened by the throw like they were in the first game.
Huge open up. Yeah, we get the 2D into the anywhere juggle. We get a set up in the corner. We don't read the roll, though, which might be what Lokof needs to get a little nickel and diamond going themselves. Or just die.
Swinging right into the tornado and then slamming them back down onto the floor. Did we just get a similar situation to the stand CD? Because got a little bit of a screen freeze after that. A lot of impact on that throw, I imagine. No, hey, here we go. We're back. Look, the winds of change are very strong, and Goenitz is no short of a weaver of tempests, such as those.
Just cinema. It's just cinema. All right, huge open up for Lokof. This is the life lead you kind of want. We're willing to spend it all. We do get the DP after this. That's one for the highlight reel. Thank you. If we win this round, it will be.
We're about to see a movie combo as well on the end of that, but a lot of life bar is gone there for Goenitz, so not going to be able to set the pace as well as they otherwise did in that game 1. But threatening with these command dashes, Lokof still remaining very disciplined and very composed in the face of them, just saying, hey, you still got to take risks, and I'm just going to throw out these low committal 2As, far As, and then get the JCD to close the round there. So really good use of Rio's ability to be a moving wall there up against a Goenitz that didn't necessarily have control of the game like they did in the previous game.
Okay, huge parry. We finally see the Leona for the first time, and she's being put in the place that I can only call is her perfect place on the tier list, and that's in the grave.
Okay, but come on, we can make something work here. We got 4 bars, man. We got 4 bars. We can make it happen, especially when we get the 2B, go into the quick max combo. Let's talk about movies. Let's talk about cinema. We're going to have to put them in a movie combo right here. Go into the reset, same side. Guessing game is great there for Leona's favor. And oh my gosh, this sequence there working out very well in the overhead. Gonna get the stun.
Yeah.
Come on, you don't count her out now. Don't count her out.
True. He mashed twice. Though to be fair, the instant overhead one is hard to see when you're already stunned, but definitely just like watched as she fell into his waiting arms in that first mix-up. But now it's time to lose.
Yes, this is a tougher spot though. But oh my God, air with the earring still active on them. That is so great for Leona, man. But Lokof still in a really good spot here, challenging with the 2A, retreating back to that snake arm game. But this is going to be how Perro's gonna have to weave through here to get some advantage, because otherwise Lokof is in a really good spot, especially using the anti-zoning tools that he has.
Neither player needs to commit. We're just gonna watch Super Mario Bros. 3 for a little while. Oh.
Oh, PowerPoint.
Oh. All right.
We're gonna play it
They
out.
communicated. There's a little bit of ape escape going on there. Oh.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. This is top 8, baby. Oh, look
The
at the
world,
record down.
though.
That's crazy.
The world, though. They ran up on each other and just hit the PowerPoint. Like, put the phone in his face and just started flying through slides.
Oh, but we're
okay.
flying through
It's
the
not
air.
time to lose.
Oh, let's go. Here we go. And then just get the lockdown here.
Yep.
Overhead.
Get the front
Timing
off.
it perfectly, but no confirm.
It's time to
Seconds left.
lose!
Don't counter out. Don't counter out. Don't counter out, Cookie. Don't counter out. Don't counter out. Make it happen. Always believe. Clear minds, full hearts. That is the way that Leona Heidern is going to take it over Lokof for what some people may believe to be a pretty big upset in terms of how this bracket plays out. But definitely Leona coming through their specialist anchors. Stocks are way up for these characters, man.
Listen, is that part of the game? Is that part of the game? Is that part of the lifespan of the game? You have your loyalists, you have your specialists.
That's crazy. That is some good stuff there. And it did get really crazy with the PowerPoint, but I do love that both of them just said, you know what, we're going to just make it happen. We're just going to let it happen. We're just going to play our game. And it seems like it was more of a natural environment for PerroSinLag there. True to the name, honestly. So there you go. It was the trap card.
Listen, the lore is that their connection is bad. And their name is that. So sometimes you win against the connection, sometimes you don't. That's why he plays characters with instant overheads, because it's cheap. Cinema.
I didn't say it.
I did. Cinema.
Alrighty, well, that is going to be losers. Round 1 capped off right there. So Perro is going to move on up against Robert in losers quarterfinal. Lokof is going to exit out at 7th to join El Dogor. So good top 8 finish for them. But that is, I believe, unfortunately going to be the last Yamazaki that we see in bracket. And I know everybody in chat is just as sad as I am. So 07s, can I see him in chat, please? 07, 07, 07. Don't Millie
It don't
rock
matter.
on my-
It don't matter to
Don't
me.
Millie rock on my grave.
My
Don't Millie
character
rock
is
on my
not
grave.
in this top 8, so
Different game.
No-
Different game. He's moving. Different game. He's moving.
no one's playing Sylvie in this top 8. And I Millie rocked so hard it kicked me out of focus. Focus. Your Honor, can I Millie rock?
You don't disrespect Yamazaki, especially when El Cofero Ernesto's putting on this tournament, dog. Come on. Don't disrespect the boy.
Did you see the team he played at TV? Yamazaki was not a huge part of it.
He was there for one game. I count that.
He did more damage with Kim than he did with Yamazaki.
Okay, but he was there.
True. So was Goenitz.
I have a very selective memory when it comes to that character, but we're going to do our job to lock in here with Kaiser, with the protagonist team. Don't need to go too far into the memory banks on that aspect because we know what he's going to throw out there. We know what he wants to do with the Rio, the Kyo, and the Terry Bogard. But on the other side of things, who is waiting for him? None other than the Sandy Man himself, Kukri, armed with the likes of Angel and Iori to help him out with his cause. Who's going to emerge between the pro tags and the unlikely heroes / villains?
All right, there's a lot of numbers going on. A lot of numbers in these tags. Kaiser has 3 9s, while Kane has 4. So who's the better 9?
Turn the 6 up, down. It's a 9 now. We're gonna flip Angel on her head with this little bit of a mid-screen reset after the confirm. got the block on the other side, but not much after the fact defensively. So got a little bit of damage there on Angel's life bar, but she's gonna do right back to you what you did to her and put you into this corner with a couple of chunks and taxes to the life bar of Mr. Kusanagi. But Bodega!
Huge. Oh, almost blocked it. Yeah, we get the command grab. Now guess. And we guess wrong. Just like that. You've been mixed.
That's kind of the character's MO. That's what she'll do to you. Also, I didn't know that EX Red Sky punished the Rekka like that, but there is a lot of recovery. But
it is
yeah,
fast.
it is fast. I didn't. Yeah, that's wow. Here we go. The Rio coming in though. Gonna have to be a very effective wall here to get Angel out of here quickly because she does want to make sure to get in expeditious manner, and you catch her for doing so with the 2C. Good anti-air there by Kaiser.
Yeah, control the pace the best way you can. Now we got an even-ish matchup here. The meter a little bit on Kaiser's side, but no issue for Iori, I don't think. You just gotta get those footsies in.
JCD, good confirm. Oh, baby, we are in a different version of the game. That is so tough for you. Otherwise, we get the EX on red skin, and we're just kind of, we're gaming. We're gaming.
Oh, the far D whiffs. That's a huge one. Guard bar almost all the way down. Gets the far D. Immediately confirms with the EX Tatsu. Goodbye to this character.
Grand boost special, fantastic counter hit confirmed right there by Kaiser. The Rio doing so much work right now. Gonna force out the Kukri. And again, we saw the run back by Kane and the Kukri prior, but I don't know. Momentum is a scary thing, especially with a character like Rio who does a lot with it, but you can say the same thing for Kukri now that he's got you in the corner with a healthy amount of bar to his name.
This one, I feel like you gotta play it slow. You gotta recognize when he's going to jump at you, do things like JA, and you gotta try to nickel and dime your way forward. I think not going for full hit confirms here is the way. Definitely think getting your 2Cs in, getting your 2Ds in even, is really, really good in this situation. He's always losing.
Getting the level 1 after the pickup on the pillar. Now just gonna slowly jostle for that space right in front of them. Keeping them locked down here. Kaiser being a little bit hesitant to press on it despite having the character lead. You thought they would be a little bit more freewheeling, but got the trade right there. A very wonky situation, but runs right into the pillar on the ground right there. Terry Bogard got to pick up after the sandy mess left by Ryo Sakazaki. Can we do it? We got a whole lot of health bar to help the cause, or the whole lot of health and a whole lot of meter to help the cause.
Well, burn knuckle doesn't work. We're stuck in a neutral situation. JCD is the GOAT for Kukri. He looks like Sonic the Hedgehog when he does it.
True. Oh, that's dirty. Oh, but we're not going to do too much after it, but we trust in the next hit. How about another Shatter Strike combo? How about we just do that? Get the stun as well. Style on him. EX Burn Knuckle. Terry Bogard getting rid of Kukri quick, fast, and in a hurry before he could do anything crazy. Kaiser going to take the first game.
Wonder if we see a potential order change here. Oh no, we're sticking to it. We are sticking to it. The Kyo though, on the side of Kaiser, has been kind of getting washed.
Yeah, different from what we've seen to this point. Other than dropping it in the winner side of top 8, Kyo has definitely been really doing a good job here, but in these recent sets, maybe just not really feeling the vibes like they were currently. So that's probably why they might have them up at point, so they don't want to put them in as much of a high pressure situation. And it did decent work in a lot of other games, but gonna have to be able to recoup it up against this Angel that's, you know, can run wild at this point position, and it's currently on the way to doing so right now.
Uh-oh, you're getting reset again. Yeah, you have to guess on DP sometimes in these scenarios. Don't want to deal with this mix-up character too much if you're not trusting in your defense. Or you could just lose.
The whiff punish on the advanced track, just running up and parking your car right in front of the toll booth, just saying, nah, we don't do that around here. This ain't a state where I gotta put the sticker on the windshield. I'm gonna get my just desserts here and get the pocket change and get the two.
Whoa.
In here, my man.
Whoa. How did he frame trap stagger that and get it to work?
I don't know, but hey, you know what? We send around here. We mandelo.
Uh-oh. All right, that puts you in the corner. That puts you in the blender. Do we spend the bar here? Yes, we do. Guarantees the hard knockdown. Guarantees the setup.
Here comes the blender that we know Angel for. I know Kaiser is playing a defensive character right now in Rio, but not a lot you can do when you're just guessing for your life on a lot of different instances, and got the Punisher as well with the, oh my gosh, Angel just being able to pick up on so many quick interactions right now. The speed of this character really helping them secure these rounds on the smallest of things.
Yeah, I mean, she has a lot of things that move her forward. They're very high committal, but a lot of things that move her forward. One of the things I see Kaiser using a lot is Kane using a lot is the dash forward into immediate backdash cancel, which is really good for catching things like DPs and also keeping yourself safe to play a little more neutral. That's a lot of damage. He dead? Not dead, right?
Oh, but it's so close.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, man, that is definitely an alrighty then chat room moment if I've ever seen one. You were definitely, that was a fair assumption that was going to kill right there. It did stop just short of that, but still was able to put them into a position to get Angel out of here just ever so quickly. And now Iori going to come in here. Got the punish on the burn knuckle, but just didn't trust in the hit. So it's going to be a tough confirm there for Kane.
2A. The nickel and diming here is going to be bad if you are Kaiser. You don't really want to see this go to a game 3 because the Angel has already done work once and the Kyo has not really seen a lot of gameplay.
That's why we are challenging anytime that we can right here just to prevent that nickel and dime situation that you've been referring to. And just also, you want to make sure that you're putting a character where they thrive in the best, and that's just getting that pressure game on you. Oh, but good block on the delayed taco kit, and then just keeping the forward throw to keep the corner. But now Kane fighting back. Oh, the challenge.
Then the one bar is enough to kill, just short. Chip is a scary factor. We want to keep it above 17 seconds, but I don't think we're going to get that opportunity. We wanted as much health back as possible, and we might just lose.
All right, so 3 DPs are a good way to close out a round there. One defensively, one offensively, and then a defensive one that whiffs. And that is going to be game 2, being won there by the Iori. And now we are going to that game 3 that you said was something that you fear because, like you were saying, that Angel is definitely closing in on making it a tough task for you to secure the set. So maybe get a little bit of breathing room here as we go to that order select.
We'll see. We'll see if any of it ends up working, but the Angel has kind of been doing too much work. And I understand the situation here in which you want to put her a little bit behind, because you don't want to give Kaiser the chance to adapt to it immediately. You want to change up that momentum that could force it away into your favor.
So game 3 underway here. Iori gonna come out at point up against the Rio. We're gonna see what we're gonna adopt here. Are they gonna take a page out of the playbook that you offered them, Cookie? But right now, the Rio and the JCD is doing the work that you want. And look at all of this damage that they get from just that JCD interaction.
Oh, goodbye. That's so sad. Alexa, play Despacito.
Iori's just gone just like that. So Angel coming in at that mid position, gonna have to do the work of basically two characters now, but now has more meter to play with. But I don't know. I think a lot of the game plan was really enforced without meter, so it is just a bonus at this point. but we're gonna see it right here. Maybe get a super ender after getting these mixes going. But how did you block either?
Die, time to die. All right, what's the guess? I want to see the unblockable. Show me the unblockable.
Oh.
Show me you not getting DP'd for $500,000.
Alright, just gonna play the flirtatious game of just waiting in and out, threatening an approach, and then just kind of backing off. What you were saying they were going to earlier in the set. Just gonna keep the main thing. Just keep Kaiser guessing. That DP on the first time around looks very good, but it's gonna be hard to do that a second time around up against Angel after she's just really doing a good job of flirting in and out of certain spacings. But we send it with the $50,000 Tatsu.
That's a huge open up, actually. It's a lot of damage that you don't want on this Angel, but how did you get the corner? I don't believe it. A huge JB.
What a corner steal, and how clutch is that when you just had only a pixel to your name, getting Angel out of there and going up 2 characters on Kane in game 3. You gotta love it for Kaiser.
Nice parry. We're parrying. I'm parrying.
Build my meter.
All right, hard comeback for Kane here. Potentially last character of their tournament life. That just ends up working. Okay. Based.
Just catch him running up right there. I agree with Kaiser. You're playing with house money right there. You're up 2 characters. Just see if you can get something going here by just running up and just hitting a button. But Kane just stopping them with the projectile, or the projectile right there. And now we're gonna be able to get some pressure resets going. A second one, and then a third one. How about that? Keep the plus frames up. But Kaiser's still just being able to wait on out of there. But now they're getting hawked down with the 2B. And I don't know, stop me if you've seen this one before, Cookie. But the Kukri starting to run wild here while down in the character count.
Okay, one more hit will do it. I think an overhead kills here. Nice rip on the EXDP. Oh, but that does not work out. The 3D actually whips and gets hit by the clone. And Kane is on an anchor situation.
Stop me if you've heard it before, but the Kukri coming in down 2 characters, has all the momentum right now, blocking the Terry JD. That was going to be a potentially disastrous hit if they couldn't block correctly on that guessing game. But now we're devoid of meter after spending it on guard cancel, but nice DP into the power gather there for Kaiser.
Okay, doesn't spend any extra meter. Takes the hits where you can, gets another 2. Half health already, even-ish game. Didn't want to spend that, I don't think. You do die to the next hit confirmed. Don't get hit by a burn knuckle. Don't get hit by a far C. Nice intercept!
That guard gauge was getting cranked, so that was a fantastic job of using Pillar to stop Terry from approaching you and cranking up that guard bar even more. Trying to jump out of there, but the clone lingering hitbox to get the confirm on the counter hit as well. The heads up play to confirm on that interaction by Kane and the Kukri. Oh my goodness gracious, that is how you take a set.
I'm dying. The EX clone there actually just works out way too well.
That's
way too
crazy.
well.
Oh my gosh. I'm literally at a loss for words. I'm at a loss for words how that was able to confirm into a set clinching interaction. That is, first of all, masterful by Kane to confirm on that, and then just use that to cap off a great run back with Kukri. The second one that we've seen in top 8 alone, might I add. But yeah, just the heads up play down the stretch was just absolutely exceptional.
I don't even know what to say. It's just like, how does that situation end up in your favor that way? And it's just like, how are you confident enough to just stay strong in those situations where you get another reverse Kukri OCV?
Been there, done that with the character. We talked about it in the previous set. Just, you got being at ease with the character that you can trust. You're able to maintain that heady mentality going into those those really scary situations. Down 2 characters, top 8, loser side, don't matter. Kukri in 5.
Speaking of in 5, the Tournament of Honesty 5. Of course, right now you are watching the KOF15 top 8. Yesterday we did have the Sam Show top 8, which you should go and watch if you're interested. And tomorrow, of course, Fatal Fury City of the Wolves will be part of the Tournament of Honesty as well. So make sure you tune in for that. Make sure you support the Match Reno for that. And if you are interested, go ahead and enter if you are within the regions listed. Of course, this tournament series only happens twice a year. So if you are interested, do get in here. Do show some support for Just Frame and, of course, KOF Honesto for the work that they've been putting in for you this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Cannot wait to see it. The City of Wolves tournament is going to be so special. It's going to be a huge bracket with some heavy hitters that have emerged early into the lifespan of the game. But a whole weekend of SNK gaming, you can't ask for anything better. And we're locked into it this Saturday night with some more KOF action as we get into our second round, or second game of our second round of losers top 8. We've got Robert versus PerroSinLag. Gonna go with the Shingo Yabuki this time around, swapping out the Goenitz for the prodigal son up against Robert and the tried and true Shun'ei and company.
Nothing will stop this show.
The Shun'ei into mid-tier, low-tier, or mid-tier, depending on your tier list.
I actually haven't really been paying that much attention to where Shingo has been going in tier lists. It feels
I
like
think
he's got some cool stuff. He does have some really cool stuff.
I mean, he did, in a couple of the latest patches, he did get buffs. His crit rate got buffed, so his combos are mostly consistent now. He, like, guarantees crits off of most EXs. So I think, the character's in a pretty good slot. And of course, like, jump EX kick is, like, hard tracking, so it's probably a really good move. But you don't see a lot of people pilot this character. You've seen him once in a blue moon, and it leads to some of the most hype moments in this game. Goodbye.
Yeah, talk about once in a blue moon for Shingo. This is a character that you see all the time at that point position there. The Shun'ei mirror going to be won by PerroSinLag there. Dominant performance there, just being able to get that first touch and then maximize it, which is just, you know, what you want to do up against. If you're both playing Shun'ei and you're playing against Shun'ei, get that first touch, just say, hey, you don't necessarily have the defensive capabilities to get me away from you, and I'm just going to maximize it, and then maximize the DP punish right there. And that was a lot of meter off the top of it too after that block DP went into the super.
Shun'ei still putting in work. We might not even get to see the Shingo. You might just lose. Never mind. Great hit. All right, it's going to lead to about half health. Going to lead to a setup for Robert as well. What a jump. Oh, my God.
Tried to mix me. Do you see the character I play? I'm the only one doing the mixing around here. I'm the bartender around these parts, and we're open till 2 a.m. But I'm gonna have to leave you out a little bit early. You had a little bit too much. If you think that you could try that on me, Benimaru gonna come in though and just say, sober up, young man. We gotta get some little stable game plan going up here. Here we go.
How did that
Slowly.
work? Oh, EXRG can just whip. We get the air throw. Another throw. We'll be close to killing. Not enough. Yeah, just a little over the 100 mark. And they traded. Okay. One was red, one was blue.
Those. We gotta take those. We gotta take
he's here.
those.
Oh, he's here. He's here. That's a far D. That's a stand CD. This is a potential lot of damage. Gets the crit. We get the extension. Yes, we do. OTG, guess for game. Oh, I like that. The TK kick. I forgot the name of the actual move.
Shingo kick.
Shingo kick. Thought it had a
kick.
different name.
All right, here we go. Shingo kick as a burst option this time around. But we're still finding our way out of there with the slicer. Right, Jinkin to control space. Trying to see Robert do everything that they can with these specials to just stop Shingo from just bursting right in front of his face. But there's only so much you can do. The backup Shingo kick got the critical as well. Didn't really need it, but Shingo Yabuki taking it for PerroSinLag here, game 1.
Yeah. Advancing forward specials are very good in a game without dash block. How many times must I say it?
Got to make people Shingo believers. Just got to keep preaching. Stand on the box outside of the nearest NFL game and just let people know. Have a white sign with just black lettering that people can't really see from like 100 feet away.
Shingo kick! Alright, now we got Shun'ei versus Shun'ei. And one Shun'ei will out Shun'ei the other Shun'ei in a Shun'ei mirror match.
This might actually just go the same way that the first game went because, again, you just get that first touch. Oh, but good throw out of there. Denying the fake stuff. But we challenge with the protagonist 2A. Robert gonna emerge the victor of that mirror.
Alright, that's how Shun'ei mirrors go. One wins on a blowout, and then the other wins on a blowout, and we trade games. So now Shingo kick. Or Shingo's dead.
Trip guard 2B right there for the Shun'ei, but we're still fighting on out of there as PerroSinLag and Shingo just keeping them pinned down here. And good defense right there up against the burst option of... Oh, but we got the crit.
Oh, he didn't get the crit on the EX, though. We wanted that extension. Still gets the 2D, still has a little bit of pressure, gets a huge JB. Give me that crit, baby. Ah, crit again. Nice.
The hype is too real from my co-commentator, but real good stuff there by Shingo Yabuki there to get Shun'ei on out of there. So Isla gonna have to go up against them again, but the mastery right now of the pace of the game for Shingo, again, kind of similar to what we've seen from other characters that are not as represented, as we do get the Shatter Strike to stop Shingo from just doing stuff. It's just been very hard to deter the people who are very comfortable with the otherwise underrepresented characters.
2D cancel, we love that, having a special cancelable 2D on block. The JB is a bad jump, gets caught by the 2B. Robert is the GOAT of getting 2B punish on landing recovery. And then we die. Oh.
Sit right back, just flirt with you, just saying, I know what I'm capable of, but the Farsi still gonna catch you and confirm into a level 1 kill there. So Robert, the far normal conversion to get rid of the problem character of game 1. Leona gonna come in though. She's done a lot of work so far. Let's see if she can do it here.
You're definitely gonna need it, but you're facing top 2 in the game right now. Let's see if the Orochi Queen herself can make something happen. Oh! Yep, that's a slow combo extension. We get the hard knockdown off of the follow-up, and then we win.
Great stuff there again. Oh no, but just couldn't quite get the kill. Probably trusted on the Moonslash to kill, but the active frames and the disjoint on that move going to be able to secure the round there. Now Benimaru gonna have to come out, but Leona full health and almost 5 bars to her name.
It's called like Moon Slicer or Moon Slasher or something that orb is called. Uh-oh, are you dead? Oh, you're actually dead. What are we doing? Oh, you're just better actually. Yeah, you're just better. I lied. Yeah, you're better. We go for the instant overhead setup instead of wanting to do our normal combo into level 1 super into climax and kill. We want to style on it a little bit more. 2-0.
This character just running wild right now, and thank you, chat. It is called Baltic Launcher. I think Sammy said it earlier, and I was like, oh, that's what that's called. I should remember that, and then I didn't remember it. So Sammy, shouts out to you for knowing the name of the move, but I just didn't know the name of the move. Now I do. Baltic Launcher. But we're gonna have to make that call a little bit later too, because Leona advances. How about that?
What? What the hell is it called? Baltic? What? What? Who made this name? Oh yeah, I mean, you look up Baltic Launcher and you get the SNK Wikipedia fandom. Why is it called Baltic Launcher? Where's the trivia on this? Are they like throwing bombs? What's going on?
She's in the military.
Yeah, did we launch stuff in the Baltic Sea?
I don't know what the military does in the SNK universe. I just know that they show up in Metal Slug every now and again, and they're just like, yo, what's good?
It's alright. Sammy also called Heidern, Heidern. So I make the joke whenever me and Sammy do Heidern and stuff, I call him Hydrogen.
Oh, that's pretty good. Dude, and then the 2 touches called the hydrogen bomb sequence.
Bro!
There you go. You can have that one for free. Alrighty.
Multi launcher sequence.
I don't know. We're gonna have to think of something because the Leona running wild here in the loser side of things, and they are going to advance to loser semifinals, sending Robert out at 5th. So now we're gonna go back up to the winner side of things, and our winners finals, our first best of 5 set here, as we are now in the top 4 territory between Rino and Wero Asamiya.
No Ash this time. We bring in the normal Yash. Curious. Do we want to play Immaculate Footsies?
Get ready for a battle of titans.
I'm a hater. I'm sorry. But anyway,
I'm not
double Yashiro cell.
I'm not trying to play footsies against Yuri. If there's one thing I'm trying to avoid, it's having to play footsies against that character.
True. Well, there's a couple of merits to this Yashiro cell. Obviously, you have the one-sided dominance once they get anything going, especially at the positions where you don't necessarily have a lot of meter to get them away from you, short of having to spend a DP like you have with Iori or Yuri. So you do still have to take some risk as opposed to spending a guard cancel. But I don't know, if they get that first touch against Yuri and just really maximize the interaction after the fact, she becomes a lot less of a problem. And the same could be said against the point Iori that's done a lot of work here for Wero to open things up. Rino getting the really good sequence here. A lot of damage, got the hard knockdown, and the good positioning after the fact as well.
Oh, Rising JA's huge there. We get the 2C counter hit, lead into the auto EX Rekka. We're just footsying again. That far B, Reno's pride and joy. Time to lose. Time to guess wrong, that's for sure.
Crazy part is you don't even have to threaten the command grab as much because these nickel and dimes with the poke placement have been so good, and then operating as well in that KOF zone, jumping on over the low from Iori with the JA. Great stuff there to open up the set for Orochi Yashiro. Now we'll see if the theory is true, if we can pin down Yuri early and get her to start guessing. And that's exactly what we can get going right here, the level 1.
Alright, you still have to guess anyways. We don't get a left-right, but we still get command grab or not. And we get the close D that actually fuzzy mash works. Far D into the quick max is a great recognition from Wero. Not enough to kill. Drops the combo, so he resets to neutral. Uh-oh.
Oh, baby, you tried to command grab me? Do you know what character I play? I know what you want. I know what you want. Don't play that game with me. I'm gonna send you back home to your brother. Tell him to teach you a little something. Oh my gosh, how dare you, young lady? How dare you?
Yeah, I saw when you got that hit, I was like 100% here comes the level 2 because the scariest character on that team, bar none, is the Yuri. Yep, you've been red.
Oh my gosh, established dominance early here. This Orochi Yashiro doing that in a great way. And then, my gosh, love that sequence, but I don't love to see that DP there from Wero. That is tough for whiffing there. And now, here we go, Cookie. One final yes.
Guessies. Oh yeah, you got frame trapped into the command grab is enough to kill the Yashiro CV.
Know how to win. This is the person to ask.
What an opening there for Rino. Just absolutely dominant display. Opened up with the poke placement and then just absolutely ran wild on the touches once they built the meter after the point scenario. So Wero gonna have to figure something out to get, first of all, the first Yashiro off the screen, but then they can replicate that same game plan in neutral with the second Yashiro and then Heidern right behind that. Either way you say it, Wero has a lot to think about going into this next game.
Ready?
All right, let's see how the footsies adapt. One game is gone. The footsies are about to evolve. It's gonna be like Jurassic World Evolution 3. Uh-oh.
Here There we go. A little bit more advantage this time around. The good 2C trade there in the favor of Iori because you're still getting that corner position in game. And then the JCD, still keeping him in the corner. And then advanced strike right there. Great stuff here. Great structuring of offense for Iori. Not going to quite be enough to kill, but you're going to put him in a tough spot there, but well-timed back roll.
Spent another bar on that guard cancel. That feels pretty bad if you're Rino, because you kind of want all the bar that you get. The run-up 2B is enough. Iori will be a full character up. Gets full health back here into the normal Yash. Where's the yellow color?
Does the normal one have a yellow color?
He
has to, right?
He typically that's the one that he typically uses. The
Okay.
Oyash always has the brown jacket, and then when Rino plays Yashiro, he plays that ugly yellow color that I talk about all the time.
Oh, okay. I don't really pay that much attention to colors except if they're like absolutely garish. So good call on that one. But here we go, just keeping it real simple with the good old dark colors on the jacket right there. Gonna make Iori see black and blue after this confirm right there. Now doing a little bit of jet punch pressure to force them into the corner and then space themselves out beautifully. Just as beautiful as the safe jump on the DP right there. So Yashiro getting their rival there in Iori.
Yeah, that's a huge turn of events there. Little less health on the Yashiro, but even-ish meter. Now we have to deal with this Yuri. I wonder if the Yashiro is the answer to the Yuri. There is something he knows that we don't, and it is not that wolf VTuber that he uses. Oh, that's a huge open up.
I don't know why that got me so much, but it did. Okay, we got the corner steal, or the corner switch right there. Couldn't get the full confirm. This time the running command grab going to work out. Not quite far enough to get it to whiff, so we couldn't get the full punish there. So Yuri able to put the hands on you. Now just locking down Yashiro into the corner, but these great far Bs enable him to challenge stuff out really well as the 2C and the close C, and the 2C exactly going to be what enables the confirm to get Yuri on out of there. And the regular Yashiro this time, the MVP for Reno currently. Rock, however, going to have to see if there's something to say about that.
A character and a half up, a potential to be 2 games up. There's a lot of meter on the side of Yashiro. So the chance here that Reno goes for a full spend on the next hit. Because you want to try to get as much health off as possible because you know you're getting a 1 meter refund. I would not doubt him to spend all of his bar here.
And that's exactly what you're going to get. The climax from Yashiro. Gonna put a lot of damage onto that health bar of Rock, put him in a much more dire situation despite not even having the best Oki. Don't matter, we just still keep our pressure going there. XB into the jet punch. Reno, 2 different shades of Yashiro, but any way you color it, that's a game 2 victory.
Yeah, in that situation, with a character lead there, knowing that you're still receiving a meter in that anchor situation, it is almost 9 times out of 10 excuse me, better to go for the health lead there. Even if you lose the next couple interactions, you know they're not receiving that much health back. So you know that there's a chance that you can just go for the health lead in a situation that you want it.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely put the pressure underneath that anchor character as well, despite not having the meter that you would otherwise have if you just kept the same normal sequencing as normal. But here we go. A very familiar sequence there for Oyash, but not in a good spot after getting switched out of the corner on the good fight out by Iori, but still the health lead very welcome here for Reno.
Nice. So throw reset. We're not done yet. That was a very interesting jump scenario. What? That was mind control. That was mind control. He was getting freaky.
Good damage here. Put him in the corner. Couple of 2Bs. Still very disciplined. And then the anti-air command grab. Level 1. It's time to guess.
Almost full screen run up. No health on both characters. Lets the Rekka rip is crazy.
I don't disagree with it. The advancing chip out opportunity there. Just a little bit of life left on the Oyash, but if I didn't calculate the chip correctly, that would have been very dangerous there if it didn't work out. But either way, Iori's on out of there. Yashiro full health bar, and Yuri gonna come out with identical meter, just a sliver more than the opponent.
Round 3. Ready? Go!
All right. Even health, even meter. Huge bar C open up. That's going to lead to a half health game already. Next hit will kill the Yuri, which I can't believe that worked. What is this character?
Blessed be the hitboxes on Yuri Sakazaki, and blessed be this corner situation that we have Yashiro in currently, despite fighting out with that close C. Anti-air right there, keeping them locked down. This is going to be dangerous because that guard gauge is getting cranked down.
Yeah, absolutely. You're ripping in the XDP there. I'm not getting set up. The wake-up throw, though, is big for Wero. Oh, my God. The trading back and forth is huge for both players. But the jump, the 2C was too early. The JD comes out on top, and Wero with the character lead.
That stuff that's granted to you when you have a character like Yuri that has such good command of the skies. It's so hard to anti-air her. And even when you do have the generous anti-air ability that Yashiro has with that normal, just floating right above it with the, just slightly inaccurate timing to be able to close the round. Great stuff there for Wero, forcing Heidern to come out for the first time this set.
Oh, well, the Heidern came out. The Heidern did work. Has a slight meter lead, has full health. This is only gonna come down to the Rock. Can the Rock keep Wero's winner's life safe for one more game?
Whole lot of W sound sounding like Elmer Fudd right there, but it is hunting season up against Heidern right now. Clean jump in, but we were ready for it on the other end. Oh, the quick max conversion gonna go into the level 1. Once again, different character, but it is time to guess.
Oh my God, he knew. He knew. Okay, that doesn't work, but the close C works into the reset cross up. Rino taking it 3 over Wero to move on to grand finals.
Oh my gosh, the read on the EX crack counter there from Rock on that jump in, trying to eliminate and mitigate the guess in that situation. We were just ready for it. Wasn't quite ready to kill, but after the fact, we were ready to close it out there. So fantastic stuff. The clean sweep there. Every character seems like they just pulled their weight towards the end of that set, and that's all you can really ask for if you are Reno.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just ended up working out. The team choice was the right choice for that scenario. Maybe he wanted the Yashiro to play footsies with the Yuri rather than the Ash, who would really be hard-pressed to try to get a flash kick out on a jump arc that is not great.
Yeah, we already saw it kind of throw the Yashiro for a loop when they did the C, and then it just kind of missed on that. So again, just the slightly annoying jump arc of Yuri, sort of throwing them for a loop, but just being able to dictate that she was not going to be able to play that game as much as she wanted to. Really, really good for Reno, and rewarded with a clean 3-0 victory. So we will see who their opponent is going to be at the end of the day, but we got a whole lot of losers matches to get to that point, starting with our loser semifinal between PerroSinLag and Kane 4-9.
Yeah, for sure. There's going to be a great set coming up, but I do want to do some quick shilling for the Matcherino. Obviously, exclamation point Matcherino in the chat. There's $250 in the pot. So if you are willing, we don't have any codes to be claimed, but if you are feeling ever so generous, please do donate some of your own money to the players playing here for the Tournament of Honesty this weekend. I know that they would 100% appreciate it. I know some of these players will be at CO next week, so I know they'll definitely appreciate that. But if not, I know some of them are fighting for those EWC slots. I know some of them are fighting to also go to EVO. So I know it would help them out a lot if you donated to the Matcherino.
Yep, at $300, we are going to get that top 6 payout. Currently only top 4, so you can help the pockets of some of the other people who went out a little bit earlier, while also strengthening the pockets of those who made it to this point. So definitely help them out here. A couple of generous donations will go a long way. Like Cookie said, there is a lot of money to be won, and they need to have the opportunity to do so. So anything to put them in the pockets to get them in that prime position would be much appreciated by these players.
All right, looks like we're ready to go. Losers semis match. This will be first to 2. Losers finals and grands will be first to 3. So one more first to 2 for the bracket. And it's going to be a banger, because what the hell am I looking at with these teams?
I love that Shun'ei is gone and both Shingo and Guntz are here alongside the Leona. I love this. Perro is playing to my heartstrings right now. But on the other side, more specialist action with the Angel and the Kukri coupled with the Iori from Kane. So this is going to be a battle of some absolutely crazy character choices from both. And I am so excited to see it. I'm so sad that we only get a first to 2 situation for this, because otherwise I would just love to see this go the distance.
The Shingo on point's pretty interesting. Because doesn't really strike me as a character who has good half-bar confirms. He really wants at least 2 EXs to extend the damage to a respectable amount. But I don't know, maybe you nickel and dime with the footsies. You're fighting Angel anyways, who needs to like 3 or 4 touch you, but she doesn't do that much damage.
Low-key, I think that probably something that's in the mind of Perro by putting Shingo at point up against the Angel is, as important as it is to lock down Angel, number one, Shingo can play at the pace of Angel from a distance by threatening that Shingo kick burst option. But also, if they get that Shingo kick, boom, that's a knockdown on Angel that goes a long way. But we're taking a long trip into this corner by Angel scoring that big hit and now getting even more off of it. Not going to go into the level 1, but we're still in the guessing game. We're still in the blender, and now you're in the grave.
Yeah, all of that talk about locking her down from a distance with Shingo kick evaporated in one sequence, and when she got shoved into the corner and then guessed wrong twice.
What can I say? It's a gift. I have a gift.
Huge. Oh, that would have been a huge whiff punish. We're not gonna get it here. But that's a huge stand CD, because now we put Goenitz in the blender.
Definitely not a character that you want to be in the situation with, but great to both sides, baby. The level 1 parry, and then jumping over the 623 AC. Angel clearing the special from Goenitz and clearing him off the board here in game 1. Leona gonna have to come in and once again do what she's been doing, which is sweeping the rest of the team off the feet. But as we get into this bracket in the later stages, it becomes harder and harder to do so each time.
This is a character I think can get out of Angel pressure. It's a character with a flash kick. Okay. There's your flash kick. Whee! We slide. We still have a bar. We get a knockdown too. Mid-screen though, it's not gonna feel great.
What's happening? Which way do I go? Which way do I go? I know I've got a flash kick, but like it's not gonna help me right there. She's just still twerking.
Nice. Gets the overhead into the hit grab. We do flash kick immediately out, but it's only 1 hit away for this Angel. 2D sweep could do it. That's not gonna do it. Advancing strike. Again, 1 hit blocks the instant overhead and blocks the super Angel OCV here in top 4.
That's tough too, because the the instant overhead into the level 1 is one heck of a gamble to do there. I understand that you want to open her up and get Angel out of there as fast as possible, but let's say that hits 2 more characters, so that's an expensive way to clear out of Angel, but you do pay the premium to get the character out of there. And if you're wrong, that happens. So it's a risk assessment that maybe not have been great in the moment, but I understand the urgency of trying to get Angel out of there and just getting as much health back as possible. But Kane just ready for it, and the Angel OCV on the other end of that.
What are we changing? What do we got? Okay. Did we change anything? Did we just take a break?
No. Yeah, just we need to look. If I get rushed down by Angel like that, I need to just recollect my thoughts, because that was just definitely a lot. My brain is going in a lot of different places at that point. So definitely just need a breather, get some water, stretch out, get out of the chair, and just sit back down and just say, all right, we'll just keep the main thing here.
All right, let's see how Pero adapts in this situation. You still have to fight the Angel. You cannot escape. You put yourself with the same team order. So now all it comes down to is adaptation. And how much are you willing to bet on your reversals to actually work?
Round 1. Ready? Go!
We do get a change in the color here for Shingo, so maybe we just needed a little bit of a change in scenery, despite being in the padded walls of time immemorial. But now we have a chance to lock down Angel, but she does fight her way on out of there. Gonna trap into that
that combo route was thick.
Yeah, my God, yeah, we're just gonna get that frame trap once again.
Dang.
Down. Bang, bang.
Nice, gets the JB. Kane does block, it's a roll out of the corner, resets to neutral. Gets a far C though, it's huge! Shingo PI for hire. Nice, wow, what a hit confirm. Okay, leads you into more mix.
Oh, yep, like you were saying, bet it all on that reversal as well. So good stuff there defensively, just making sure to bet it all right there. And then again, look at that. The Shingo kick, very threatening at that range. Makes Angel think twice about how she's gonna command that immediate space on approach.
You tried to go for the EX hit grab, the one that typically catches landings very fast, and the Shingo kick actually just counter hit it.
Play in my KOF with Shingo Yabuki nonetheless. Crazy. Oh my gosh, but we put ourselves in the corner with a tough opportunity missed on the punish and then just the tough spacing on the jump. And that's Shingo on out of there. So Iori making quick work of Shingo. Not gonna get full health, but still getting a full or a near full health bar after the quick round there. Goenitz gonna come in with not a lot of meter.
Different color. With a different color, he's looking like a Greek god almost. He does spend the bar immediately. That's not a lot of damage, and I don't know if you wanted to give more meter to Yuri, who does that. Uh-oh.
Gonna challenge the command dash as well. Not gonna get the full punish there, but still maintaining that corner space. A couple of 2Bs, couldn't quite get the confirm on those either, so a couple of missed opportunities, but we're still pinning them down. Gotta get on out of there. That guard gauge was getting cranked up. Yep, love to see that with the 623 AC on the jump in attempt from Iori, but we're right back where we found ourselves currently. But nice teleport to get on out of there, but we're still in a bad spot, Cookie.
Yeah, I mean, there's too many right guesses on the side of Kane 4-9. It's just all working out right now. And yet again, we're out. We have all the meter to make this happen. And the whipped advanced strike is going to give him a huge lead. And he's one character away from booking his ticket to Losers Finals.
Leona gonna have to come in with a lot less bar than she did previously. Can she get Iori on out of there? These two share Orochi blood, but they do not want to share the same screen for long, especially since Kukri is waiting in the ranks behind Iori. So it's gonna be up to Perro to try to make quick work of this mid, but right now Kane is not making that easy.
Oh my god, that was a huge reaction to the up back. The firework does connect, so that's still health on the table. Woo-hoo! Dead!
Baby, the jump back JCD, and then the read on the moon slash. Kane gonna be able to take it 2-0 over PerroSinLag. The Leona just ever so close to getting Iori off of the screen, but nothing doing. Kane going to advance into top 3. PerroSinLag going to be going out at 4th, but with a valiant effort with the team that many people, myself included, did not expect to make it that far.
Yeah, the better, was it like low tier wins, I guess? Angel over Leona and Shingo. There's better low tier wins, I guess.
That Angel was crazy. It was definitely doing work in that whole set, honestly. And then we really didn't need to see too much of the Kukri at all. I mean, the Iori came in as a closer in that game too, so you gotta love that. You just, kind of like in the playoffs where you just kind of, waiting on the other team to finish out their series. You can just wait for the other two to finish out their job, and you get all the rest time in the world if we're Kukri.
Yep, for sure. But now you have to fight the SWC qualified man himself, Wero Asamiya, in the losers finals slot in a first 2-3 set.
Ooh, baby. I know Kane has a lot of momentum in their favor right now, but fighting Wero in any circumstance is a tough task, especially when they have been rested the entire time, waiting for the winner of those losers matches. Wero going to see if they can get that run back up against Rino after dropping that set 3-0 to them. Definitely going to feel a little bit wronged by that and trying to take that anger out on to Kane.
All right, first to 3 set, losers finals. Kane, the underdog in this situation with the 2 mid to low tiers on their team versus, was that Yuri Point?
Maybe. Maybe. Hey, let's see how it plays out. This is a best of 5. We've got time to play around with our team order. I know the Iori's been doing work at point, but maybe, just maybe, Wero finds the value in how quickly that Yuri can represent herself up against Angel, who's always trying to do something. So Yuri can.
I think it's just the air movement, because the thing, if one of Angel's weaknesses is that she really cannot contest people who jump. Unless she catches them with a preemptive air-to-air, like, she is not anti-airing people worth a damn.
Exacerbated by the strengths of Yuri Sakazaki, but the strengths of Angel will soon be on display as an effective challenge turns into so much corner carry and a ginormously favorable knockdown situation. And now Death's Door is coming for Yuri after the guess not going in Wero's favor. What a great reversal of fortunes for Kane and the Angel.
That, like, JA connecting into the 2A actually still confirming was absolutely insane. That sequence would not have existed if that didn't actually combo. How did that red sky even hit?
It's very generous in when it decides to win. Very, very generous. It feels like it wins way more than it loses out. But right now, oh no, as I say that, the drop on the level 1, but it's okay. The knockdown was still giving Wero a chance to recover. But that is a lot of damage that you wish that you could have put on Angel. But all the tacos not gonna work out. But we go to the level 1 and the sweet punish. That was just a whole lot of mom spaghetti on the plate right there.
The hell just happened? He blocked 1 normal, did guard cancel roll, and then Kane did super, and then the guard cancel roll was like, but what if I just phased through it? And then immediately died.
KOF, baby.
Certainly a sequence of events. Plus frames off of the advancing strike. Catches the 2B. Wero got no Iori combos right now. That's why he's called Asamiya and not Yagami.
That is crazy work. But here we go. We are sitting in that mid-range space right there, threatening that fireball as well. But both of them are just weaving back and forth out of each other's respective ranges, not trying to get into that KOF zone any sooner than they have to, except for when we want to run up and do all this damage to you. Gonna spend both bars here, gonna try to go for the chip out situation, but we miscalculated, and that gives Kane a chance to strike back.
Doesn't spend the 1 bar, keeps it. You're gonna have to, you're in a bad situation, and he gets the slight walk forward to B, which is massive for Wero. Got Kane to spend all that meter and still didn't kill the character.
On the other side of that, though, you gave him a lot of extra credit on that Iori after you didn't get the calculation right on that chip damage. So a lot less work for Kukri to do now. And we've seen Kane do a really good job closing with his character, but Wero just being absolutely dominant offensively right now, just staying in the face of Kukri, getting that taco kick. One more guess for Kukri.
Okay, gets hit. Yeah, gonna combo off of that stand CD with the fireball, but the close D is enough. And hello, JCD always finds its mark.
Just the start of a new worldwide legend.
Oh, baby, it always finds a way. The Orochi blessed air normals of all of the hot-blooded characters in a workout, especially when you need it to right there. The JCD, the armpit hitbox right there, gonna clock Kukri on the dome and give Wero the first game of the set.
All right. All right. That was a little bit closer. Still very much in Wero's favor, but a little bit closer than I wanted. The Iori was certainly committing to action. What a round start. The reflector. Reset.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. That's a mid. How'd you get hit by that?
That's a left-right, though.
Oh, baby. But yeah, we definitely are putting them in the blender mid-screen, but throwing them out of the dash up. Very good stuff there, but Angel still going to be able to make their presence known here.
Oh, you see? Huge lead right here for Kane. Nice far D that does work. The red sky into the recovered throw. That is huge lead for Kane right here. And maybe what they needed to potentially tie up the set.
Impressive anti-air right there. You mentioned how hard it can be for that character to do it, but especially if you're proactive like that with that far D, it can work out for you at that range, especially against Yuri. Mad impressive stuff there from Kane.
Oh, the 2B does work. We don't get a full confirm off of it. EX for the OTG. Nice JA. Oh, uh-oh. All right, now rip a DP in this upcoming sequence.
Yeah, some form of disrespect has got to be on the table here for Wero, but the empty jump low is going to be something that they got to pay respects to. And a lot of damage here and a good knockdown after the fact. Try to go for a 2C there to see if they can get a proactive anti-air, but still going to be able to get an effective challenge here to cash out into level 2 fireworks. Good stuff there, but that is a lot of bleeding done to Iori in the meanwhile.
Yeah, bled his health, bled his resources. That's a massive lead for Kane going into this mirror. I mean, he really only needs one hit with one bar to seal it. EX for the OTG means it's a 50-50. Oh, the JC just works, but we don't believe.
Ooh, maintaining same side under the threat of the taco, so Wero still doing some tricky shenanigans with Kane's own character and resetting after the 2B hit into the Scum Gale, and then going same side once again. Believe in the sequence that believes in you. Iori winning the mirror expeditiously, and just like that, we have the lead again.
Wero believed in the mantra that he did not pay $60 to block. Because not one of those JBs was going to go over, and he just did not block. Oh, what a hit confirm, though. Huge. Not enough to kill off a throw. Now it's enough. Just run up and throw him. Whoa, was that hitbox?
Oh, man. Challenging the third hit of that Rekka there with the standing normal. The kick to the jaw gonna get Iori on out of there. Kukri now forcing the anchor battle, but Rock Howard coming in with 3 bars. Any KOF knowers knows what that means. It could be very scary here. It could get sticky for Kukri if Rocket gets access to what many believe to be the win condition for this character.
Nice.
Jump over the fireballs with 2 bars. That's still very dangerous. You don't have the access to the install, but that level 2 Shine Knuckle. And also very interesting to see if Kukri's going to spend or be able to throw out any fireballs under the threat of that level 2, because he can catch them throwing out those fireballs with the special, and we get out of there, Dark Kissel.
We're so in. We're so in. We have a chance here. Oh, we also have a chance to lose. I mean, one hit either side can really lead into some squirrely stuff. I think Wero kills off the next hit. I don't think Kane kills off the next hit. He's gonna need a reset.
Oh, might be able to get it here. Got the trip guard on the 2B. Oh my gosh, that is, I don't know what happened there, but the EX flip not going to quite find its mark. Maybe was trying to go for meaty timing. Either way, gave Wero a chance to go into a quick max combo, and that's 2-0 for Wero over Kane.
I don't know if that was a frame kill or he was thinking in his head about the EX Sand Pillar OTG and then like just got EX overhead. I'm not even sure.
That's just tough there for Kane, but they ready right back up like nothing happened. Wero taking a second to just, you know, recollect himself after what could have gone seriously wrong for them. But here we go. We're up 2 games. Just need one more to get our rematch up against Rino in that grand finals. Kane going to have to make a mountainous comeback here.
Round 1. Ready? Go!
Okay, potential 3-0 here in losers finals. Okay, what a trade. Oh, what a whip! Uh-oh, the sequence is now sequencing.
Maybe the reset, trying to bait out a DP or something right there, but Yuri not biting, waiting their time to find the time to inch themselves out of the corner here. And now we're just jumping that on hell, trying to bait them or dare them to try to anti-air them. Oh, but the punish on the landing recovery. Not going to get too much after that. Oh, I wish you did, though, if you're on hell. Wero going to be able to cash out there. Level 1 to get rid of on hell. And that's huge for momentum in this set because this is the first dominant point win that Yuri's had so far.
Stand your ground. Ready?
All right, I mean, this could lead to it all because Kane now is on the back foot and he's down 2 games and you're still fighting one of the quirkiest characters to fight and you've been opened up. Ah!
Yeah, gonna catch him on the head top right there. Believe that was a 2A coming out there from Wero, but we just gracefully jump on over that. And that is a quick 18-second round to get Yuri on out of there. So really good amount of health coming back there for Iori. And now Wero gonna come out with the mid in Iori as well. So another ditto. Wero has been very, very comfortable in this scenario each time it's presented itself.
Oh, okay, huge. That's a great open up. How much are we willing to spend? We just get the EX after bot bot. Okay, gets the knockdown. Now one more hit. A Scumgale combo kills as well. 2D. I like 2D on block. I like Fardy too. Just rip it 2D again. Just do empty jump 2D. Mind control.
Got the 2Bs once again of a bunch of different varieties, but still not enough of the closing one. Now they're gonna get out of there, but again, the 2B to challenge it. That is the flavor of the day for Wero Asamiya. Just throwing them out in a different, in a plethora of situations there, and all of them just working out for Iori. It is a good button, but man, does it have utility.
Nice. The far B. Okay, the Rekka just works. We don't go for the EX for the OTG, but we get a huge counter hit JCD. Uh-oh, it might be time to lose.
Got them sweeping, cancel into the special, but we still get the knockdown after the anti-air going into the Rekka. Well, that was a potentially dangerous situation if Wero was able to read that roll, but it's okay. Got the EX flip, getting the knockdown, catching them with the close C. Here we go. This is how we can get things started. Finally built the bar for the level 1. The OTG not going to be quite enough to kill, but we run up on an advancing Iori. Kukri not going down without a fight.
Yeah, but now he has no meter. And you have half health. So, if you can pull off this miracle, you have my props.
This is, again, so scary. Rock has access to a lot of different ways to punish Kane for trying to do anything remotely unsafe in terms of throwing out a fireball or jumping over Rock's own.
Let's roll forward. We get corner pressure now. This is huge screen control for Wero. Man's letting that JCD rip. He's gonna do his taxes.
Throw break. Now keeping Kukri locked down. The frame trap going into the close C. Gonna work out there. Wero, clean sweep. 3-0 over Kane to get the rematch in grand finals against Rino.
Simply the better player here today. Kane still gets a nice payout. It is a top 4 payout in 3rd place. Not too bad. Gets a little bit of change, so not a bad place to go out. But your grand finals is set. We have one more set of the night.
Absolutely great stuff, and I've loved to see all the action up until then. And if you have as well, please consider giving these players a little bit more pocket change at the end of all of this crazy KOF action. Exclamation point Rino in the chat. If you do feel so kind, please consider doing a direct contribution to reward these players for putting on such an amazing show tonight. And either way, we appreciate y'all for being locked in with us all night long. I hope you've enjoyed your time here. I certainly have.
Yeah, it's been an awesome top 8 so far. But of course, you are watching the Tournament of Honesty. You're watching the last set of KOF tonight on Saturday. But tomorrow is the City of the Wolves bracket with over 100 players entered all across North America. You could be part of that over 100 players as well. So please, if you are interested, show up tomorrow, enter the bracket. If not, please do go ahead and watch and support Querafro Honesto and Just Frame as they put on this massive bracket for you.
And then after that, all that online action is good, but some good old offline action is even better. We've got Just Frame 2025 happening on September 13th to 14th this year in good old Mazatlan, Mexico. Got all the games that you see on screen right now, including KOF, of course, and City of the Wolves. All the SNK titles, really, because Sam shows right there, too, as a main title. And then beyond that, SF6, DPFZ, Tekken 8, Grand Blue, my GOAT, Guilty Gear Strive, Uni 2, and VF5 Revo. So that is a whole lot of good old gaming going on in Just Frame 2025. And you can be a part of that by going to justframe.mx or start.gg/hus/justframe. And just make sure that you are keeping up to date with all things going on there. And it will all be supported by SNK and partnered by TNS. So if you are ready for some good old Mexican offline gaming action, Just Frame 2025 has everything that you need and some more.
Yeah, for sure. Just Frame this year is going to be super awesome to see, especially because Sea Otaku is not happening. September is open, baby. September is open. Listen, I'm sad. I live in Orlando, and I love Sea Otaku. September is open, baby.
Good stuff right there. Very excited to see, and most likely going to see all of these players that you're seeing tonight in that Just Frame bracket, and a lot more too coming out of the woodwork for the offline event. So it's always going to be very interesting. I always love seeing the Mexican FGC come out for the offline events because you never know what you're going to get in terms of the exciting gameplay. And now we have a new game in City of the Wolves. You got Legacy in KOF, Sam Show, like all the games that I mentioned. It's going to be a good time, but we can worry about all that later because right now we got to settle back in for our grand finals matchup, the rematch between Wero Asamiya and Rino. Rino coming in from winner's side, only needs to win one of the first 2-3 sets. Wero needing to win 2, resetting the bracket, and then doing it one more time. Cookie, let's get into it.
Let's go. We are here. It is time for peak game player grand finals. Rino on the winner's side, Wero on the losers. Going in with the Yashiro, we do like the footsies up against the Yuri, so this will be very interesting to see.
Winner of the previous set, of course, being Rino between the two, getting a clean 3-0 victory, alluding to the footsies shown off with the Yashiros against Yuri especially. Can we keep it going here? But right now, the Yuri is doing a really good job on the outset. Rino doing a good job using the good old-fashioned break dancing to try to fight our way out of the corner, but we're still in the face of all these fireballs.
All right, we do have a half health lead. Trades, really not good for Wero, I think, in this situation because it leads into this situation. Crosscut is scary here, but you still have to guess if you go for a safe jump, same side against button or command grab. Well, we just wake up throw.
Probably trusted the fear of that crosscut, just saying they're probably going to try to go into either same side or we maybe just go into a delayed throw there to catch them trying to do an empty jump. Either way, though, Wero getting out of a scary situation and rewarded for it by winning the point war. Oh, Yash down. Yuri taking the first point war of the set. And what a time to do it here in grand finals.
All right. Even meter too, which is really big for Wero, but he really does die to the next hit confirm into jet punch. Or jet upper. Oh, nice cross up with the JD. That's a huge open up and a huge life lead.
Yeah, but we spend on the DP to get out of there before things can go even worse in that corner situation. But the Yuri doing a great job on some of the health bar of Yashiro. Got a good amount of that back after the round was so short. But you want to get all of the extra credit that you can up against Yashiro, who's been so strong for Rino. But Iori at that mid position has been just as strong for Wero and has a right to exercise it after the great guard cancel into the back throw, but an even better trip guard on the 2B.
Yeah, 2B is massive there. Nice cross cut with the EXDP. You had to be scared of the potential cross up there with JC. So now we're in an even situation, but the JB stays same side, and Wero hit Kane with it like 4 times in a row, and Rino is no better. I've never seen that kill.
Oh, baby, advanced strike to call out the wake-up throw there from Rino. So Iori doing a really good job there to keep these rounds short. Heidern coming in as well, but again, short rounds come with a lot of health after you win. But oh, what a jump over on the fireball. Rino just ready for the Iori right now.
I run up command grab goes hard. Always get stinger. Command grab is still scary. I like it. Give me that command grab. I'm not gonna get that chance. We should just win off of pure footsies and maybe a fireball. Yeah, 2C is my footsies.
That is the preferred footsies there for any Heidern player, especially for one like Rino who does a really good job placing them. Did a good job of doing so in the form of that little sequence there on block. Very different thing to show at Wero, so they don't know whether they can necessarily try to take their turn back with Iori. And there you go, 2C hitting once again against somebody trying to take their turn. The rock approaching, gets hit by the 2C. Time to guess.
Uh-oh, goodbye to the rock. We spent all of our meter, but hello! The Heidern is still in the building, and Rino is still winning.
What a stellar fight! These two know.
That's got to be tough for Wero. Got such a great advantage, especially with the Iori, but the Heidern just acted like none of that even existed. Just absolutely clean uniform right there after pretty much going untouched at the second that he stepped onto the field up against the Rock and the Iori. So Rino taking that first game.
All right, game number 2 coming up. We must adapt. We must go on further.
Ready? Go!
Or we just lose. Free us.
Doing a really good job with the footsies department with the Yuri. As I say that, the jump over the KOF zone, very hard for anybody. Jumping over that fireball, got the hard knockdown, but just didn't do too much with it afterwards. So that gives Wero some breathing room, and now we can get started with a hard knockdown of our own at a distance, however. But it's a tough spot for Oyash because he's got to make his way in to make something happen. And Wero just doing a good job of playing into that right now.
Huge life lead. Chip is a factor. Yeah, that fireball there is scary. Because even if you try to up back, you get like run up DP and you just lose.
Poke placement so key there in that point war as well, being able to counteract the 6Bs of Oyash by using our own low pokes and Yuri in that sweep. Even as stubby as some of her normals are, doing them at the exact right spacing there. Very impressive there from Wero, and now being able to lock down Yashiro after emerging victorious in that footsies department to start out the round again.
Yeah, this is huge. Wero all in control in the second game right here. Oh, but the roll through, all it takes is one. The guard bar is going up. The damage is adding up. We need one more reset to get the kill.
Oh, the trade on the standee. The shoulder check in the corner going to be able to enable a conversion to get rid of Yuri. Very similar to what we saw in that first game. Yashiro having a good amount of health. Iori coming in with a little bit more resources. But the Iori did a lot of work and looking like they're going to do so right there. Really good check with the 2B on the Lariat from Yashiro.
Nice DP. That's huge armor frames right there. This is the comeback that Rino needs to get into this. Doesn't block the cross-up, though, so this should be the end of Yashiro's life. We are going to have to spend the bar.
Absolutely, but we gotta pay the premium to get rid of Yashiro. But the problem character from the first game is still coming in with 3 bars. And again, I say identical to that first game because Rino already showed complete mastery of the situation. Wero's gonna have to offer something different. Otherwise, the Heidern's gonna run wild, or as we could say, slow down the pace of the game. Not necessarily run wild, but wild damage on the catch on the roll. Into the quick match confirm. Time to guess.
Alright, can the Heidern make the comeback? You only have like a quarter of a character, and then the Rock. If we can keep up a little bit of meter that we can do one sequence against the Rock, this is very doable, but that guard bar is crazy.
Oh, could he get the trip guard on that 2B? That is absolutely insane. Definitely thought they were going to be able to get the punish on the jump there from Heidern. Oh, got the guard crush, but couldn't quite get a good combo after it. So a return to a full gauge there for Iori, but still has to hasten the situation there up against a Heidern who can just kind of sit back and wait and dare Iori to do anything right now.
Nice, yeah, just waits to get the flash kick. You expect to hop in that situation. You definitely don't expect the redash. But I think even in that situation, the EX flash kick does chip enough. We do have 1 bar, so we can go through 1 sequence, but we could see an install on the side of Wero if we so choose. But maybe when you get that hit, maybe Heidern has a little bit less life. Okay.
JCD war currently being won in the anti-air Stormbringer to force the 50-50. This is huge for Rino because the next touch that's enabled after that is another guessing game. Catch the roll. What can we do now? We block the right way. So Wero has another chance at life. Oh, caught him with the fireball, but couldn't quite confirm after that.
This is so hard. This is so hard, but the burn knuckle or the shining knuckle straight through ends up working out. But you're 1 hit away. You have to be scared of EX flash kick on this next interaction.
Oh, the reaction on the advanced strike, the back roll at the exact last moments that was going to work out for you. Got the full recovery too. So the punish enabled by Rino. 2-0 Wero at death's door right now, but Rino sitting so comfortably right now, 1 game away from becoming the most honest of KOF players.
I did like that like old-timey woman thing where like they put their hand over their mouth and like the straight up and down scenario. So when I saw him roll that, I was like, oh my god. How has he done this?
Round 1.
He's just got it. He got it right now currently. He's in the zone. Wero's got to have to find a way to get him on out of there. Oh, but it would be really crucial, or it would be really bad for Wero if Oyash finally won the point war this time around, because if anything, Yuri's been the MVP for him so far, has gotten all the momentum, but it looks like they might not get that same luxury this time around because Oyash is getting started and making the most of it.
Nice cross cut. Recognition that it was going to go to the other side, but this is all coming up Rino right now. He is blocking. Can he find a way out? He does have a bar to guard cancel if he so chooses. Yeah, he's definitely going to guard cancel at some point. I definitely think so. Oh, but the 2C. The run-up command grab. How do you just command grab twice and get the kill? Doesn't make any sense. EX is not enough to kill. It leaves you +1. What?
Command grab. The running bear grab, and it works out. Yuri going to be able to win the point war, snatching it from the jaws of defeat in the most unorthodox of ways. Wero got to be feeling a little bit more momentum, a little bit more pep in the step. But here comes the big stepper right there, regular Yashiro. Good old brawler right there trying to avenge his grappler counterpart, and that he does. Quick work, 4 seconds in. Now it's time for Iori Yagami. The good old rivalry between the two manifesting itself for what could potentially be the last time this tournament.
2 more characters separates Rino from a 3-0 win over Wero to take the Tournament of Honesty 5. Nice, gets the armor with the DP, gets the run-up jab. No full confirm though. Nice reset into Scum Gale.
Fireworks Put him right back on the ground. Great block on the taco. 6B, nothing doing there. But this time the 6B gonna land in the form of a punish. Do we spend? Yes, we do. Get Iori on out of there.
Dead, by the way.
Oh my goodness gracious. The screen flashes black and you will be seeing nothing but that as you enter the void. Rock gonna have to make something happen. Has the bar to go into install, but this is the toughest hill that Rock has had to face so far. Rino in a great chance to take the title here.
Rage Run gets the follow-up, but we got a wake-up throw. You can't be losing these interactions if you're Wero, because Rino knows he's gonna get a bar for the Heidern. And Wero needs to conserve that bar, but also needs to conserve the health if he can help it.
Bring up the Repugans, trying to bait something or at least get enough to get something to run behind. Oh, but the anti-air into the level 1, and then we bait out the Shatter Strike. This is big, Cookie.
This is one hit away. Uses the EX Jet Upper. One interaction away. One footsie scenario will kill. One heavy normal will kill. The 2D, not enough. Just short. Literally, Chip will kill here. One button will kill. Stan V will kill, but we're not going to see that as we are going to go into install.
It was getting dire there for Rock, and this is definitely the best situation that you can get. Maybe not the amount of bar that you want to spend because you only have 1.5 to your name, but install is a great state to have against any opponent here as things get to the wire. And Heidern, the big wall, can Widow climb it?
It's gonna be tough. You can't be whiffing that. No light confirmed from Rino. You do get light confirms on Heidern, but I've only seen like Mad KOF do them. Never seen Rino do a light confirm in my life, but he's not gonna need it. EX Slicer will kill here. EX cross up will kill as well, but he does get a hit. Massive damage and a setup.
Oh, he had the jump over, but just wasn't quite ready to confirm into it, Cookie.
Whoa, whoa. The armor went through. Okay, the EX is gone. We still have a chance if we're Widow. Going to whip punish. No, is gonna put in the chip blender. We're not gonna see it, but the 2C catches the roll, and Rino is your Tournament of Honesty 5 KOF 15 Grand Champion.
Fantastic stuff from the Heidern in the clutch in all games. Really great stuff there. Rock was really gonna make it happen. Had the install, had the access to all the momentum, and had a lot of favorable opportunities. But Rino maintaining that composure, especially with the tall military man, and just absolutely shutting the door on any comeback opportunity. Congratulations to Rino for some amazing defensive play down the stretch.
Simply very strong. Simply one of the best in Mexico for a reason. Has how many net play tournaments under his belt? It's insane.
Unbelievable, but got one more now in a big one at that. Winning Torneo de la Honestidad 5 is no small feat, so congratulations to Rino. Add that to your resume, and I want to just say I had just an absolute ball of a time going through this entire bracket. This was a banger of a bracket.
It always is. It always is. How many people do we have sign up? It was over 70 last I checked. What did we cap out at for
75, I believe. 75.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. City of the Wolves is out and KOF ain't dead, baby. We're here.
KOF will never die, baby. But on the other end of that, we had 75 tonight. Tomorrow night, 100 plus for Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. So definitely make sure that you tune in for that as the last part of Torneo de la Honestidad 5, hosted by Cofero Honesto. Thank you so much to him for putting this all together. And thank you to SNK for providing merch prizes to the top spots and the support for the bracket as well. So definitely make sure that y'all are registering for some City of the Wolves action if you want to be a part of that. And make sure to tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, please do support the Tournament of Honesty, but of course support Just Frame as well, because outside of the Tournament of Honesty, they do host weekly brackets for SNK games. We got KOF on Tuesdays, and of course Wednesday of the Wolves, Fatal Fury City of the Wolves every Wednesday. Wednesday of the Wolves is my favorite. You can sign up every week at start.gg/COTW, City of the Wolves. streamed 8 p.m. EST every Wednesday here at Just Frame MX. So if you want your net play brackets, you want to face some of Mexico's best, you can get it right here Wednesday of the Wolves at Just Frame.
And then finally, the offline action. Gotta remind you of Just Frame 2025 happening in Mazatlan in Mexico, September 13th through 14th, 2025 this year. We've got Fatal Fury, we got KOF, we got Samurai Showdown, all the SNK titles, but you see all the games that are also accompanying those. Street Fighter 6, DBFZ, VF5, Tekken 8, Grand Blue, Guilty Gear Strive, and Uni 2. Come on now, that is some good old gaming, and you can get all of that and more by signing up for Just Frame 2025. Again, happening this September. See Otaku not happening, so this is going to be something that you should circle on your calendars to participate in or watch, because it's going to be a banger.
Yep. I'm trying to be there. We'll see if it happens. Nothing yet, but I'm trying to make it happen. Listen, man, my September is open. I'm not doing a damn thing. My tournament after that is Climax, and that's the end of October. So I got time. But I think, do we have anything else? Do you have anything else we want to shill? I can shill for like 6 hours. I've done it before. I've had like 30-minute ad breaks in between some of these brackets.
It looks like production's telling us that we have to go to sleep. So let's go ahead and get on out of there. Give you people back your time. Appreciate y'all all for tuning in. Cookie, say something to the people for the one time before we get on out of here.
Thank you guys very much for tuning in. Support Just Frame. Support your locals. Support your regionals. Support net play brackets if you want them for your game. Of course, give me and Zoma a follow if you like what we do. But that is it here for tonight for the Tournament of Honesty 5 KOF 15. Tune in tomorrow for City of the Wolves, and we will catch y'all at another time. Peace.